Workshop 2. 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 Workshop 2.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Workshop 2.
Yeah, there we
Yes.
go.
There.
Thank you.
All set.
All right,
Workshop
thanks.
2. Workshop 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 2.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be with you here this morning. Thank you to our generous hosts, the Kingdom of Norway. And a warm welcome to our session. It is the relevance of DPGs for advancing regional DPI approaches here in Workshop Room 2. And thank you to all of you joining online as well, wherever in the world you are, and in person for being here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in our first session on the second day. So my name is John Lloyd. I'm the Director of Advocacy and 50M5 at the Digital Public Goods Alliance Secretariat. We're delighted to have such a diverse group of participants, both in person and online, contributing to this crucial discussion. Your varied perspectives are going to be vital in the session as well as we delve into the evolving landscape of digital public infrastructure, also known as DPI, and digital public goods, which are also known as DPGs. Before we get going too far, though, I just wanted to introduce the 50 in 5 campaign. It's one of the ways that the Global Digital Compact is being put into action with the goal of having 50 countries collaborating on DPI, sharing learnings and best practices, and also technologies as digital public goods. It's just over a year and a half into the campaign now, and in the spirit of this session, I'm very excited to announce that Kazakhstan is formally participating in the campaign as the 26th 50 in 5 country. We're absolutely thrilled to share their commitment to implementing safe and inclusive DPI alongside their fellow 50 in 5 countries, including France, represented here on stage with us today. So, back to our topic and introducing our panelists. There we go. This topic is especially timely and relevant as we consider last year's Global Digital Compact. In the GDC, countries have committed to implementing digital public infrastructure with safety and inclusion at its core, as well as committing to collaborate and cooperate with one another through sharing lessons and best practices. They've also committed to developing, implementing, funding, and sharing technologies as digital public goods. That's open source software, open data, open AI models, and open content collections that adhere to privacy and other applicable laws and best practices, do no harm, and help attain their sustainable development goals. So what this means in practice is that countries can freely adopt digital public goods and use them to build components of safe, inclusive, and interoperable DPI according to their own priorities and context-specific needs. Just before I introduce our panel, I also want to introduce our fantastic team helping facilitate the session. Joining as our online moderator here is Pelin, and serving as our rapporteur today is Max. They are both my colleagues here at the Digital Public Goods Alliance. So thank you to the two of you. We're incredibly fortunate to have a distinguished panel of speakers with us today who'll be sharing their valuable insights. So online we have Desire Kachenje from Co-Develop. Next to me here is Rahul Matan from Trilegal, Henri Verdier from France, and Renata Avila from the Open Knowledge Foundation. So our objective for the next 75 minutes is clear. We want to explore different regional approaches to scaling DPI, co-evolve some forward-looking approaches to collaboration around digital public goods, and address the critical aspects of sovereignty and local agency in tech development. So for our remote participants, you'll be able to use our virtual platform's Q&A feature for questions, the chat for quick comments and reactions, and that is how we'll be obtaining your questions. On site here, please just feel free to actively participate in the discussion using the microphones at the side. Okay, so thank you again for being here. Let's make this a truly insightful and collaborative session. And without further ado, over to you, Desire.
Thank you so much. I will start by introducing myself. So I am very honored to be here. My name is Desire Kachenje. I'm based in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I am a senior principal. I look after investments in particularly Africa for Core Develop Fund. So just really quickly, I'm sure a lot of our ecosystem here has heard about us, but Core Develop is an investment fund, a nonprofit investment fund that focuses on supporting specifically governments, but also other stakeholders in rolling out digital public infrastructure. Our focus also expands to sort of like supporting in some of the challenges and bottlenecks, but also doing some research to understand a little bit more what digital public infrastructure looks like, but also the different approaches when it comes to deploying. And we work very closely with DPGs to see how they can make this sustainable. John, I don't know if you want me to proceed.
Sure, yeah, we'd love to hear some context-setting remarks about the from the African perspective.
Great. So I think one of the key things that a lot of us are hearing and what we're seeing in the continent is that digital public infrastructure is not just infrastructure. There are a number of other things that need to be considered when we want to roll out sustainable and scalable DPI. It's also evolving to be not just a digital transformation initiative, but also sort of like a growth within the ecosystem to inspire innovation, but also to bring in private sector and other players. So there are three key things that we're seeing in the African region that I want to talk about. So the first one would be it being very government driven, but ecosystem enabled. So I can give a good example here with Tanzania, where I'm based. Over the past few years, even before the concept around digital public infrastructure was formed and some of the research around it had been done, Tanzania has been building different layers of DPI. So they started working on the ID like most countries, and then they started building an interoperable digital payment system, starting with connecting mobile operators separately and then connecting banks, and then thinking, how can we build a platform that connects these two? In their first exploration on how this payment platform would be, they did work with a DPG, and they then decided to roll out an in-house platform that was and is still managed by the government. Currently, right now, Tanzania is exploring a very interesting, I would say, a very interesting implementation plan, whereby while it's government driven, they're now rolling out what they're calling the Jamii data exchange platform. So this is the third layer of their DPI. And as they're doing this, they are not only working with local implementers within Tanzania, but they're bringing in different DPGs. Their data exchange platform is built on Xrod, so they're working closely with Xrod, but we are also working with them as Core Develop to build out what they're calling a Jamii wallet, which is a use case on top of this data exchange platform. And they're doing this using DigiLocker, which is a different type of DPG. At the same time, they're working closely with private sector to see how these platforms can interact not just with government institutions, but also interact with private sector institutions and allow data exchange. So that's why I'm saying government driven, but very much ecosystem enabled. Another example is also around challenge driven DPI. A lot of digital public infrastructure platforms that have been rolled out so far we are seeing a little bit of slowness when it comes to adoption. And we all know, like, even if it's interoperable, even if it's safe, if there is an adoption, and that means there's no engagement with citizens, there's no engagement with government institutions that need to use it, it cannot meet some of the potential that we see when it comes to DPI. So we are seeing, though, the DPI platforms that are being rolled out that start with a challenge are not only more innovative and more customer citizen focused, but they also have more adoption from the point of rollout. I'll give a good example in the SADC region right now. So SADC region is the Southern Africa sub-Saharan countries. There are about 16 of them who are currently in the SADC group. And one of the questions or challenges that came up is there's a lot of immigrants that are moving between these countries. And while a lot of these immigrants might have a national ID and other documents, they're still not in the formal. The question then became why, and the quick answer was some of them just don't have documents. For example, Zimbabwean, and I'm now working in South Africa, but I don't have the right documents in South Africa to support me to be formally included in financial services. But then at the same time, we know that a lot of these countries already have national IDs. They already have national digital IDs. So then the SADC group had reached out to us and another partner within South Africa called Finmark Trust to figure out, hey, can we build a use case that actually connects the national foundational IDs that are existing within these countries to be able to support immigrants to use formal financial services within Africa. So, and we've seen the quick stakeholder engagement in this project. We already have private sector. These are the banks joining in. We already have the central banks who are paying attention to the project and seeing how they can come in. And then last but not least, innovation needs to meet sovereignty. So that's the other bit that I'm sure we'll be exploring a lot more today. But there's always a question around when we're building DPI, especially specifically when we're building DPI with DPGs, how do we ensure that countries have the local ecosystem to not only own, but run, maintain, and develop new use cases? I think a good example is in Rwanda right now, where they're rolling out a number of use cases when it comes to DPI. And what they're also doing on the side is they're now deploying, or they're building up what they're calling a center, a DPI center. And this DPI center is supposed to support ecosystem players, including developers, whether they're in government or they're private sector, and seeing in what ways they can be able to understand, build capacity for them to understand the use cases and how they can support in aspects of maintaining some of the use cases that will be rolled out in the few years. So I think that gives a bit of an example of how DPI has been rolled out in Africa. And if I'm happy to explore this a little bit more. One thing I would mention is that there's also challenges which I think are globally, and we're seeing it very in real time in Africa. And these are mainly to do with safeguards. So one of them that I can mention is around data governance. So when we're building these data exchange platforms, especially when they're regional, bringing more than one country, we have very fragmented digital data governance frameworks that are existing. So this moves beyond just the platform itself, but how do we bring policymakers? How do we enable countries to harmonize some of the policies that are in place to ensure that the platforms that have been built are safe and inclusive? So I will hand over back to you, John, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Desire. That was a really excellent insight into how Africa is approaching DPI development, especially using DPGs. Rahul, we'll move over to you now, and we've heard so much about the India stack, and I would like to just hear more about how India has approached its DPI development and its approach to DPGs as well.
Thank you, John. So I almost feel I must apologize for India stack, because we started this idea of a stack which leaves the impression that you must necessarily layer first identity, then payments, and then data sharing. And really, it's not mandatory that you have to do it in that way. So even though we sort of think about stack and the stack approach as a pathway by which you must progress up the chain of DPIs, I'm here to say that the real idea of a stack is that we are creating modular elements, DPGs, that can be layered on top of each other in whichever order you want, for whichever solution you want. And that really is the stack approach that India has followed. Now, India happened to start with identity and then built a very powerful payment system, which is currently doing 18 billion transactions a month, and then has built data sharing. But if you think sideways, India has built DigiLocker, which is a very powerful credential system. And credentials are very useful for a number of things, from skilling to government-to-person payment solutions to all sorts of things. And so the real India approach, I would say, is leaning into some of the definition of what BPI is, which is open, interoperable, modular systems. And you can start wherever you want on the stack. You don't necessarily have to have an digital identity system. It'll help if you have one, but you don't necessarily have to have one. But you have to build these solutions to be modular, interoperable, and open. Because it's only if you build them to be modular, interoperable, and open that you can really reach population scale, because you never have to rebuild something that you have built previously. And that is a really powerful statement of how digitalization needs to happen. Now, India's, of course, as you know, been doing this for 15 years. So if you do it for a decade and a half, you have some time for introspection, and you can go back and see what is this thing that you've built. And once you've figured out that you've built something which is pretty cool, you can then go and see what else it can be used for. And one of the things that I've been playing with is this idea that is some of the things that Desire was talking about, that we've got to really sort out data governance, because at the end of it all, we are unlocking a lot of data, and we need to do it in a safe manner. And so how do you do it? The traditional lawyer in me says you've got to write laws, and you've got to build policies, and you've got to do it the way we've done it for many centuries. But the power of digital, and the power of digital where everything is digital, is that you can actually build some of that governance into the design of the architecture that you're using. Now, this is an idea that's not new. 25 years ago, Lawrence Lessig wrote a marvelous book called Code and the Other Laws of Cyberspace, where he said that on the internet, code is law. Now, at that point in time, the internet was a thin sliver of what we all do. Today, the internet and digital is everything that we do. I'm here in Norway, and I don't need to take out my wallet, which is remarkable, because in many cities, even in Europe, you have to. And I can travel around from Oslo to Lillestrøm using just the app, know which train is coming. When the train is cancelled on me, I can very easily get the other train. It's remarkable that you can do all of this using an entirely end-to-end digital system. But when we do that, we've got to remember that that same digital system gives us the tools to actually inbuild governance directly into the interactions that we have. This, to me, is the hidden secret of digital public infrastructure. Because digital public infrastructure really is an infrastructure layer that you have created for transactions. Laws are the offline way of telling us how transactions need to be conducted. And in an entirely online world, the laws that tell you how to transact can actually be written directly into the ways in which these different modules interact with each other. And so the term that I coined, the sort of phrase I coined, is that we're building an infrastructure on which regulators can regulate and innovators can innovate. And this is different from the other infrastructures that are built by innovators, on which only innovation can happen on the terms of the people who control the platforms. And then regulators are forced to use the traditional old world ways of coming up and saying laws, etc. But if the regulators can also participate as regulators on that infrastructure, they will be able to set the rules, and the innovators will be able to innovate on the same platform. And that really, I think, is the secret hidden message of digital public infrastructure.
It's very interesting, especially given India has been a real leader in the DPI space, and a real example that a lot of countries are looking to. And Omri, maybe we can move to you now. And we've heard a lot about this idea of the Euro stack, we know it's several different things, but I would like to hear more about the European approaches to digital sovereignty, the role of open source in that, and particular this concept of the digital commons and how that aligns with the digital public goods agenda.
Okay, so thank you for being there. That's a pleasure to exchange with my friends. So I was listening to the two first speakers. I feel that the perception of the DPI movement in Europe was immediate and very positive. Maybe because we have a long tradition and we love good specification. You know, Europe is the birthplace of, I don't know, the metric system, the ITU, and a lot of open standards, like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, a lot of open source like Linux, etc. And we love when the world is properly organized. So these ideas that you can manage, plan, we love it. And the second thing is that there is probably an ideological alignment because we have a strong culture of public services. And maybe in the discussion we'll need to precise that public service is not government. So that's not exactly the same thing. And in France, the culture of the public servant is really strong and they don't consider that they are there to obey to the minister. They have a service to deliver and they do it. Probably a third connection is the idea that when we see the digital world as we see it, if we want to protect an open, free, decentralized, vibrant internet and to protect democracy, the right to the people to decide their collective future together and to impose some solution, we need this layer of DPI to implement some political decision and collective decision on the open internet. So I think that we are ideologically aligned, but because the need to change was not the same, we didn't go as fast as India, for example. I say very often in Bangalore, I use UPI in Bangalore, but in France you can buy a baguette with a contactless payment with your phone without any fee for decades. So, but that's a very old and imperfect system. You need a bank account, a credit card, an emulation of the credit card, a connection. So that's a very complex system, but you can do it, and that's quite free. So the need to change was not the same until the growing concern regarding sovereignty. So France was probably the most concerned with sovereignty forever because we are a bit Gaullist. So we say we decide, we want strategic autonomy. I have to say that a lot of other Europeans were a bit less concerned. And then we have this movement, which is not just the Trump administration. We have also companies that becomes very, very big and heavy and start to act as political actors. So when you see, of course, the most obvious is Elon Musk, but you can, if you see carefully, you can see others. They want to decide the future of the world, of geopolitics and national politics, as to Brazil, what Musk tried to do. So we have a growing concern, and to be frank, we are really, really, really heavily dependent and vulnerable to American companies and American infrastructure everywhere. Do you remember last month, the American government decided to cut the email of the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. That's something impressive. So because of this, we are progressing toward, slowly but firmly, toward a kind of digital public infrastructure with all this culture of good organization and public service. And for example, next year we'll have the EU digital wallet, which is a very important step because we will have the same standard in all the European citizens' phone to present and interact with digital ID. And we've learned to separate some attributes from the ID. So, for example, I will be able to prove that I am more than 18 years old without giving my name, which is very promising for a lot of issues. And now I'm going in the last 30 seconds toward public good and open source. But we are still European, and we are still 27 countries. And so when you say to any European country, let's build a common EU stack, they will say, all of them will say, of course, let's take my solution. Let's take X-Road, let's take France Connect, let's take... and probably we've lost 10 years because of this, because of a kind of competition between national solutions. And now we are learning, thanks to the open source movement, to build buckets of interoperable solutions. For example, there is a Franco-German project, La Suite Numérique, that's the desk for the public servants. This is not one solution. This is a series of modules, and you can add your own module. The group will test if this is interoperable with the others. The group will develop the interoperability if needed, and we will have. I finished to say that the only way, from my perspective, for a real EU stack is not one stack. Is a variety of solutions, and all together we pay attention and we build interoperability. And the EU stack will be a cloud of nebuleuse, we say in French, of solutions. You will be able to decide. I take Matrix or I take another one, but I know that when I do enter in this world, I can interact with all the others. And we are progressing fast. From 1 year, more or less, things are accelerated. And this is deeply connected to the DPG movement, because for this, we need all those communities of open source, open standards, developers, small companies, associations, etc.
Excellent. Thank you, Henri. I think, you've touched on especially those issues around, I guess, the sovereignty issue, which is coming up. Desire and Rahul have both kind of covered that in their introductions as well. And Renata, let's move to you, and I'd like to hear more from the Latin American perspective as well about how countries in LAC are approaching DPI as well.
Yes, I think that it really connects well with the last bit of Henry, because I think that the emphasis in Latin America is communities. And it is very interesting because we start early. The vision of digital public infrastructure was being discussed in Latin America early 2000s. And an example of that is that 7 countries in Latin America have legislation for open source and open content. So those 2 pillars, it is not words, but actions in many countries in Latin America. I can list it: Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Peru, Venezuela, Uruguay, and Cuba. And I will say that the first thing that the Latin American countries understood together with code is law, is that technology is politics. And we learned the hard way, after some sanctions to some countries in Latin America, of course, you're cut off vital things that you need to do your work. And that accelerated in the early 2000s a transition, when Latin American countries were adopting some policies that were not welcome. But the main provider of technology had to move. The open source was the way, And the interesting thing is it was institutionalized. There were units inside ministers in charge of this, and there were resources allocated to that. But in parallel, and it's something that is very important because that didn't last long. The institutionality after transitions and left, right, as it is in our very vital democracies, and many was discarded or defunded. But what it stayed was the community component, and that's the highlight of the continent. The communities around open source, the communities around free software, the communities around open content are very active. And it's very interesting, you see in Europe, a lot of funding for community works and digital social innovation and so on. It's not enough, but compared to Latin America. In Latin America, it's the volunteer, it's what you do after work. It was what you do on weekends. You edit a Wikipedia article, you code and contribute to a collaborative platform. And so what I will say, that what it is different is that in Latin America, we are very good at the digital public goods, but we haven't jumped yet to the big digital public infrastructure plans, except some specific cases. One case that is very exciting is the case of PIX in Brazil. And it even made it to Europe, like I am at the moment living partially in Portugal, and I was in Lisbon and I saw pigs. I could pay by pigs in Portugal. Brazilians can pay with pigs in Portugal. Imagine that, like it's very interesting. And it is being adopted in Panama, Peru, Bolivia, Paraguay, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Argentina is doing a pilot. And it makes sense because Brazil is, half of our continent. So all the border countries are making easy to exchange. We are not Europe. We don't have the euro. It's difficult. It's frictions with currencies and a lot of very complicated legislation because of money laundering and so on. So this is making a real difference. And the other thing that I want to highlight, this the ugly dog, nobody speaks in an exciting way about it, is the geospatial infrastructure. Most of Latin America share geospatial infrastructure, which is that is a digital public good, and that's amazing. That really enables the work of many public offices. And on the other highlight is data. CCAN, which Open Knowledge Foundation coded initially, and now is one of the default platforms in more than 20 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. And DCAN as well, and so the civic and the CDIM also is many of the Latin American participatory platforms, and many other smaller civic tech projects follow the logic and are already listed as digital public goods. But one thing that before I do not want to forget, because it connects to India, is an emergent trend of South-South cooperation, which is very exciting in the frame of BRICS and CARICOM. India Stack has signed MOUs with Cuba, Colombia, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda, and Barbados. And that's, as a region, practically, the Caribbean and Colombia. Colombia is the only one in the mainland. But it is very exciting to see how all of this connects. The Caribbean community is also super strong in communities of open source. And so what I will say that is the highlight of the region is that it's a region that can make, what will be different is that it's not only the techies and the regulators, but it's the community ready to take active, informed participation in how you build your digital public infrastructure. And so those are the exciting news from the region.
Great, thank you so much. And we're going to jump in now to a real question and answer component of this. We'd really like to have your feedback and questions, particularly online. Make sure that you're submitting those. We've heard a lot of common threads coming through here and common use cases in particular. I think one compelling thing that's coming out is this idea of the cross-border use cases, which I don't necessarily think that countries are considering when they're implementing their own DPI, but the importance of interoperability in the solutions is becoming more and more prominent. You mentioned it with PICs, funnily enough, that you can now use in Europe. And of course, Desire covered that as well with just being able to access financial services using your digital ID. And so, but Rahul, maybe I can jump to you quickly, but what do you think are some of the big differences between the way that India has been approaching its DPI development and what you've been hearing from the other speakers?
So, look, I don't think there's much that's different. I think, we came from a different place. As Henri said, to India, and I think this is true of a lot of the global south, this is the only way to leapfrog development so that we can, I think the statistics are, do in 10 years what would have otherwise taken us 50 years. And I think a lot of countries are seeing that. Now, France didn't need to do that because France had already put the 50 years in and they were sort of 50 years ahead. And for the rest of the developed world, this is not in that sense a necessity for many of the traditional elements of the stack. And I think, digital identity, if you've got a very strong civil registry, you don't really need to do what India did and get biometrics to the whole population. You just rely on your civil registry. If you've got a working payment system that reaches everyone in the country, you don't need to go and build a PIX because already there's a way in which to do it. But for the countries of the global south, where they're seeing that there's a lot that we have to achieve, this is a quick way to do it. Now, just to touch on the interoperability across borders, India, as you know, is a subcontinent. And so in many ways, of course, there is a need to interoperate with other countries, but we are a billion people, and we really need to focus first on interoperating inside and reaching everyone in the country, which is what the identity system did. Unfortunately, the payment system, as big as it is only covering maybe 300 to 400 million people. We have a billion left to cover. So we have a long road ahead of us, even within the country. But I think there are many other elements where we can and must cooperate. I'm going to put a plug for climate, because using digital public infrastructure to solve the climate crisis is probably the most important, urgent innovation that we can think of as the next step of digital public infrastructure. You may think, as I'm saying this, you may say, what is he talking about? But let's just agree, this is 10 years from the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement isn't really working. Temperatures are rising beyond the point where I think we can scale it back to our climate objectives. The approach of building grand consensus between countries is not working, because countries are not committing and people are walking out of the agreement. We've got to find a different way. And the one thing about DPI is DPI unlocks abundance. We are stuck with data and valuable opportunity in silos that don't connect to each other. And if we can just rethink the way in which we address climate challenges by connecting our silos, we will find that solving the climate problem does not cost the trillions of dollars that it's estimated to cost, because that is an old world way of thinking of solutions. And I strongly urge all of us here, I mean, COP is in Brazil this year, and I strongly urge all of us to rethink the way we go about this, because DPI has shown a way for very, very big challenges like financial inclusion. I see no reason why that can't be applied to something as important as climate change.
And Renata, I'll jump to you, because you mentioned this a little bit when you were speaking earlier, but Latin Americans are sharing geospatial data. I think in terms of addressing that climate using digital public goods, how have they been built and governed in a way that's enabling this cooperation and collaboration?
Well, I think that the GeoSur project, I don't know the details of the governance, but it is usually cooperation across the region is very dynamic and fluid, especially in two issues, in cross-border cooperation and in health issues. I think that the pandemic, PAHO, for example, has played a key. There's regional mechanisms that have enabled this cooperation. I think that also two actors have played a crucial role, and one is the Inter-American Development Bank, and the other is the regional mechanisms such as CELAC and OAS. To make countries agree on general frameworks, of course not at the level of coordination of Europe, but close to that. I think that also the lack of tailored solutions and the lack of prioritization by the global north of solutions specific to Latin America had accelerated that in the geospatial area. And one more that is very important, it has also, Latin America has been one of the pioneers together with India actually in opening also knowledge and opening research that will be like key. It's a combination of data, knowledge, and infrastructure that makes the region very ripe for more ambitious efforts around climate.
Excellent. And speaking about regional ambitions, desire, we've heard a lot, especially from the East Africa community recently. We know that there are commitments being made on this idea of cooperation and collaboration. So there's a lot of political will there. And that's a thread that I've kind of heard coming through as well. But is there also a risk through moving too fast and not necessarily taking a multi-stakeholder approach, and the effects that might have on inclusion or exclusion of people in terms of being able to access services?
Thank you. Great question. So I think the way you've put it is actually very correct. There's a lot of political will. This is more specifically, I would say, when it comes to digital payments, even like with the East African community, it's mostly around digital payments and how we can, connect some of this digital infrastructure that's existing. So right now, just for context, it's worthwhile to understand that in Africa, DPI is looked at mainly to kind of solve some of the fragmentation issues, but also to bring together inclusion. So like to solve for the digital divide. And digital payments took off more, I think, in Africa region than, in most other parts of the world, because it came from a need, a necessity that a lot of African citizens want to send small amounts of money to rural areas that probably don't have network and don't have internet. And that caused, mobile banking to skyrocket, etc. And then from there, it was now easy to create interoperability because it was very clear the use case that needs to be there. Now, I think to answer your question, there are two risks that a lot of countries are looking at and a lot of regional operators are looking at. We already have PASS, which is the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System. We have TCIB for the southern region, and there are a number of others that are coming up. But one of the bigger questions has been, there is a lot of smaller amounts that are being shared across these countries. And the platforms, while the interoperability is there, they are not really accommodating such amounts. And so some of the work that is being done, and I think I want to give more like a congratulations to some of the DPGs in DPI right now who are focusing on working with some of those regional organizations, for example, COMESA, to say, hey, can we have a use case that just focuses on something like merchant payments, where these are your smaller payments, and to enable smaller SMEs, so SMEs, or to smaller amounts to be sent in the region. So this is really helping when it comes to inclusion. An example of this is that COMESA is currently working with Moduloop, which is a DPG for payment platforms, and they're doing a trade, a platform whereby it will allow smaller traders to send smaller amounts of money within the region. The other bit I think we've mentioned, it comes to that there is a lot of legacy systems that are existing in Africa currently. And a lot of these legacy systems, it's been hard to then transition them to actual platforms. And then it's even harder to transition them in a way that we're using the DPI approach, making them interoperable, making them open. And we are seeing right now that DPGs is taking, a lot of countries are taking a different look at DPGs and they're more open, although we're also seeing specific requests that, fine, let's use an open source platform, but can we have the data being on-prem, so being on the ground, which then brings a lot of questions around, how do we manage this? How do we incorporate this? So I would say when it comes to inclusion, it's usually to look after the low income populations and the harder to reach populations. And the other bit is then how do we ensure that, a lot of the governments are comfortable in some of the open systems as they are built, and spending more time in trying to customize them specifically for one country, because then now when we're trying to connect regionally, we have to do more customization, which can be quite expensive and time consuming. Yeah.
Interesting. And Omri, I'm going to ask you a question a little bit about some of this regulation. We've heard the Silicon Valley approach of move fast and break things. Unfortunately, it seems like they've broken too much, perhaps. But I think in Europe, given that often the rest of the world will look to Europe in terms of tech regulation, things like the DSA, the AI Act, all of that kind of thing. But what we're hearing here is that with DPGs and for DPI, there needs to be a lot of flexibility and openness in the approach. But in terms of, I guess from this European or French perspective, what are some of the non-negotiable elements that need to be in place? I guess from your perspective, in order to maintain that sense of innovation and collaboration, but need to, I guess, set the box in order for us to all play in.
Very interesting questions. I'm building an answer. Yes, obviously there are non-negotiable elements, and that are all the decision of free democracies. So privacy, human dignity, free speech, as we consider that free speech should be. So it doesn't allow you to ask to kill people online, etc., etc. And if we cannot implement our collective decision, we are not a democracy anymore. And that's why sovereignty matters, because sovereignty, you cannot conceive a democracy without sovereignty. You can conceive sovereignty without democracy, but you cannot conceive democracy without sovereignty. So, first, second observation, starting from the Indian, I will take the Indian vocabulary. You cannot regulate just with law. You need a techno-legal approach. By the way, you need champions if you're not creative, innovative, if you don't have research, intellectuals, creators, companies, startups, etc., you won't impose your views. So you have to be part of the movement, and you have to conceive a way to implement a bit the regulation. So that's why we need a longer conversation regarding rules as code. But yes, that's important to be sure that when you decide something, you know how to implement it. Interesting example, for years and years in Europe, we are very concerned by age verification because we know that very, very young children goes to pornographic websites, but I'm speaking about the age of 8. 10% of the children less than 8 years old are seeing pornographic content online. So, but if you just say, we want to check the age, it doesn't mean nothing. So the question is, how can we do this? And because we need to respect privacy, etc., the only solution is to have a proof of age separate from the identity. And for this, you need to conceive an infrastructure and that is efficient, auditable, because we need also to be sure that they are really separating those information, etc., etc. Because your question is about regulation is also politics, I just want to add one last word. I was asking to myself, what do we have in common? Because we are from 4 continents, and we have a lot in common. And I was thinking that something that we have in common is a bit hidden, because it's so obvious that we don't pay attention to this. In a nutshell, I think that we would all agree that a good society need equal access to some basic public services, need a kind of respect, need a democracy and a collective decision, need free speech and free innovation for the market, etc., etc. But this is not a real consensus. Well, so we have this in common. This is not what most of the companies of the Valley thinks. And they are developing an infrastructure to capture our economies, to transform us into a kind of global Uber drivers economy within their platform, where they take all the added value. And if you pay attention, there is a real theory. Probably it started with Milton Friedman, but now they have more and more books. The network states was to be seen, because that's the program of Elon Musk. Let's replace the old-fashioned nation states with big vertical companies, one for education, one for... and that's the big front line and the big battle. Can we still empower the people through infrastructure and good governments to respect dignity and innovation and everything? Or do we have to let our lives within big corporations and their infrastructure? And that's maybe one of the secret connection between all those movements.
I'm just going to pause for a second here, and we're going to launch a Mentimeter poll.
And
so,
I was applaud.
So those of you online, there was applause in the room next to us, which we heard. Yeah. So there is a Mentimeter poll here. If you're able to join using this QR code or go to the link here in Menti, we'll launch that in just a second. I think people are still taking photos of the QR code. So it's just coming up now. Okay, let's launch that poll. We've heard a little bit about some of these challenges in DPI implementation from regional perspectives here, but in terms of scaling DPI globally, what do you think are the biggest challenges? And we can see some of the answers coming in now. All of us panelists are watching them come in.
Can we have multiple answers? Or?
It's the biggest challenge, Henri. If you had to choose just one. Yeah, these are quite interesting answers. I'll just I'll read out what the options are here. So we've got lack of interoperability, ensuring data privacy and security, addressing local capacity and agency, funding and resource allocation, and political will and governance. And it looks like we've got a bit of a dead heat here between three of these options. And I'll just open it up to our panelists. What are your reactions to seeing this, Renata?
You know, what I love is that everybody deprioritized funding and resource allocation, because we are now well aware of all the money spent in tech monopolies that deliver nothing and not even pay taxes in our countries. So I think that that's clear, that's consensus now. And when you were saying what we have in common, what we have in common is that we are, we are between we are squeezed without options, and we really need to work together, all the people here at this table, in reverting the lack of options and the heavy dependencies that we have in a system that is not delivering for democracy or for sovereignty. So and the second thing that is very interesting in the results is also the need to address local capacity and agency, because very quickly, something that I am a part of is that most of the local capacity, most of the programs training civil servants are run by big tech from Silicon Valley. Most of it, like basically training our civil service just to think that they are the only solution available, and ignoring all this rich ecosystem of possibilities that we could take. So those are like my two comments.
Henri, you...
Very briefly this time. I'm the only one that did vote for economic allocation because of the word allocation. First, it was very difficult to choose because everything here was very important. But I feel that we need a better economic theory of the economic role of DPI. Mm-hmm. If we decided in Europe a century ago to make postal service or whatsoever as public services, it was because it did create so much value everywhere that it was quite impossible to take the value everywhere. And the tax is the best way to finance something that creates value everywhere. And we need such a theory for the modern version of public service that is DPI.
And do we still have Desire with us? I hope so. Because Desire, how are digital public goods addressing some of these issues around like funding and resource allocation, where Africa is a historically resource-constrained area still now? And what is the role of digital public goods in helping address that in terms of DPI development and launch?
Yes, so I think firstly, it's very interesting for me to see this because I agree. I really like that adjusting local capacity is quite high up there. I think what we're seeing here, funding and resource allocation, is still quite a huge issue because a lot of these other issues, addressing local capacity, political will, and lack of interoperability for a lot of African, countries, they do need funding to sort of solve some of these issues. So I think there's a slight difference there in terms of the outlook here, and in terms of DPG, I would say it's a double-edged sword. So there's one side that, a lot of DPGs already have easy to use source code that can be easily implemented within African countries. But then at the same time, a lot of DPGs still need to build local capacity within the countries that they're operating in, which then this requires time and resources and funding. So DPGs have done a great job in understanding the challenges and needs, specific needs, when it comes to different African countries and different, approaches to DPI. And I think DPGs are also putting their, their hand up in terms of coming up with easier ways or more efficient ways to roll out. But at the same time, there's also the other side that a lot of DPGs are funded. So sustainability around maintaining some of the DPGs long term for them internally itself is still something that needs to be discussed. But then when they are rolling out in African countries, the customization and the ability to remain sustainable past the project, especially because most of the project when it comes to DPIs, they use DPGs are donor funded. So sustainability past that donor funded project is still a question. And then last but not least, John, I really want to touch on data privacy and security. And I know that, it's something that we're discussing on and on, but it's such a crucial issue, even when it comes to working with DPGs, because a lot of, let's say if we look at something like data, there are some countries that still do not have clearly defined, what does it look like when it comes to digital data for specific populations? Like when we're looking at children, what is data privacy for children, especially when it comes to things like digital IDs or digital birth registrations? So while we have a number of DPGs such as OpenCRVS, which are doing a great job when it comes to like registrations, but we're seeing a bit of a struggle here for countries to then adapt privacy and security issues, which kind of make a lot of projects halt in between, because then you will have CSOs coming in and saying, how safe is this? So I think that's my quick take.
Excellent. Yeah, that was extremely useful. We're going to launch a second Mentimeter question now, because it relates a lot to what Desai was just speaking about. So here we go. Hopefully you still have the Mentimeter link up from before, but which of these do you believe is most effective in ensuring countries build and evolve technologies based on their own priorities? So here's the Mentimeter link. If you lost it before, our options here, we've got open source first principles, decentralized DPG governance models, promoting digital commons, which I think relates to the European agenda here, local talent development and training to address some of those capacity issues, and then this idea of, I guess, international funding but with local control. So this is very interesting as well in terms of open source first principles. I know, Renata, you spoke about many countries in Latin America having this open source first approach. And seeing some of the answers changing here now as well.
Oh, God.
It's very interesting. Also, if there's anyone present with us who would like to ask a question, please feel free to come up and ask them at the microphones either side of the stage. We'd love to hear from you. Lynn, how are our answers coming in, questions from online? Well, we can take a look in a second.
Yeah.
Great. And Rahul, maybe as these results are coming in, what are your reflections about this?
I mean, it's interesting to see funding right at the bottom. I think this is repeating what we saw in the previous Mentimeter. And I think the idea really is that it doesn't take a lot of funding. It's not that funding is not important, but actually DPIs are a relatively cheap alternative to doing this. I think it's interesting to see local talent development right on top, because this is something that we sometimes don't really fully grok as to how important this is. You can build these wonderful platforms, but there is a last mile that needs to be implemented by government servants, NGOs, even ordinary citizens, and the development that's required in order to do that is actually non-trivial. And we can't automate everything away. As no matter what you do with digital, there's always that last mile. But even as I'm speaking, I'm seeing that we've got three tied for third place, and it's clearly local talent and open source as the top two, which in many ways really aligns with the way I think about these things. This is really the two most important things we should be thinking about.
And do you see the use of digital public goods in assisting with the local talent development and training, or
Of
open
course.
source?
No, I mean, look, we can keep chipping away at the amount of physical or non-digital steps that we need to take to build this. And I think certainly in doing that, building DPG type training, talent development solutions using Sunbird and things like that are extraordinarily powerful. But I think that at least when I speak to DPI development in other countries, and not just in my country, I find that this is the thing that governments are most concerned about. And it may just be fear of the unknown, but a lot of governments are concerned about how much it's going to take to actually really roll this out in countries. And I think that's certainly something that we can look to improve using DPG solutions, building DPIs even just for talent development. But we can't ignore the fact that this is a concern and that this is something that needs to be actively addressed.
Thank you. And we have a gentleman here with a question. If you could just start by introducing yourself, and then and if it's directed to the panel or anyone in particular.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Israel Rosas. I'm with the Internet Society, but this question is in my personal capacity. I've seen that the digital public infrastructure is broadly prominent in the Global Digital Compact, for instance. And now that we are discussing how to integrate the Global Digital Compact implementation into the WSIS plus 20 review process, I'm curious about the framing of decentralized governance models for DPI. What would be the panel's impression on, instead of just decentralized governance models, adopting a truly multi-stakeholder governance approach for DPI? Because I think that there are slight but important differences, so it would be interesting in hearing your thoughts. It's a broad question for the panel. Thank you.
I mean, look, I'm a huge fan of decentralized anything, but we've got to realize that we all need to cleave to a certain set of common principles. And so, once again, picking back on Henri's point, the concern with a lot of this is sovereignty. And one of the challenges with sovereignty is that if you're utterly decentralized, in the process of being completely decentralized and multi-stakeholder, you can lose some of the sovereignty requirements that you individually need. So to me, I like the Global Digital Compact. I'm part of the DPI Safeguards framework, once again, all of which are saying, let's build some principles that we all agree with, and then let's leave it to countries to develop the bespoke governance frameworks that are appropriate for their context and what they want to achieve. And I think that is the combination we need. As Henri said, what is common to all of us? There are many things that are common to all of us. We must absolutely adhere to those things, because that's the reason why we can all meet at places like this and exchange views in a language that we all understand. But at the same time, we've got to recognize that we as nations and as subnational institutions have our own objectives that we want to achieve. Some of those in India, in Africa, in Latin America are very different from what Europe and North America want to achieve and can achieve. It's not wrong. It's just that those are differences that we've got to recognize. And part of the way we recognize the difference is to also recognize the commonalities and say, as long as we're common, you can be different. And that is sort of maybe that's what you're trying to say, because multi-stakeholderism also is that. But I fear that we lose that if we make it not grounded on common principles. And I think the common principles are important.
If I can add one word, as Raoul said at the beginning, a stack, a EU stack or Indian stack, doesn't have to be a cathedral. It can be diverse and modular, etc. Some things are very regalian, we say in French, regalian. The source of citizenship is a state. You cannot crowdsource citizenship. But you can build important parts in a very multi-stakeholder approach and with a new form of cooperation for the state with civil society, with public goods. For example, in France, before being the ambassador, I was the head of the IT department for the government. I did build a strong partnership between the National Geographical Institute and OpenStreetMap. And now we do deliver some important public services in cooperation between OpenStreetMap and the National Geographic Institute. Or we did build our own instant messaging system, CHAP, with Matrix, and we did just ask to Matrix to develop some features, and we did finance, and they did implement it as they want. So you can, for a lot of important parts of this, you can be completely multi-stakeholder in the governance and development, and for other parts, probably you cannot, because state has some roles and prerogatives.
Renata, yeah, of course.
Yes, I had this pressing need to. I wrote a paper precisely about that with some colleagues, and we suggest instead of multi-stakeholder approach, a commons-based governance approach for digital public infrastructure, and it more beyond the national uses is the only way that it will help scale and localize digital common efforts. It increases transparency and accountability, it accelerates impact, it reduces governance, data, and even localization frictions. And the most important thing, it secures community engagement. So even if the government changes, you have people actively involved in the governance of infrastructures that are of common benefit.
We have a question from the chat here that I will just address, and this is a lot to do with inclusion and specifically around access and design. I'm going to look to you because we've heard examples from digital public goods, for example, Mojaloop, which is a digital payment system. Many people access that on feature phones rather than smartphones. But with the question here is, with 2.6 billion people not using the internet, any comments on how to overcome the divide?
Yeah, I was actually just reading that same question and asking myself the same thing. I mean, I think what we have seen with a lot of this is not just for payment systems. Even when you're looking at something like ID, one of the key questions you would get from the African citizens, we were talking about this at ID for Africa a month ago, whereby a lot of citizens are asking the question, I don't have internet, why do I even need a digital ID, and what does that look like? And what, instead of that, can we focus on providing access such as internet to rural areas? So yes, it's a big question, and I think one of the things that I've seen a lot of specifically DPGs trying to address is to create other ways for access when it comes to some of the use cases that are being deployed. So like you mentioned, Modulo, they are providing access for future phones. If you look at other things such as data exchange platforms, there are some data exchange platforms that are built upon USSDs, which is something that's very common for a lot of African countries. But the governments have really tried, and some of the nations and some of the governments have really tried to create systems whereby all local communities have spaces within their proximity that have access to desktops and internets, and all of these digital platforms can be accessed there. So if you walk around some of the revenue authorities across African countries, they do have desktops and access points whereby you can still use the digital platform at their office using those platforms. So that is something that has been I think a lot of countries are trying to do. But I think Joseph is raising a very significant question that goes beyond just rolling out in use cases when it comes to DPI. The question is, the access to internet is still a prominent challenge when it comes to a lot of African countries, and I think other countries. I mean,
particularly
infrastructure. How do we?
Sorry, you just broke up there, and I think that illustrates this point a little bit in terms of access.
Answer.
Yeah, and sorry, we've only got a little bit of time left. Thank you, Desire. Just one final question before we continue, which is, we've heard so much about this idea of like eGov and all of that kind of thing leading up to this. Now it's like the DPI approach. Just very quickly, are there any differences? Are we talking about the same thing? Is the DPI approach, particularly using DPGs, is this a fundamental new way of thinking?
I mean, look, I hate to use a Shakespearean phrase, a rose by any other name. Really don't care as long as it is open, modular, interoperable. And to me, I think we are trying to call the same thing by different names. And I'm not gonna sort of stick my hat on a particular name. We've got to achieve the same thing, no matter where in the world we are, no matter what we call it. And I think that if we stop, as Henri says, saying my solution is best, and try and find a way to say, look, these are all solutions that have the same common ideas. Let's find a way to make them work, because countries have built entire infrastructures on a particular solution. It's no point saying that that is a bad solution. You've got to find a way to make that work with whatever you've got, because we are now moving to a multi-stakeholder world where these systems have to work with each other. I do want to use UPI in Brazil the same way PIX is being used in Portugal, but I can't. I want to use UPI here in Norway, but I can't. We've got to now sort of stop worrying about which it is, as long as we can make them interoperable. Will be my thing. I just want to pick up on that last question, which was around the need for the internet. I don't want to ignore the statement that there is a large population that has been denied access to some of these miracles because they don't have the internet. But at the same time, I don't want that to be a reason for us to stop building DPIs until the whole world is connected, because we can't do that either. We have to push this out. I realized to my horror that there are parts of Canada that don't have 24/7 electricity. Now, electricity is a 100-year-old technology. And if we wait for every last person on the planet to be connected, whether Elon Musk does it from space or we do it on the ground, it's too late. What we have to do is to ensure that access to DPIs is not denied because of a lack of connectivity. And there are many ways to do that. We can build offline solutions. All we're saying is that this is a digital public infrastructure. We're not saying it's an internet-driven digital public infrastructure, though that's how it's delivered in a lot of places. We're saying lean into the power of digital. And then the way you access digital could be using the internet, it could be using QR codes. You can do what we call phygital, half physical, half digital. You can do online, offline, many, many solutions. When India rolled out Aadhaar, we did not have internet in the entire country that we were reaching. Many people went out, enrolled people offline, came back to wherever they've got connectivity and uploaded it into the server. We still do that in a lot of different technologies. Africa should do it. There are parts of the world, even in the developed world, where you don't have wonderful connectivity. That does not mean you stop building our DPI, because we're not saying it is internet-driven. We're saying lean into digital.
On that note, I think we need to wrap it up. So thank you especially to our speakers, Desire, Rahul, Henri and Renata, for your insights here. What we're hearing is that despite these kind of like nuanced regional approaches, the things that really count are openness, interoperability, this ability to work together, build out your local vendor ecosystems, capacity development, all of those kind of things are important, and the importance of political will. Essentially, we have a shared ambition for this inclusive and interoperable DPI. Digital public goods are kind of coming through as a way to ensure that that is able to happen. And one of the things that came up in the Mentimeter was this idea of open source policies. I'm just going to plug a survey here that the Digital Public Goods Alliance, 24 members of the Alliance have put together this open source policies and practices survey. We would love everybody, as many people as possible, to be doing this. We're aiming to collect, even if you don't necessarily have an open source first policy, it's really useful to have your insights in this, and the learnings from that are going to enable other countries to learn from one another, organizations to learn from one another, and able to implement digital public goods. So I'll also just mention here, we will be having some actionable recommendations coming out of this policy for strengthening things like local capacity and agency in addition to the survey. We encourage you to continue to engage on...
Do we have to make your survey on a Google Doc? Really? Really?
I was hoping that wouldn't come up. Next time. And our rapporteur, Max, he's going to be synthesizing the key takeaways from this session. And we'll upload that to the IGF session page. Thanks for calling us out, Henri. And thank you again. We look forward to continuing this important work together. And wow, we ended slightly early. Thank you again so much.
Yes?
Workshop 2. 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 Workshop 2.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's great to see so many of you here. We are here, this is a workshop on the WSIS Plus 20 open consultation session with the co-facilitators. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. A little bit of context. We are here, of course, to this year is the World Summit on Information Society 20-year review, and we are already deep into the process and we are very lucky to have with us the co-facilitators that have been assigned in order to make sure that we see the end of this process. This is the 20th iteration of the Internet Governance Forum, which of course is one of the outcomes of the World Summit of the Information Society. I will not be taking more time because the idea of today's session is to hear from the co-facilitators and from you to have to ask any questions that you may have. I would just like very quickly to present to my right we have Her Excellency, Ms. Suela Yanina, the permanent representative of the Republic of Albania, and to my left, His Excellency, Mr. Ekitela Lokale, the permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations. And with that, I will turn to you, Ambassador, for your opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Konstantinos. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a honor and a pleasure at the same time to be today together with my colleague, His Excellency Ambassador Ekitela Lokale of Kenya, and to be together with you to exchange some views on the consultation process that we have been tasked to follow on the WSIS Plus 20 process. Today's meeting marks a crucial step in our journey towards a comprehensive review of the implementation of the World Summit on the Information Society as we commemorate 20 years since its conclusion. This review process, which will culminate in a high-level meeting on the General Assembly in December this year, provides an important opportunity to assess our collective progress since the original Geneva and Tunis phase of WSIS, and also at the same time to shape a forward-looking vision for the digital age. These consultations today are intended to serve two core purposes. First, to hear your expectations regarding the scope and priorities of the WSIS Plus 20 outcome document, and second, to gather inputs from the WSIS Plus 20 elements paper, which was published last week on 20th of June, and it's available at the UNDESA website. Now, please allow me to introduce some of the elements of the preparatory process that will follow. First, we had some round of consultations with member states and with stakeholders. Further on, we had some more dialogues at forums, including UNESCO, which took place in May, and also we are present all this week at the IGF, and will be also present at the ITU WSIS Plus 20 forum that will take place the week after this one. The elements paper, as I mentioned, was published on 20th of June, and a summary of this elements paper will be shared soon by my colleague, Ambassador Lokale. The zero draft that we intend to produce, we hopefully will have it available in August, mid-August, after we hear and we have contributions, written contribution, but also hearing from you during this week and the week of Geneva. And after that, we expect some rounds of consultations to take place. Some of them will take place virtually to allow a big number or more number of people and contributors to have their say in the outcome zero draft document that we are going to produce. But at the same time, we'll have rounds of consultations with member states in New York as well. So let me emphasize also that this review process is firmly grounded on the General Assembly Resolution 79/277, which reaffirms the multi-stakeholder model encompassing member states, civil society, private sector, and technical community. And we are very grateful and really we thank the IGF for providing this valuable platform to gather additional perspectives and contribution to the elements paper. This review is not merely an exercise in documentation, but mostly a moment to affirm our shared commitment to a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society, while also tackling today's pressing challenges such as artificial intelligence, data governance, digital inclusion, and capacity building. Bridging the digital divide, whether in terms of connectivity, capability, or participation, is also a central pillar of our work. The WSIS vision will not only be fully realized when all countries and all communities within them enjoy equal access to the opportunities of digital transformation. So this is not only a question of infrastructure, but one of voice, agency, and equity in shaping the governance of our shared digital future. As co-facilitators, we have actively engaged in consultations with stakeholders and will continue to do so. And we are looking forward to continuing this dialogue in WISIS Plus 20 Forum in Geneva. So, dear participants and ladies and gentlemen, allow me again to emphasize the importance that we give to this process and the fact that the WISIS process belongs to all of us. None of us has ownership on it only. So that's why we need to work together and to foster space in collaboration, the space which is transparent and ambitious at the same time, which builds on past commitments, but also is responsive to today's evolving digital landscape. So with that first presentation, I would like to hand over to my colleague, and we're really very pleased to have this opportunity to exchange with you, and I hope that the interactive dialogue that we could have later on will be very meaningful and essential for our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Janina. Before I turn to Ambassador Locale, for purely logistic purposes, if you have questions, you will need to go to the left, to the microphone and start lining up for your questions. Ambassador Locale, please.
Thank you, Konstantinos, and thank you, my colleague, Ambassador Janina. Let me join my colleague in thanking you and telling you how grateful we are to be here to join you at this IGF. I know most of you have already gone through the elements paper. We note that this is a very engaged community. But before I go through some highlights of the elements paper, allow me to make some 3 quick points. First, we are mindful that the WISIS Plus 20 review is happening at a time of heightened or considerable geopolitical activity. Just like in many other processes that are happening at the moment, you find that developments in the geopolitical environment are bound, to have some form of impact on this current process. So we are quite mindful of that. The second is that we are undertaking this process against the immediate backdrop of similar or related processes that have to do with digital governance. Last year, for example, we had the Pact for the Future that was adopted by member states, which also has the Global Digital Compact as part of it. So in this process, we have the choice of either acknowledging that those related processes have happened, or to conduct the WISIS Plus 20 review oblivious of those. So sometimes, again, as co-facilitators, we find ourselves in a situation where we have to acknowledge the existence of those processes. Third general point that I would like to make is that it's not the intention of this elements paper to resurrect old controversies. We know that WISIS is one of those processes that has gone on for 20 years now. We intend to build upon the progress that has been made without any attempt to resurrect or relitigate controversies that have been undertaken in the past. That said, let me observe that in producing this elements paper, we adopted a measured approach. Measured in the sense that we tried, one, to acknowledge what has been achieved, the progress that has been made since the WISIS Plus 10. Second, to appreciate the processes that have, or developments within the digital space, which have taken place. For instance, the AI wasn't a big deal 10 years ago, but now you can't have any conversation on the digital space without making reference, or at least acknowledging the AI revolution, if you can call it that. So I know, as I said, that you've gone through this, but I'll highlight some of what we consider to be important or key points of the elements paper. First, the elements paper offers a structured and forward-looking synthesis drawing from the 20-year review by the CSTD the UN Secretary General's annual reports, and the broad UN system contributions. It recognizes the WSIS Plus 20 review as a key input into the 2030 review of the Agenda for Sustainable Development. I must announce that this paper is not a final text, neither is it a zero draft, but an invitation for all of us, all stakeholders, to shape the next phase of the information society. We therefore urge broad engagement, especially for the places where feedback is explicitly invited. We have a section on information and communication technologies, ICTs for development, and we note that ICTs have expanded dramatically, and yet digital inequalities persist, especially for the 1/3 of the global population that remains offline. So more inputs to solve this persistent digital access, affordability, and capacity gaps are welcome. ICTs are also critical to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and enabling resilient societies. On digital economy, the digital economy is now a vital engine of development, of global development, but the benefits of the digital economy are uneven across nations, but also within countries and societies. So I would be interested to hear from you how some of the structural gaps that exist can be closed, the structural gaps within the digital economy, and what models would support, for example, the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and ensure that the digital opportunity is inclusive. Third, on social and cultural development, the barriers that remain in digital access to education, identity systems, and community infrastructure. We would be keen to hear, among other things, how we can advance inclusive digital service delivery and safeguard privacy and equity in national digital strategies. On environmental impacts, we note that ICTs are both a solution, but also part of the problem regarding sustainability of the environment. They offer solutions on climate action and so on, but also need a lot of energy, to be able, for example, to run data centers. So there's a footprint there on the environment. So we would welcome a discussion on how we can reduce the ICT's environmental footprint through circular economy principles, better recycling, and sustainability standards. On bridging digital divides and the enabling environment, a holistic approach is needed for legal coherence, innovation and rights, and human rights protection. I would welcome a discussion, for example, on what strategies would best integrate innovation, regulation, and rights. Then under the section on financial mechanisms, we note that there is increasing investment, although it is not even, and the divide again is apparent when you look at developing and developed countries. And quite a lot of countries still remain underserved. So I'd like to hear from you what mechanisms can increase equitable financing for inclusive digital infrastructure and readiness for AI. On human rights and ethical dimensions, WSIS reaffirms that human rights that are enjoyed offline must be protected online as well. Yet digital harms persist, especially for women, children, and other vulnerable groups. So we encourage you, all stakeholders, to suggest approaches that would operationalize a rights-based, safe, and inclusive digital ecosystems. Then on confidence and security in ICTs, we note that security remains essential to the implementation of the WSIS outcomes. We therefore invite proposals on how we can enhance confidence and cybersecurity capabilities in alignment with existing platforms. Internet governance, and it's appropriate that we are having this conversation here at the IGF 20th anniversary. We acknowledge the IGF as the primary multi-stakeholder forum. And we've had, for example, during consultations with different stakeholders, calls for either renewal of the mandate of the IGF or a strengthening of that mandate, or even in some cases, calls to make it a permanent institution that's able to access financing from regular resources of the United Nations. So we would be keen to hear your inputs on whether, I don't know whether is the question here, because there seems to be unanimity that its mandate, needs to be safeguarded one way or the other. But we'd be keen to hear whether the mandate should be renewed, strengthened, or be made permanent, and what other issues we need to address in this part. Then finally, we highlighted on data governance. These are some of the areas which are emerging. We note that data drives development, but there is a lack of capacity in most places. Proposals are being formulated in light of the CSTD working group on data governance, and stakeholders are invited to make contributions on their perspectives. On artificial intelligence, no, just before, okay, yeah. On AI, as I said at the beginning, it is reshaping digital development. Although R&D processes are concentrated in only certain geographies to the exclusion of many other parts of our globe, this poses governance challenges. Therefore, we welcome any suggestions and comments and inputs on how we can align AI governance with the Global Digital Compact and ensuring global inclusion in the benefits that AI presents. At this point, I know it's a big discussion. How, for example, we're just wondering, my co-facilitator and I, how, if at all, we need to, get engaged in the whole discussion on AI governance and data governance within the context of the WSIS Plus 20 review. We noted, for example, from informal consultations that we had, that there are varying opinions. There are those that feel, we need to have a section that addresses some of those emerging, but there are also others that, are of a different view. Capacity building, capacity gaps undermine digital equity. We therefore invite your views and reflections and proposals on how we can strengthen capacity building mechanisms and coordination. And finally, on monitoring and measurement, we note that the WSIS Plus 10 in 2015 did not establish any WSIS targets, but connectivity benchmarks have since emerged. Others have come up with benchmarks to measure, for example, connectivity. And with the growth of the volume and breadth of data that's available now, I think there might be need perhaps for us to set targets, but we leave this to you, whether or not we need to establish targets for measuring this. Input in this regard will inform the zero draft proposals on future monitoring and measurement frameworks. On follow-up and review, we would like to hear proposals on follow-up mechanisms that are essential to design an effective post-2025 WSIS Plus 20 follow-up structure. So I think I know it's difficult to summarize this that quickly, but I'm also mindful that I'm in the presence of an audience that's really engaged on these issues, and which no doubt has a deep dive into the elements paper. So we look forward to hearing your inputs and perspectives on this. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the both of you. Thank you very much for providing this context. So now I turn to all of you. If you have questions, please start lining up in the microphone to my left. There are also online participants, and I believe we also have, we can take questions from them. So please introduce yourself and then ask your question. And try to be as short as possible. We have approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for introducing and living the spirit of this whole process so well. I know it's a lot of work, and I think you convey the idea of what this is all about really well in the way you explain things. My name is Jan Lublinski. I work for DW Academy, so Deutsche Welle's international media development organization. So I care for developing of fair ecosystems and journalism as a public good. We had 4 sessions yesterday and before yesterday, which covered various aspects at this meeting. Why in our new AI media, social media world, journalism still is important and media freedom. However, I note that it's not fully recognized in the Elements paper, unlike the Global Digital Compact, where really the language on human rights as a freedom of expression is very explicit, and the independence of media is also mentioned very explicitly. Unfortunately, in the Elements paper so far, it is not yet. So I would encourage you to look into this. Of course, I would also, as you said, it's almost a given, also stress that the multi-stakeholder approach for us is equally important as a media development and digital rights community. Of course, including the human rights aspects and the digital governance of public infrastructure is something we strongly support as a media development sector. But I would like, to emphasize that, the line 9, which is a bit old language, should not be completely forgotten, but should be renewed in the light of what we had already agreed upon in New York. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you. My name is Israel Rosas. I'm with the Internet Society. We are a nonprofit organization founded in 1992. We have the common view that the internet is for everyone, and we thank you for the opportunity for having this consultation. We have the vision that our belief is that everyone must have fundamental abilities to connect, communicate, innovate, share, choose, be safe, and trust on the internet. And to achieve this, our core recommendation for the Zero Draft is to recognize that the original WSIS framework is flexible and technology neutral enough, and is uniquely suited to address both existing and emerging challenges through focused, innovative implementation. And we believe that the Zero Draft must prioritize concrete issues, for example, actions to achieve universal and meaningful connectivity by promoting community networks and IXPs, support the free flow of data while protecting privacy by reaffirming the use of tools like end-to-end encryption, measures to preserve the global interoperable nature of the internet, and to resist measures that could lead to its fragmentation, and ensure that the implementation of the Global Digital Compact complements and not duplicates the work of the WSIS action lines. Particularly, we would like to suggest tangible support for the evolution and strengthening of the IGF, and including its national, regional initiatives on internet governance. We believe that the achievements of the WSIS vision are the result of decades of multi-stakeholder collaboration in which the technical community is an integral stakeholder that should be explicitly mentioned. As such, we believe that the Zero Draft must recommit to this model and to the permissionless nature of the internet, allowing creativity and innovation to thrive within the WSIS framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. Jorge, please.
So, hello, good morning. Jorge Gancio, Swiss government. So, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this consultation. We look forward to further conversations, of course, with you. And so the first point we want to make, and this is all points are based on conversations we have been having this weekend and before, is what is missing in the Elements paper that we think should be in any case in the Zero Draft. So a first question, and you just mentioned it in the Elements paper, but it's very important, is the integration of the implementation of the Global Digital Compact into the WSIS architecture. I think there's a large agreement in the community, and we've seen that in different consultations, that the architecture we have is fit for purpose to implement almost everything or many parts of the GDC, amongst other things, by developing a joint implementation roadmap, which is a proposal from the CSTD, the Commission on Science and Technology for Development, that was adopted a couple of months ago. And also by using the content of the GDC, which updates the what we do in the United Nations systems, by complementing what we already have in the action lines. Fortunately, the action lines are, as somebody put it today, technology agnostic, so we can put a lot of emerging topics into the action lines without the need of reopening them. A second point we think is missing is the ideas floated by many different stakeholders, also by our government, of course, on institutional updates to the WSIS architecture to make it even more fit for purpose by updating the UN group on information society and including new offices and players like the OHCHR, ODET, UN Women, etc. Would be very important. And also by better interconnecting the WSIS forum with the IGF, by enhancing both the government part and the multi-stakeholder part of the CSTD itself, and by establishing a help desk that helps stakeholders to navigate the WSIS framework and the work of the United Nations on digital cooperation. And finally, of course, as we are here in the IGF, we call for a permanent, sustainable, and well-funded IGF with a stronger secretariat with different proposals. What we think we should change immediately, more or less, in the wording we've seen in the Elements paper is the language on internet governance, which is a very old language from 2003 or 2002. We should really base our discussions on language from WSIS plus 10, or even better, from Net Mondial plus 10, or other recent agreements like in the Global Digital Governance Compact. It's also very important for us to state that the IGF is not just one other issue amongst other issues. It's an instrument to discuss about all the issues, about artificial intelligence, about human rights, about connectivity. It's an instrument. It was established by WSIS as an instrument, equally as the CSTD is an instrument, as the WSIS Forum is an instrument. It's not an issue. It's really the scope of all the things we discuss is internet governance according to the working definition of 2005. And there you go from the governance of the internet over to the governance on the internet, including emerging topics like AI, which we have been discussing here at the IGF for more than 8 years. And finally, the human rights language, as we have heard from so many people, is completely not adequate to what we agreed in the Global Digital Compact. So we have to be very careful there and use the latest and best language we have. As to the process towards a good outcome document, we think that, and we welcome all the efforts you are doing in having an open, inclusive process. We welcome the informal multi-stakeholder sounding board. At the same time, it's important that they are understood just as a channel, but not the only representatives of the global multi-stakeholder community. It's important to make sure that the stakeholders are included. It's very important also for planning purposes, especially for smaller countries, also our country, to have a clear plan on when are you having the consultations, when are you having the negotiations until December, and that they are grouped as much as possible in week or multiple day slots so that we can travel from the capitals to New York to take part in the negotiations. The more people from capitals, from all stakeholder groups you have, the more ownership you will have in the result of the negotiation. And on how you do the consultations and the negotiations, we would really urge you to have joint sessions together with all stakeholders, government and stakeholders, not in silos, but together in the same room at the same time. We can be creative on how we do that, or at the minimum back to back, so that we really have the opportunity to interact with stakeholders. And of course, fully hybrid consultations so that we allow for participation from those who cannot afford to travel to New York. And it's important that, amongst other things, we have timely summaries of what is being discussed. So I'm sorry for being so long, but I was also reporting from the discussions in many other places. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. Please.
Good morning. My name is Roman Dinelio. I'm from the Internet Engineering kind of task force, and I want to first thank the co-facilitators for enabling this opportunity to receive input from the IGF community. Now, coming from the Internet Engineering Task Force, a standards development organization for Internet protocols, the inclusion of the broadest set of stakeholders on equal footing, it needs to be the foundation of Internet governance. I respectfully suggest that the Zero draft address the Internet governance section in such a way as that it's consistent with the multi-stakeholder model that's in place now and has enabled the Internet to thrive for the last several decades and enabled the global society to reap its benefits. Explicitly naming the technical community and academia as stakeholders is a critical element of what needs to be in the Zero draft. Regarding artificial intelligence, the governance of a rapidly evolving technology where we're seeing innovation almost kind of daily, sometimes fielded without the risks being considered, would significantly benefit also from the widest set of stakeholders in that governance process. So I would also respectfully recommend that the Zero draft provide explicit consideration for all stakeholders, including civil society, the technical community, and academia. Learning from the Internet governance kind of model, that the multi-governance model is really an approach that allows emerging technologies to blossom and to transform the global society. And we think that as it's done for the Internet, it could do for AI as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you. Excellencies Moderator, on behalf of the Youth IGF Germany, I would like to thank you for the openness of this process and the opportunity to contribute to the WSIS Plus 20 review. This inclusivity reflects the enduring strength of the multi-stakeholder model. The Global Digital Compact reaffirmed that Internet governance must remain global and multi-stakeholder in nature. It also highlights the essential role of the Internet Governance Forum to implement this approach. Therefore, we believe the next phase should focus on concretely strengthening and shaping the IGF's mandate, not renegotiating its existence. We propose a permanent mandate ensuring long-term trust and reliability for the here established processes. As we reflect on 2 decades of WSIS and look ahead for the next 20 years, we must acknowledge that today's youth will be the ones implementing the outcomes of this review. Youth should therefore be recognized as a key stakeholder group, ensuring that the WSIS community remains sustainable, inclusive, and future-oriented. Looking ahead, we face several pressing challenges, including the environmental impact of technology, deepening digital divides, as for example highlighted by the maps recently published on data centers worldwide by the International Energy Agency, and persistent human rights violations, as you highlighted in the Elements paper. At the same time, the long-term implications of emerging and future digital technologies remain uncertain. Our priorities should therefore include reinforcing the technology-neutral WSIS action lines and expanding national and regional IGFs as grassroots incubators for digital policy innovation. These spaces are essential for shaping a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society, as was always planned as a goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ellie.
Good morning. My name is Ellie MacDonald and I work for Global Partners Digital, civil society and human rights organisation. And we're also a member of the Global Digital Rights Coalition for WSIS. I see a few of my colleagues from the coalition in the queue behind me as well. Thank you firstly to the co-facilitators for this opportunity to provide input. We greatly appreciate it. I would like to make some brief suggestions on elements we recommend revising in the elements paper, as well as those we recommend be added. So first, briefly on those we recommend revising. We recommend clearer references to international human rights law and explicitly to the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, the ICCPR and the ICESCR, which together constitute the International Bill of Human Rights. Reaffirming these existing commitments is key to unlocking the people centricity, which is core to the WSIS. In addition, like my colleagues before me, I would recommend much clearer language on internet governance and the multi-stakeholder model that underpins it, reaffirming previously agreed language from the WSIS Plus 10 outcome document, or ideally the Net Mundial outcome document. On the elements we recommend be added, we would advise a clear reference to the integration of the GDC through the WSIS framework, reflecting the agreement reached in April at the CSTD. To achieve this, we would strongly support the recommendations made by Switzerland before us to incorporate a joint implementation roadmap to avoid duplication and ensure the efficient use of resources. Second, we would advise clear next steps to ensure a permanent and sustainable IGF within an updated WSIS architecture. The IGF is a primary multi-stakeholder forum for discussion of internet and digital policy issues. In a time of shrinking civic space, it is more important than ever, especially for underrepresented and under siege communities. Finally, I would like to thank again the co-facilitators for your openness to our input and for your acknowledgement of a 5-point plan for an inclusive WSIS Plus 20 review endorsed by over 190 organisations and experts from across stakeholder communities. Inclusion in the process is key. It includes ensuring engagement happens both through the informal multi-stakeholder sounding board and beyond it, and that dialogue takes place between different stakeholder groups, avoiding parallel processes, especially at this early stage. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ellie. Giacomo, if we can go to the remote participants, we have 2 questions. Thank you very much. I believe we have one question from Amali da Silva.
What do you mean?
Amali, can you hear us? Amali?
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to highlight the importance of dynamic coalitions. Hello, can you hear me now? Did you just start?
We can hear you. Can you please introduce yourself and then go and make your statement?
Thank you so much. Mali De Silva Mitchell. I'm the coordinator for the IGF Dynamic Coalition on Data-Driven Health Technologies. And I thank you very much for this public consultation. Just want to highlight a couple of things. The IGF Dynamic Coalitions provide a tremendous opportunity for global participation. It's free of charge, it's multicultural, it's diverse ethnically, with age, with culture, with geographic regions, and so forth. And we also host virtual conversations. And I just want to highlight the importance of this in bringing together everybody globally to build consensus, to capacity build, and so forth. And I just want to highlight that great opportunity that the Dynamic Coalitions at the Internet Governance Forum provides. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amali. And I believe we have another remote participant that would like to intervene. Am I right?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, thank you, Excellencies and colleagues. My name is Amrit Kumar, and I'll be speaking today on behalf of Dynamic Team Coalition as co-chair. My colleagues and I presented our statements during the WSIS Plus 20 virtual stakeholder consultations, which occurred about a month ago, but we wish to extend those reflections further and speak on these urgent issues that must be addressed in any serious outlook of the future of digital governance. We must recognize that the conversations that we're having today are and will continue to be shaped by my generation and by the many teens, young people, and youth that are already active in this space. However, teens like myself are too often systematically excluded in these processes. Digital governance models frequently define youth as ages 18 to 35, which leaves out the critical teen years entirely, despite the fact that teens are deeply engaged digital participants. This exclusion is not just a technical oversight, it's a structural flaw, and therefore the language matters. When teens are often being described as future stakeholders, our present contributions and lived experiences online are ignored. We're already shaping the digital world, and we have deserved to be recognized as stakeholders today. Therefore, we respectfully urge that the language of the Elements paper and forthcoming discussions explicitly reflect the fundamental role of teens, not just referred to as children, youth, or young people, but as teens, a distinct, legally and ethically recognized group, 13 to 19, whose rights are affirmed by the UNCRC and General Comment number 25 on children's rights in the digital environment. We also urge for the recognition of a clear rights-based approach to digital governance that recognize our role, our voice, and our stake in the digital future. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I believe that's it from the remote participants. Giacomo, back to you.
Thank you. I'm not of the youth IGF, as you can see. Apologies. I'm glad to see you in person after having seen you virtually already sometimes. I'm here with two hats. The first is the PNMA, that is the Policy Network for Meaningful Access co-chair. And I want to just to highlight you that we are collecting since 4 years already best practices and policies about meaningful access all across the world. We have already a repository with over 100 of cases that are valuable, that are actionable, replicable example that what can be done. And this is, I think, the best contribution that one of the best contributions that IGF can give to the process of digitalization that we want to make possible and accessible to everybody. These are things that can be bring in the future plans for the next WSIS that for me has to be permanent and has to be sustainable, as has been said by many others. Of course, we shall send the report even before, because we are supposed to deliver by November, but if you need in advance, we can provide you this list of actionable proposals and policies that already are applicable somewhere. Second hat is, as my civil society organization representative, of course, as I said, we support what has been said by the Swiss non-paper and by with the methodology of Net Mundial. We want to have a permanent sustainable IGF. And I want just to stress something that is important, that the IGF is the only place across all the fora that we have about digital transition where all stakeholders are on equal footing. So it's the only place where through the NRIs, through the dynamic coalitions, through the policy networks, you can see how a policy that could be decided at the global level can impact and which could be the reaction of the communities to which it's addressed. The problem we have to solve are not problems that can be solved by one community only, by the government only, by the industry only, but need to be fruit of common efforts. So the future IGF has to be a relevant actor in the GDC implementation. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giacomo. So we have 27 minutes and we have a long line. So I will also ask you to just try to be brief. Jordan.
Thank you, Constantinos Excellencies. Thank you for organizing this consultation. My name is Jordan Carter. I work for the .au domain administration, which runs the .au internet domain. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Technical Community Coalition for Multi-Stakeholderism, which is a group of about 40 organizations from all around the world who are part of delivering the infrastructure that makes the internet work. A lot has been said already. I welcome the ambassador's comments around not seeking to reopen old controversies in the course of this work. I think the internet governance language, as others have said, could be usefully updated to reflect the fact that internet governance is multi-stakeholder these days, as per the language in the GDC last year. We want to see the technical community of people who make the internet available and reliable as a key contributor to achieving the SDGs and the ambitions of the WSIS framework being recognized in all of the internet governance institutions. We would call on the IGF getting a permanent mandate and sustainable funding so that people can really plan and invest for the long term in making it the best form it can be and in increasing its impact in the various digital policy and digital governance processes that are coming up. And we join also the calls for the GDC to be implemented through the WSIS framework. It is already difficult enough for many organizations to engage in internet governance and digital governance more broadly. It's best not to proliferate new forums that are covering the same topics where it can be avoided. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jordan. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, bonjour. Thank you so much, Excellency, for this opportunity. So my name is Abdeljalil Bacharbon. I'm coming from Chad. So I'm the president of organization called House of Africa and also representing national IGF Chad. So thank you. It's first time that we see you face to face, but I was there for your online consultation. And thank you for being open for this open of consultation to listen to the community. So we thank you for this opportunity. So for us, we need clear governance framework without duplication. We don't need duplication because we have a lot of uses in the world. So we don't need duplication and inside the digital world. And we agree also with Switzerland for name change. Also, I think it's a good idea for internal governance to digital internals. Yeah, I think that will be very broad. And also, ensure the sustainable funding for the IGF is very important. Renew mandate is very important. Supporting IGF, NRIs is very important because without NRIs, there's no global IGF. I think that it will be very important to have this and to have the permanent mandate. We agree on that also, and to have a strong secretariat because secretariat doing very well. So we need to support them. We need to have a strong secretariat. Also, we need to know the roles of civil society and the young youth implication. Without young youth, without civil society, we cannot have IGF also. So diverse voices is very key, very important to renew the mandate. And to consider everyone. It's not the close meeting, close decision, but we need to be open. We know that everyone cannot be in New York, but our suggestion, as Swiss says, that to have a remote hub, why not to use the UN national coordinator to use as a hub to gather all the people to listen to them. I think that's very important. And I need to step here before time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Please.
Your Excellencies, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jaqueline Pigato, and I speak on behalf of Data Privacy Brazil, a Brazilian NGO that is part of global alliances, such as the Global South Alliance, the Global Digital Justice Forum, and the Global Digital Rights Coalition for WSIS. I would like to bring 2 points for consideration in the WSIS review, which are also shared by partner organizations within these alliances. The first point concerns the need to strengthen multi-stakeholder language in contrast to what we currently see in the Elements paper. Internet governance and the broader WSIS process have historically been multi-stakeholder. Governance at the top or content level involves legitimate state concerns, but the way that governance is implemented affects other levels and consequently other stakeholders and global cooperation as a whole. State concerns rely on other stakeholders to function in a way that benefits everyone, especially the people at the center, as was originally the WSIS vision. When we talk about multi-stakeholderism, we are talking about meaningful participation and increasing interaction among influential stakeholders and decision makers, as we are doing right now. We need effective dialogues between these actors, and for that, the guidelines agreed upon last year at Net Mundial +10 serve as a foundation for the path forward. My second point is about strengthening national and regional IGFs within the WSIS architecture. We believe not only in the continuity of the IGF, but in the necessity of a feedback loop between the global debate and local realities. These local spaces can also serve as bridges between governmental representatives and the implementation of global governance actions in national contexts, and vice versa. The WSIS outcome document should recognize this already existing networked and multi-stakeholder governance, encouraging better communication among stakeholders, especially newcomers and policymakers. That way, we can be more effective in implementing concrete actions aligned with the realities and diversity of the populations affected by digital life in all its dimensions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi. Oh, my goodness. Sorry. That's okay. Can we? Here you go. Hi, you go. That's always the... I'm holding many things. Thanks so much. It's always the problem with different people of different heights. Hi, I'm speaking for women at the table, but also the gender in the Global Digital Compact Coalition, which includes APC, Policy, Derechos Digitales, UN Women, UNFPA, Equality Now, and many other colleagues. And we'd like to actually think about the idea of how do we do a human rights-based approach which you had asked, how do we integrate it? And we think that this will help address both the digital divide, help integrate environmental issues, deal with the digital economy issues by taking this human rights-based approach that's impact-based, community-based, and also gender-based. We speak also for the joint roadmap in the Global Digital Compact. So we'd like to propose a standalone gender action line which would actually help deal with a lot of these issues and bring us forward. We know the Global Digital Compact has a standalone paragraph. We know that the SDGs have a standalone SDG number 5 on gender. And we believe that this will help bring this technology agnostic, but also very, very gender neutral series of convenings to something that's really gender transformative and help finally bring us forward to the way that we want to go and bring women, but also all people and all their intersectionality who've been left out of decision making. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anna, please.
Good morning. Well, I will take only a few minutes because we don't have so much time. So I'm from Portugal. I'm Ana Neves, and I'm following all these processes for a long time on behalf of Portugal. And I would like to take this opportunity not to say what the Portuguese position is, but to highlight what I really think it's important in all this discussion. So there was a question that was, which was how structural gaps in digital economy can be surpassed. So to answer this question, well, only a few elements for this very broad question. It will be very important to emphasize the role of the national and regional initiatives. In this way, I think that we structurally will be helping lots of regions, lots of countries. So I think this is one of the main streams of the IGF. You can perceive IGF, you can see what has been achieved so far, 20 years. So lots of work, lots of years working a lot. So this cannot only be perceived as a small forum. This is the forum of the internet governance. And the internet governance, it's not what is mentioned in the Global Digital Compact. During that negotiation, as far as I remember, internet governance was said, so let's this discussion to be discussed in next year. So we are in next year, and internet governance, it's not about only the technical community, of course. It's about what is off in the internet and on in internet, as Bertrand de la Chapelle normally says for long years, so many years. So it's much more, and I think that you are aware of that. On digital infrastructure, please count on ITU. On AI, count more on UNESCO. We need a more clear understanding of the institutional framework of the UN. And otherwise, it's a mess. So, and we really need to know where our human resources can be allocated and rightly allocated. Finally, I would like to mention the need for an update of the mandate of the CSTD. It is very important, but it's not delivering properly. And we have to involve the other stakeholders, etc. And I think that there is a lot of information how it could be updated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please come in. So we have literally 15 minutes and 10 of you, and I would also like to give a couple of minutes to the co-facilitators to respond. So please be brief. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I'm Lucia Camacho on behalf of Derechos Digitales, a Latin American NGO with expertise on these issues. We would like to draw the attention on 3 critical points. The first one, it's about human rights. The section dedicated to it, although it is acknowledging that human rights are central to the WSIS vision, the suggested narrative only diverges from the vision expressed on the past revision or review of WSIS, but it also worsens the position of human rights in this process by giving way to a punitive approach rather than those of protection, guarantee, and respect of human rights as it will be expected in this process. We need to advance to a gender perspective and people-centered view that contextualize this WSIS core vision to this process. The second point concerns the need to articulate the GDC and the WSIS. We know that this is only mentioned in the AI section and needs to be explicitly mentioned in all this the content of this document. We would like to suggest bringing this perspective. For example, we are aware that the development within the GDC framework of an entire technical platform, as well as a framework with indicators that track national public policies in digital matters and their connection to the GDC goals and the SDGs. We suggest enhancing that process so that it serves as a monitoring platform to the action lines, for example, and the agreements reached in this review. And the third point concerns the apparent need to not to backtrack, but rather to advance in the visions that affirm the relevance of multi-stakeholderism. We have learned in these 20 years many lessons. We strongly advise to strengthen and renew the IGF mandate, to strengthen as well the outputs that such model can produce, and to monitor its implementation and results. It is still early in this phase to suggest how such integration might look like, but we believe the elements paper should point toward that vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
Your Excellencies. Your Excellencies, Chair, thank you very much for convening this open consultation this morning. My name is Neil Wilson, and I come from the United Kingdom Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. The UK welcomes the publication of this elements paper. We feel the headings generally provide a reasonable overview of the issues, recognising the progress made and the urgent need to connect the final third of the population that are still offline. We particularly welcome the emphasis on sustainable development, environmental impacts, bridging digital divides, an enabling environment, human rights, and capacity building. More generally, however, we are concerned by some areas of the paper appearing potentially backward-looking, not reflecting the agreements reached just last year in the GDC particularly on internet governance, data, and AI. On internet governance, we were surprised this section does not yet recognize agreements in the GDC that internet governance must continue to be global and multi-stakeholder in nature. Similarly, we were disappointed that the paper does not yet recognize the many calls for an extended or permanent mandate for the IGF, or recognize the role of local and regional IGFs, which play such an important role in promoting inclusion. The UK is among those calling for a permanent mandate. On data governance, we do not believe this should have its own section. This was dealt with in the GDC, and we should allow the CSTD working group on data governance to complete its work. Similarly, on building confidence and security in the use of ICTs, this section, we feel, should say more about promoting cyber resilience as part of the WIS's development agenda. Cybercrime and state behaviour, as acknowledged, are addressed through the UN in other processes, which the WIS's review should not duplicate. And lastly, we note that member states at the CSTD recognise the importance of integrating the initiatives of the GDC into the WIS's process. We fully support that and hope that the Zero Draft will reflect this agreement. Thank you, Your Excellencies. We look forward to continuing this multi-stakeholder dialogue.
Thank you. Please.
Good morning.
This help.
Good morning. My name is Nandini, and I speak on behalf of the Global Digital Justice Forum, a network of networks. And our recommendations come from endorsements from over 100 organizations for our call to action at the WSIS Plus 20 milestone. We thank you for inviting our feedback to the Elements paper and have a few suggestions. First, there needs to be clarity on the manner in which the rule of law mentioned in the introduction needs to be actually operationalized, considering that international laws and norms across several traditional areas, from trade, intellectual property, health and food systems data, and taxation, competition, and climate, for instance, are currently not updated for the digital context, and this anachronism is being exploited opportunistically by big powers. System-wide change is a precondition for digital justice, and this must be acknowledged. Secondly, global fiscal justice for all countries must be seen as integral to digital justice, and this is necessary to mobilize the necessary finances legitimately and in accordance with well-established norms for economic governance. Suggestions such as the digital development tax, whereby companies that have benefited for decades from a free and open internet must contribute to connectivity of the people who are still offline and to a safer digital world, and taking action to tackle tax evasion, including through a UN tax convention that is comprehensive and inclusive with no carve-outs for the digital economy, international trade, digital trade regime that respects the fiscal sovereignty for all countries, and ending regressive social media taxes and replacing these revenues through collection of legitimate taxes from transnational corporations. These mechanisms must be discussed in the Elements paper. On human rights, it's important to broaden the ambit beyond user rights to put human rights and human dignity at the forefront of accountability in cross-border value chains. On data and AI, it's important to recognize that meaningful and affordable access in the AI context includes the pursuit of self-determination, and this means data flows require more than trust. They need to be based on rights, including the right to development. And finally, on monitoring and measurement, we call for appropriate metrics to assess progress on WSIS and GDC that includes aspects of social and economic justice, including equity and diversity. We call for systematic national reviews of progress on an annual basis for public accountability with greater coordination between the WSIS Forum and the IGF. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, please be brief.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Oh. Thank you so much. Excellencies, colleagues, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Anna Oosterlink, and I speak on behalf of Article 19, a local to global human rights organization focusing on free speech and related rights. First of all, I would like to really thank you for organizing this session, because it's amazing for us to all be here together with all the stakeholders, whether they're technical community, their member states, their civil society, their academia, private sector. This is amazing, and we would love to see this going forward. A lot has been said, so I'm going to keep it very brief. I just want to pick up on 3 key points looking forward to the Zero Draft of the outcome document. First and foremost, we really need to anchor the zero draft in universal human rights and explicitly bolster the role of the OHCHR within the WSIS process. The zero draft should explicitly reaffirm all fundamental freedoms, including freedom of expression, freedom of association, assembly, rights to privacy and data protection, and rights to equality and non-discrimination, with gender equality at its absolute core, which has been raised by colleagues. We really need to think about how the zero draft can promote human rights respecting regulation and how it can safeguard against human rights abuses such as surveillance, internet shutdowns and internet restrictions, online censorship, and attacks on independent media and journalists, as also mentioned before. One thing I'd like to pick up on from the GDC is that we need to ensure technology private sector actors effectively implement the responsibilities as per the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. Also, we would like to see support for small community and non-profit operators to offer complementary connectivity for rural and remote communities. Now, my second point, I can be brief because multi-stakeholder governance has been mentioned by many. I would just like to highlight one aspect of it, and that is, please, the zero draft, if it could reference the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines, that would be amazing. In terms of the integration of WSIS and GDC, we support the proposal made by Switzerland. And then my final point is on inclusion. Inclusion is absolutely key. It's the heart of the WSIS project. At the moment, the Elements paper is missing a whole number of groups, and some of them have already spoken and highlighted this. But we really need to integrate all underrepresented regions, all underrepresented groups and communities, including under siege civil society activists and journalists, to ensure more equitable, accessible, responsive, transparent, accountable, and context-aware governance frameworks. Thank you so much.
Thanks. So I keep sending people away. The line is closed. So please, literally, because we have 4 minutes and we also have an online participant.
Thank you so much. My name is Amrita, and first of all, thank you to the co-facilitators for arranging this session and also thinking about the sounding box. On behalf of the Asia Pacific Regional IGF, we would request more, if there could be more consultations at the regional level, and we would like to welcome you to our APR IGF, which would be in Nepal in September. In case you can come, that would be great, or join online to hear the APAC community and what they have to say on that. We would also, obviously we would want the IGF to have a permanent mandate strengthened in all facilities. We would also want, we have the policy network on AI at the IGF, which is doing a lot of AI work. How can we have more synergies in it? I will keep it brief because there are others. Thank you so much. We will be submitting our submissions, but we look for more engagement.
Thank you so much. Please.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Chung. I thank you, of course, for this opportunity to speak with the co-facilitators. I'm going to be brief as well. I do want to echo previous speakers' call for the recognition of the technical community, especially in the paragraphs that talk about internet governance, paragraphs which is 57 to 64. There is a particularly jarring transition between 59 and 60 because we need to be sure we're not inadvertently unlinking the important policy shaping, convening, and agenda setting values and power of the IGF to the actual governance of and governance on the internet. Colleagues have mentioned also the lack of the mention of the NRIs, the national, regional, sub-regional, and youth initiatives. I think this is an omission. I know this is not the final text, but please do have this in the zero text. One aspect I want to call out is the mention of the multilingual internet. This is actually a very good thing in paragraph 33 because English is not the language spoken in my home region, Asia Pacific, and the fact that we need a multilingual internet, internationalized domain names, and email address internationalization is extremely important. And finally, thank you again for having an APAC-friendly session in the consultation that you had previously. We hope you have this going forward, and I also reiterate the invitation by Amrita to come to the APAC IGF. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for organizing these consultations. My name is Boyana. I'm here representing Global Forum for Media Development. We are also members with other colleagues of a Global Digital Rights Coalition. I'll be very brief, Konstantinos. 3 points. First one, in the nature of our multi-stakeholder engagement so far, we would like to see this engagement activity reflected in the outcome document to a permanent IGF position that is integrated in the broader VISIS architecture. This also means that in the process of consultations and getting there, we would like to see more multi-directional and two communication joint consultations where we can actually exchange views in a more formal and informal settings. Second, we believe that building on this, we also believe that certain communities, and especially those that we are representing here, media and journalists, are not having enough space. So special consultations for media and journalists, and GFMD is here to help you convene these consultations. And thirdly, and regarding to the element paper, as many of my colleagues here mentioned, strengthening human rights language is essential, making sure that actually refers to international human rights treaties that are essential for protection of freedom of expression. And finally, we believe that for the context of the media, it is very important to preserve and strengthen Action Line 9 that I actually provide and kind of keep the successes and achievement that were already established under the GDC. Thank you so much. You see, I could do it.
Eleni.
Thank you very much, hello, Your Excellencies, and thank you, Konstantinos. My name is Eleni Hickok, and I am part of the Global Network Initiative. We are a multi-stakeholder initiative bringing together companies, civil society, investors, and academians across jurisdictions. And I will be very brief because we do not have very much time. We are members of the Global Digital Rights Coalition for WSIS, and we echo the points made by our colleague. And I would just add that in the Zero draft, it would be wonderful to see affirmation of the private sector respecting the UNGPs. And lastly, I would just say that thank you for this opportunity to engage and participate, but it would be great to see further information about how inputs are being used, both verbal and written inputs, as the consultations proceed.
Thank you. So literally 1 second, and because we are told that we need to wrap it up.
Yep. Thank you, Excellencies. My name is Annalise Williams. I'm from the Organising Committee of Australia's National IGF. We appreciate the work that's gone into the Elements paper and this opportunity to speak to you today. As others have noted, there is more recent language on internet governance, including in the GDC last year. We'd like to see the text updated to better reflect that. We'd like to see recognition of all stakeholder groups, such as the technical community. And NRIs play a crucial role, and we'd like to see that reflected as well. We'd like a permanent mandate for the IGF and recognition that it's an instrument for dealing with issues. It's not itself an issue. And we would also appreciate a clear timeline for consultations as soon as possible and ensure that consultations are hybrid to allow participation from all parts of the world and stakeholders who aren't resourced to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Annalise, and sorry, Dia, really.
20 seconds?
10.
Okay. All right, let's do this. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Sabhan Rashid Dia, and I am speaking on behalf of Tech Global Institute, which is focused on global South digital rights organizations. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues before me from the Global Digital Rights Coalition, the Global South Alliance, and the South Asians for Digital Rights. We welcome the Elements paper, but we have a couple of key points, which is important for Global South stakeholders specifically. One, the permanent mandate of the IGF with sustainable funding, particularly and explicitly calling out the participation of Global South communities in the multi-stakeholder process, grounded in net mundial principles. Second, we call on human rights to be grounded in the UDHR and ensuring that there is no punitive languages and the fragmentation of rule of law is not present. And then lastly, the GDC implementation should be carried within the well-established framework of the WSIS architecture so that global South communities are not forced to participate in competing processes, which strains on existing resources. Thank you.
Thanks. Very quickly, we need to go to the remote, but literally 30 seconds, because I would like to give 30 seconds also to the ambassadors to just really say the last words. Please, go ahead.
Thank you for giving me a floor. Let me share my input short to the point. I would like to ask, this is Pio Nguyen from the Myanmar UIGF and South Asia UIGF and part of the UIGF, Internet Governance Forum Network. And it has been provided like the essential space for the young people to have to learn and contribute meaningfully to the internet governance discussion. And so we would like to ask that to be include the youth voices as a part of the IGF mandate officially, and even to be the inclusive governance, internet governance framework demonstrated by the IGF model for building a truly equitable, sustainable, human-centric information society that bring more voices from the vulnerable community to the forefront, to be included on the included our input in the upcoming version. And
Sorry.
also, sorry.
You need to wrap up because we are told that we need to leave. So please.
Okay, so yeah, the last part is we would like to mention that everyone is responsible for our future. So every generation need to be take accountabilities and responsibility with action while making sure that youth voices are heard and listened. Thank you.
Thank you. So literally one word, if you just can, and we wrap it up. I'm sorry. Please.
First of all, great thank you to everyone and each of you for these contributions. These are really very meaningful, but also encouraging. Just want to mention that the Elements paper was and is only the starting point. We have a whole process in front of us, and I want to emphasize the fact that this kind of engagement is very much inspiring, and we'll continue with consultations. Please send your contributions in written. The deadline is by 15th of July. We may extend if we see that there is greater interest on this process, but at the same time, we'll also reflect on your request to have joint consultations. So by the end of July, we may organize another joint consultation with member states and other stakeholders when you can have the possibility to express your views again. But we will be also announcing the future steps in the website of UNDESA. Please follow us. Any kind of opportunity that you have that we can be present in your regional consultation, let us know. We are just on the way to try to reassure you that the process will be open, transparent and inclusive. So please be engaged, and we really appreciate your efforts and the spirit, lively spirit that we are seeing here at IGF.
Ambassador, one last word.
Mine is to thank you for the open manner in which you've engaged. We intend to run a transparent and inclusive process where we'll try as much as possible to take your inputs in. Where we are not able to do that, we will let you know the difficulty. As you know, we are consulting many stakeholders, but please give us your comments on this orally and also in writing. I thank you.
Thank you all, and sorry for those who haven't spoken, and apologies to you.
And thank you to you, Konstantinos, for moderating.
Thank you.
Workshop 2. 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 2. Workshop 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 2. Workshop.
I guess we are live now. Welcome to this session, leveraging the internet in environment and health resilience. And I would like to also welcome Amali, who will be co-moderating. She should be online here. Do we see her?
She's online.
Okay, here. Amali has founded the Dynamic Coalition on Data-Driven Health Technologies, and we are proud to be able to moderate this session at the IGF in Norway. And so be with us. We should now be able to see the next slide. Yes. So this is our agenda. And Amali, maybe you would like to introduce the agenda?
Thank you, Jon.
I will actually pass the online moderation to Joao, Dr. Joao Gomez, very quickly, but I just want to make a couple of points before this session starts. And I want everybody to think globally and integrated. And when you're making policy decisions, please think as an integrated policy making opportunity for, and especially governance frameworks and so forth. Just want to make this very simple point. The WHO has mandated that the health matters are integral part of climate change issues. And we need to look at that from the perspective of the whole community. So an ecosystem of services, and this will include public safety, emergency, ambulance, hospitals, doctors, and citizens, and so forth. So I just want to make this very simple comment about this importance of integrating our services and how we have a tremendous opportunity with ICTs to help in this enabling of this very important situation of the climate and how humans, plants, animals are going to survive for the future. I'm going to just hand this over now to Joao, please. Joao, please take it from here.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you. I hope you can hear me well in the room. Thank you for the quick introduction and also a good welcome to Lillestrøm. I'm not able to be in person with you, but hopefully I can support online as well with the speakers that we're going to have online. I'll just make a brief note about the agenda. So as you can see, projected at the moment as well, we will start with some keynote introductions. We have several speakers that will join us that are not all part of the Dynamic Coalition on Data-Driven Health Technologies. So we have a diverse background of people joining us. Then we will have mostly the participants of this Dynamic Coalition sharing their thoughts on this topic on a lightning round. So we will have shorter times for each one assigned. We are also mindful of the time, and we will have everyone speaking, sharing their thoughts on that. And then I will bridge into a discussion section where the room will be open for comments, questions, or ideas from anyone, either online, which I will take care of and collect and then share to the room, or in the room itself. And Jorn will bridge the questions to the speakers and make sure that the comments have a good grounding and a good place for them to be shared. And without further notice, I will pass now the word back to the room to Jorn so that we can proceed with the agenda.
Thank you, Joao. I would like to take a quick look at our topic at resilience, vulnerability, and control in the context of leveraging the internet in environment and health resilience. Of course, we have seen that connectivity boosts resilience in the IGF. During COVID, we have seen that the internet gave us a possibility to continue lots of activities, including healthcare, telemedicine, from remote diagnostics to robot-assisted surgery. The internet kept services running when COVID hit, when natural disasters occur, when we have pandemics or political unrest, and that block physical access. But of course, the total dependence on the network also makes outages instantly disruptive for clinical decisions, supply chains, and payment systems. It also makes hospitals vulnerable to cyber attacks, as we all know. When we go a step further with large-scale health data collection, it's also a double-edged sword, meaning that population-wide datasets can strengthen surveillance, early warning, and resource allocation concerning diseases, yet the same data can establish new inequities or hardwire old ones. Visible, for instance, in the persistent funding skew towards breast cancer research over prostate cancer studies. And just one example I would like to point out in the next slide. And when it comes to AI, this double-edged sword will even further sharpened. AI can either propose optimal care or be used by governments or industry to triage healthcare according to opaque criteria, quietly determining who receives high-cost therapies and who is excluded. So the internet, data, and AI can strengthen healthcare resilience and resilience to environmental and challenges, but they also introduce not only additional technical vulnerabilities, but more worrying still, a hard to detect potential for government abuse. So let's take a look at some statistics. Here we see that the incidence of breast cancer and prostate cancer is about the same. The mortality is also about the same, but the funding is far from the same. We see the government funding is almost only half, and the philanthropic funding is even much less than half. And this is just one example. And imagine that the data and AI can be used or abused by governments to focus on specific population groups where they want to allocate more funding, and the data will make it possible to analyze exactly where such funding have an effect on the on increasing inequities. And this, of course, is a risk that we face. And these inequities will not be transparent. They will not be visible, because those decisions can be made in the dark and can be hidden behind behind decisions that seem to be neutral. So just as a short introduction where there are hidden risks, and with this I don't want to extend my time further and give back to João to moderate the next keynotes.
Thank you so much, Jordan. I will move on very quickly now to June Paris. I believe she'll be in the room with you all. She's a retired specialist nurse in primary care mental health, a former MAG member at UN and Civicus, and an active ISOC and civil society health initiatives member from Barbados. So June, if you are with us in the room, I would now give you the word.
Good evening, good afternoon to everyone in the room and everyone online. My name is June Paris. As he mentioned, I am retired, but I have been involved with IT for a number of years as a nurse. I worked in Europe and all healthcare in Europe, but I would like to say in the UK, is connected to the internet and connected to healthcare systems. So I've had those experiences working in a developed country, and then I retired to Barbados. It's wasn't the same when I got there. It's not easy for them to keep up with what is happening in the first world. My colleague has alluded to some of the problems that we would have faced, mainly economics. Catching up is difficult, and we have to rely on expertise from overseas, Europe and North America. We also have to rely on experts coming in to give advice, and we also rely a lot on funding. How far does this funding go? Okay, you know, in the Caribbean, we suffer from, I wouldn't say suffer, we have natural disasters. So we take one step forward and two steps backward most of the time. Therefore, any systems that are put in place are funded by experts and expertises, people from outside, and North Americans and Europeans. We have to keep repeating this funding and spreading the resources out to accommodate all the changes that we would want to make. As you can see, that would be very difficult with limited resources. So apart from natural disasters, there's also a climate of culture. Do we really want change? Is it easy to make changes in a culture, in an island culture, where people have the way we think in the islands is not the same as the way we think in Europe, having the experience working in Europe. Basically, we don't really think outside the box. So there's also other problems, namely the cost of the internet access to the internet, maintenance of internet systems, and basic use of the internet. We are in a developing world, and we have all these problems, you know. We have, as I mentioned before, we have the natural disasters. We have sargassum weed. Have you ever heard of sargassum? That is creating absolute problems on the island. Health as well as food shortages in terms of fishing. We had a natural disaster a few months ago where fishing boats were destroyed and they were unable to go fishing for a while. Therefore, the cost of living went up. Health problems increased, and then, you know, it all reflects back on finances and economics. Okay, we're trying, we're making changes, we're trying to improve, we're employing experts, we're receiving funding, lots of funding, but we have to put it to good use. Therefore, where does the internet come in? How can we afford to keep up to date with all the other places in the world that are way ahead of us? So I'm thinking that we need to educate. Education is very important. We need to good use of resources. We need to improve our facilities, and we need to think ahead and plan ahead by having more research on the systems, trying to understand how to deal with these systems, and to put internet use in good use, I would say. So this is, I think I'm going to wrap up now. I think I've said everything that I want to say, and my other colleagues will add to it.
Thank you so much, June. And I believe this is a great segue as well to Jason Millar, which we have online speaking as well on this topic. I will now pass on the word to him, and I believe he can follow up on your words as well. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So as June would have just mentioned, we in the Caribbean have a number of not entirely unique, but definitely very in-our-face challenges. We depend very heavily on external resources, which means that any funding agency that targets us for aid will usually make us an offer, but at the same time, that offer will come with terms and conditions or a set of constraining factors that will limit the actual potential to maybe fully address an issue in a way that is fully beneficial for us based on some of the boundaries that were put in place. We have many challenges as it relates to air quality because we get affected by things like Sahara dust, which is a fairly constant flow across the Atlantic. It's a very important and natural process, but certain aspects of these processes have been enhanced by climate change. For example, as June mentioned, the intrusion of seaweed, which continues to get worse within the Caribbean region. We also have the formation of tropical systems such as Hurricane Beryl, which did significant damage to us, even though it didn't hit us entirely directly. And as June would have mentioned, destroyed much of our fishing fleet. We also have anthropogenically caused issues within our islands, such as outputs from industrial agricultural processes. Barbados is known for production of sugar, and we have many cane fields which farmers use pesticides and herbicides on to control weeds and that sort of stuff. But because of the permeable nature of our rock, that seeps into our groundwater supply. So we have a lot of individual challenges that can combine into larger challenges. And in seeking external help, we have to depend on the boundaries that are put in place by every funding agency that offers us help. And it may not allow us to fully remediate any of the issues. We also have problems with fires. There's a culture of burning in Barbados, for example, where despite having laws to regulate the hours within which you can burn and the areas in which you can burn, vast sections of open lots and other areas where there are no physical buildings are burned yearly because that's the culture, that's the pastime. And dissemination of information is difficult in this age because of things like the rise of the influencer, as opposed to cultures moving more towards embracing information from specific state sources. The internet has been used to a point by the state. I'm using Barbados as an example, but not enough to say that all of the potential for its use has been manifested. So we could have more information about proper waste disposal sites to help with our waste issue. Dumping is a very large issue in Barbados as well. And all of these things affect the soil quality due to the permeable nature of our rock. So our groundwater systems are vast, and that is within a very small surface area. So the potential for the internet to regulate public perception is very strong in Barbados, and it has not been used as well as it could. In the future, this could be changed in a more meaningful way. Sorry, I'm losing signal. Yes, it could be leveraged in a more meaningful way to make sure that people are more aware of certain aspects of governance within Barbados and policies that have been made to protect the public, as opposed to being used to spread misinformation about these same things. I think I will wrap up there.
Thank you so much, Jason. And I didn't properly introduce you, but I believe it was clear from your speech that you're working in the context of Barbados as well as an environmental professional. And it was very clear that also the problems that you shared are not just one-sided, or at least one-viewed, because June Paris had also mentioned many of the aspects that were voiced and echoed. But definitely you added a different perspective to the topic. So thank you for that. And without further ado as well, I will also introduce Henrietta Ampofo. She's a medical doctor with a strong environmental and health advocacy background and a formal focal point of UNEP's Children and Youth Major Group. So I will now give you the words, Henrietta. I believe you are with us online. You are muted, Henrietta.
Hello? Merci
Yeah, I can hear you
beaucoup.
now.
Sorry, English. Hi, and I'm Dr. Henrietta Ampofo, and as rightly introduced, I'll just touch on, solutions and prospects, looking at our topic, environment, health, resilience, and the internet, and how do these come together? Currently, I'm speaking from Dakar, and I'm at a conference, an AMNET conference, Applied Malaria Modeling Conference. And it's an epitome of how these three domains come together to solve problems. Over here, I'm speaking to researchers, and AMNET is being sponsored by the Gates Foundation to empower and equip researchers with skills to be applied in malaria modeling. Now, how does the internet come in? How does the environment come in? And how do we provide solutions in these spheres? So, for example, right, with the malaria modeling, you can find out at which points in the year you have an increased incidence of malaria, especially from the effects of climate change and the fact that malaria is a vector-borne disease. You may have an increased incidence of malaria during certain seasons. And if you're able to put in that model and be able to identify the factors that are increasing it, now you are able to, as June mentioned, allocate funding to areas that are in need. You can even subdivide it into populations that are even more susceptible. And so these are the ways by which the internet can support this, right? Now, most of the modeling, we are using data sets, right? And these data sets are sitting on servers, on and being accessed through cloud computing. Some of the modeling is done online, and the data sets and the information is available to researchers and interested participants or interested policymakers online. So the internet now is facilitating the combination of health resilience, just using malaria as an example, to be able to bring out solutions and to be able to implement interventions in a timely manner. If we are able to now have this data broken down and you realize that a particular population, maybe children under 5, are more susceptible, that can also influence vaccine interventions, right? The fact that we think that vaccines, malaria vaccines, should be given to them. And so in all of this, the internet is very integral in the area of climate, in the area of environmental health, in the area of health resilience. And I would like to end here. I'm sure there are other people that can share more wonderful experiences. But we must always remember that internet governance is integral. It supports the infrastructure on which we can not just identify problems, not just offer solutions, but also disseminate solutions, right? We talk about integrity of the data. We are talking about cybersecurity. How safe is it? How are we sure that the data has not been tampered with? How accessible is it, right? Different parts of the world, in Africa, where we have connectivity issues. So all these things come to play when we want to use the internet for good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Henrietta. And also best of luck of voicing these concerns in Dakar, where you are at the moment. Thank you for finding the time as well to join. And I will also now pass the word to Alessandro Berioni. He's just like Henrietta, a medical doctor, and he's currently a chair of the Young Working Group of the World Federation of Public Health Associations. And I believe you have a presentation to share, so let's see if that also works out with you sharing the screen. Feel free.
Thank you so much, Joao, for the kind introduction, and I hope you can see my presentation. Can you?
Yes. Still loading. We see WhatsApp conversation.
Okay, that's not good. Okay, that's not good. Let me try. I was showing now. Try again. Can you see it now? Can you now?
Not yet.
Yes. Now it's working. Yeah.
Yes, it's
okay. Greatly. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for the invitation. And I hope you are doing fresh in Oslo. Here is boiling in Rome. As Joao said, I'm the chair of the Young WFPHA. WFPHA is the working group of the World Federation of Public Health Associations. I wanted to start addressing my presentation with this title that I think is resonate quite well with the topic that you were mentioning. So the health resilience, internet in environment and health resilience. So from the public health perspective, I wanted to center this discussion, my quick keynote speech on web and well-being. So how the net can actually enhance and threat the potential well-being and the public health in general in this really interesting era that we are living nowadays. So I will go with a quick introduction, explain some public health and the internet crossplay, some challenges and priority solutions. So introducing myself from start, I've been working with the AI and I co-founded the Italian AI Association in Medicine, working for WHO Young Innovators for Quality of Care group, which was mostly practical, innovating quality of care challenges, and finally working with the World Federation of Public Health Association. So there is a common thread around health and innovation, which I'm really passionate about. So I will go first. What is the current main activities and the main roles of the internet in public health advancement and resilience, I would say. So most of the speaker has already said it, and I would like to echo with what they've already said, but mostly the internet is enhancing, I would say, early warning system for most of the concerns, either climate-made, human-made, or so on. The remote care for the underserved areas and for health communication, either for public health messages, information, and education. There is a but, because as many of the speakers have discussed previously, not everyone is addressed. There is a huge still digital divide that is a main concern in the public health field. Indeed, only 1/3 of the global population Only 2/3 of the global population are online and have access to internet, and 2.6 billion are not achieving actually connection because of the situation they're living in rural areas and so. So the most, I would like also to remark the last point, the one on youth, which is the most connected people. So penetration rate of 72% compared to the general population. So as a youth group, I would like to remark that and understand how the youth people can also address the best and use at its best the internet, the web, and all the digital tools that we are daily exposed to. There are some problems, as I said before, some challenges, which is, again, the digital divide. Not everyone has access to it. For example, many of the people we are collaborating with in Africa are not always available or have chances to connect to internet. There is a huge problem with the misinformation, and as we also with COVID, with the vaccination situation, with political situation, as we are seeing as well, and ethical data governance in terms of transparency, accountability of data. Again, with all the neural networks, we cannot most of the time track how the data is going. So this is very interesting to understand. And I will move to the next slide, which is one of my, I would say, core slide. Been reading recently this book, which I really recommend, is Nexus from Yuval Noah Harari. And there are three core parts that I wanted to share with you today because are really also resonating with the main components of health. First of all, the fact that nowadays we're not living with passive informative system, but active tools, again, neural networks. So we know we have a re-elaborated source of information, and we don't know what is all this elaboration going through. Secondly, the algorithms are mostly based on engagement drive. So they're engagement-driven algorithms rather than value-driven algorithms. And this is a key point we need to address. This is a main challenge. I personally think so in terms of all the private generation of all the algorithms. And finally, we need to restructure global governance to digital global governance as the UN is doing, for example, with the Global Digital Compact, with the AI governal body. But this is something that needs to be also brought to the national level to enhance the regulation around all these tools. So what we are doing as group of young WFPHA, the World Federation of Public Health Association, we have some priority actions, including the designing digital tools for equity and inclusivity, keeping this in mind, promote digital governance through frameworks and quality standards, of course, advocating as civil society, as we are not a governmental body, and finally, foster multi-sector collaboration across health, environment, tech, education, and so on. These are some of the achievements we have had. We do lots of education and advocacy around either UNGA, World Health Assembly, and many others collaboration also with the Council of Europe and so on. Again, one of our critical pillar is the capacity building. So allowing people to have digital literacy and giving them ability to use the digital tools meaningfully, and also finding a way to train either the communities, the population, and the health workers through the digital tools that we advocate for. These are some of the conferences we organize around. If you want to participate, the next one is going to be September 26th in Cape Town. The QR code for registering. And another point I wanted to address is how internet is allowing people to co-create solutions, aggregating communities and civil societies and youth people, allowing a better participation to these platforms, let's say. So I'm about to end. I just want to remark the point of the innovation ecosystem that is our strategy for addressing the current challenges in this internet sustainability current situation. The first point is enhancing bottom-up innovation to address these public health challenges, which are big challenges and are lacking also of funds, not only of innovation lately. And secondly, structure this kind of solid platform framework that can allow this innovation process to go through all these repeated steps in order to get grounded on the specific implementation, let's say, country or so. So I'm bringing you two examples. One is the hackathon we're organizing for July 2nd. In case you would like to participate, this is something that we are moving forward, shaping the future of health with several partners. And then we are launching in late July call for global ideas on social innovation, mostly AI-powered social innovation, to showcase how public health can be advanced through the cutting-edge technology again. So just to remark all these points, we would like to call for an internet that is more solidar, that can provide early action and that can also be assured resilience worldwide. So we are put at the forefront. These are three take-home message. So youth are the forefront for the internet and the web, let's say digital era. Secondly, innovation is essential in public health. And also we claim for a renewed digital social contract to put people and planet first before profit and engagement algorithms, let's call it so. I'm sorry for running a bit late, 1 minute or two. So yeah, if you want to connect with me or with the Young WFPHA, these are the contacts. Thank you, Joao, for the moderation, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Alessandro. And not just for the thoughts, but also for the actions that the events you're organizing, even the book recommendations that you set in here. I would probably ask you later for you to forward the presentation so that we can share these resources and have them statically available. Thank you. And also, as you also mentioned, taking into account that we are already slightly over time, and since we don't want to overrun the session, I will now bring the word back to the room. I believe we have Amado Espinosa in the room for a shorter round of comments and on the topic as well. Amado is a veteran in medical informatics and founder of Medicist. He's a key figure in digital health reform in Latin America. So Amado, you have the word now.
Thanks, Joao, and thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. Well, right now, the main purpose of this digital coalition from IGF is mainly to introduce the community. How can you participate in a multi-stakeholder model in order to integrate all these new trends in technology like AI or quantum computing into the healthcare environment and healthcare services? Right now, our focus, as Amali mentioned at the very beginning, is to approach the social factors or predisponent factors of health, which are pretty much related to the agentic resources or tools that we do already have from different training models already available at the market, in where we are trying to provide the society with the proper resources in order to manage their own well-being and their own health. Then the new trend is right now not only to prevent, but also to help the society how to improve their health and to become partners of this healthcare responsibility, which is one of the SDGs. I encourage everybody of you from the technical community to join our efforts in order to integrate these environmental medicine variables that are currently measured in different environments into the social determinants of health that are also very well observed and included into these agentic models, and also the technical community who are really deeply engaged in the neurological basis of behavior, which are already incorporated into this new computing theory in terms of how to really take advantage of AI into the healthcare arena. I thank you everybody for your interest, and please join our DC. You can see all our documents already published into the IGF homepage, and we will be very happy to share with you our ideas, initiatives, and goals for the next coming 5 to 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amado. And I think I'll do exactly the same, which is to add some of these recommendations of events and event actions that the DC is taking on to the session report, where then everyone can follow up and even join if wanted. And I will now see in the room, I also saw earlier Yao Amebi Susu sitting also on the table with you. I will give him the word now. He's an internet governance advocate and a youth mobilizer from Benin, member of the We the Internet coalition. Yao, you have
Thank
the
you very
word.
much. I'm hearing myself back. Thank you very much, Joao. On this topic, I want to share perspective on the topic from a research I ran last year, starting from last year until early this year in Benin, regarding the gap between the promised health and the reality for people who are in need of the health solutions. And during the research I conducted in Benin, I found out the actually gap between the need of the people and the proposed or appropriate solution that are made available to them on a daily basis. Let's take two examples of a young 18-year-old student who is usually rely on self-medications when he's sick or go to the local pharmacy because of long waiting time at the hospitals or maybe because of loss of trust in the medical professionals. And they seem to look for this care for them is like a last resort, so they don't trust them. And let's take a case of a father who is also a social worker who have less income, who views this crisis, financial, medical, taking care of their family as a big financial hurdles. So the first reflex in that case is to look for traditional medications, and instead of going to the formal healthcare system, which they found very expensive for them, and they these are not just unique stories. They represent the daily reality of countless family that I met during my research. And for them, resilience is about survival, is about also treatable illness like malaria when the cost will be bearable for them. For most of them, the cost of those treatment is almost a monthly income, a monthly salary for the whole family. So those are issues I encountered. And I also saw there were potential medical help available on the ground, but uh, there were lack of awareness about those solutions. And those solutions, when even on the ground, the professionals that are not using the solution available. And basically, most of it, what I found out is that most of the patients I interviewed during the research, they didn't trust on the solutions. And even the doctors, those that use the platform, they confirm that none of their patients are using the app. And basically, most of the barriers is deeply rooted on the lack of the human aspect of it. There is a profound lack of awareness and deeply seated mistrust in the healthcare system, extending to it on the digital tools also. And secondly, there is a accessibility gap in the app. Most of the people I interview are not really proficient in the official language French that they use. So there's a barrier also in terms of lack of low literacy level. Thirdly, affordability remains a big challenge as well, a big hurdle. And this kind of app can't help people if they are not really offering alternative solution to the end user to have affordable healthcare. So we must design with the community in mind. The people we are designing for, we might design with them and co-create user-centered solutions that are culturally relevant and integrate local languages and local solutions for them. We must build a trust alongside digital platform, and that they need to be integrated with the public health education and awareness campaign to show the value and reliability on such solutions. We must also make sure that the solutions are affordable, especially during time of crisis, and the cost to access those digital health solution made available must be very flexible in terms of payment, and also make sure that they offer insurance opportunity to the end users on the ground. So those are the input I wanted to bring on board to these topics. Thank you very much. Heel back to you, Joao.
Thank you so much, Yao, for giving us direct insights from the source as well on what are the issues that you see and some potential solutions or directions even. So thank you once again. I will now give the word to Uda Kihi, online with us, senior researcher in wireless and green communication from Tunisia and PhD in telecommunications. I believe you will have slides to share with us, so also feel free to go ahead and share the screen.
Thank you so much, Joe. Could you hear me?
Yes, hearing great.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Joe, for this great introduction. I want also to thank all the participants for your attending our session. And let me share my screen. Hope that it will be visible. Okay. Is it visible? Is it okay? Just I will put it much bigger.
Yeah, yeah.
I put it much bigger. Okay, so thank you so much. So my today's talk will be about cybersecurity for environment sustainability. Let's start by the roadmap of my talk. I will start by the context and the challenges to understand more about the interests of this synergy between sustainability and cybersecurity. After that, I will explain more the principle of this synergy together with challenges, best practices, and I will sum up of my talk about the key interests and key points that were of my talk. So what are the challenges? So nowadays, due to rise of the problem of climate change, we are obliged to exploit ICT for measuring green gas emission. So we speak about data sovereignty and ICT for CO2 emission and measurement, and we speak about new metrics for measuring the energy consumption. So let's say that ICT is integrated and it is based in data collection of energy. But here we have a threat of attacks, the rise of attacks in energy platforms if there is a lack of cybersecurity tools. So another challenge is the rise of the use of, we speak nowadays of the revolution of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So we speak about misinformation, fake profiles, and we have also a great emerging of a new generative of artificial intelligence. So there is a threat of cybersecurity regarding the climate change. We will have different outcomes if there is a possibility of intrusion of any energy platforms or any energy algorithms. So this is another challenge is related to data energy theft, which is a risk of a reputation of companies and sustainability in general. Okay, so let's understand a bit what is a cyber sustainability principle that we will explain in my talk today. So it is the combination between cybersecurity and other principles related to protection of society, environment, and governance. Now we speak about a new protection of the planet and environment, which leads, if it is done in efficient way, we will speak about sustainability. And with the introduction of cybersecurity recommendation, we will have another principle, which is cyber sustainability. So what is that principle about? It is about the combination between different practices of cybersecurity together with carbon footprint minimization or energy consumption minimization. So in this way, we will speak about a balance or trade-off between sustainable development goals satisfaction, which leads to sustainability, together with cybersecurity practices. So in this way, we will have an alignment between cybersecurity and green tech. So it is a way of redirection of tech for both cybersecurity, our security of data protection, privacy, human rights protection, together with planet protection, environment sustainability. So here we speak about a new concept which is based in protection, which is based on specific policies to speak about cyber sustainability. We have different pillars to respect in the way to protect the environment together with data protection or human rights protection too. It is based on specific policies and recommendation. It is a redirection or redirected for people protection, whether it is related to planet, environment, health, healthcare, or human rights in terms of data protection and information protection, and tech solution which will be green together with respect of cybersecurity, which leads to protection of human rights, and we speak about the green policies redirected or centric for a human. So here it is a way of a redirection for cybersecurity for good, for both sustainability together with human rights protection. Simple practices for energy, we can use, for example, Internet of Things or sensors for energy monitoring and security. Best practices is to monitor the functionality and operability of these sensors in a safe way. Also, another recommendation is related to redirection or empowering research labs to focus more in this synergy between sustainability together with security intersection. Here, we need a collaboration between different stakeholders and a mindset shift together with capacity building in both green practices and cybersecurity, which calls all developers, academia, environmental experts. We need all of them to sit on the table and collaborate and to state specific rules that are redirected for the benefit of the planet and human rights at the same time. So, to not waste a lot of time, let's go to the best practices and tips for sustainable cybersecurity. It's in general based in three pillars. It is a specific environment responsibility, it is a social ethics, it is a technology resilience. It means that it is a redirection for technology for both green practices and together with respect and control of a specific ethics to protect the human rights and planet sustainability at the same time. Okay, let's speak now more precisely in the impact of artificial intelligence, because nowadays artificial intelligence and machine learning are integrated everywhere, whether in cybersecurity or sustainability. But if we let them running with different kinds of data, we will have bad outcome, or will have a different outcome that will be a threat of our lives and a threat of the planet. But here it is should be the use of artificial intelligence algorithm should be based in a specific quality of data sets together with if we conclude or remark of any threat or risk of bias or discrimination of specific information or bad outcome, we'll have to do specific audits and tests and adding the specific data that we need that lead us to have the good outcome. So another good practices is based in the concept of the combination between the safety concept, sustainability together with cybersecurity, which is based in, first of all, we need to have simple practices such as data backup to not, in case of we have any threat or risk, we don't have a waste of all of data, but if we keep them and do the necessary backups and storage, there is no waste for us. There is no threat of reputation. We will not lost our data and repeat again the collection and waste the data and costs. And
Excuse me, we have to move forward.
Okay. So let's go to best practice. Okay. So another important thing is to have inspiration from great companies and regulators or standards that are dealing with the problem of cybersecurity and convince them to state specific rules together for the benefit of the planet, such as NIST, ISO, European acts. Okay.
Thank you very much for your for your ideas. Yes, I appreciate very much. Joao, please move ahead.
Thank you so much for gatekeeping the time. I always feel like a bad person every time I interrupt someone. So thank you for doing that role. As we definitely need it because our time is short. I will now briefly introduce Frederic as well. Be mindful of the time and please keep the intervention short. Frederic Cohen is a data-driven governance advocate with expertise in IGF and WSIS. So Frederic, I'll give you the word now.
Yes, hello everyone. Dear friends, members, and to all the participants. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to express our consideration for this summit and to all the organizers. This month is a moment of meeting and exchanges, as it was promoted by DESA Voice on a newsletter with the visit of the Undersecretary General Li Junhua in Nice, France for the third Ocean Conference, also the fourth International Conference on Financing for Development in Sevilla, and this IGF Summit in Norway. The topic of water is a major issue to protect the planet, dealing with health and sanitation to the people and that engage in combat pollution everywhere. Ecology is impacted by the interaction of humanity with the environment, and mass transfers of an industrialized population make life in danger. It is a forum of openness and inclusivity that is proposed for the international community to assist and support the decision-making that apply for the global economy. Consultation of population at a large scale of calculation is a manner to examine statistics and manage with a solution. The venue is a way to present personalities around the world and transmit information about their will of communication. It was expected to make progress into recognition by the world leaders and to recall the inherited price of peace 80 years ago. This event that will make date must be the occasion to remind the work done with the MAG to advance knowledge for prevention and application of the guidelines exposed with the internet. Publications from UNDESA are an important reference for the discussion. It is supposed that every meeting should be founded by a major vote of the community, but also investment in the private sector and the engagement of member states together. We must demonstrate our commitment to improving communication for global affairs. As major goals for the nation, health, education, and climate change are often reminded for the global market as topic on the investment to develop a fair economy. It is a sector of partnership with philanthropy, where participants can be proud to offer their volunteering. A transparent regulatory framework is needed to define an ambitious achievement in this matter. The future talk will notice the dynamic coalition and data-driven health technologies for this contribution to global effort, and it will be an important interest for the followers of the initiatives. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Frederic, also for gatekeeping the time. And I will very quickly now bridge into discussion. I'll just share a medical perspective. I also have some slides on the topic, but I'm also mindful of the time. I will invite everyone to leave their questions already in the chats if you have any. And I will share my screen, and I hope you can see the slides as well. Yeah, perfect. So just a very brief note on something that we are already aware of. Environmental hazards definitely do lead into health emergencies. We have reports stating that both air pollution and water contamination, just as examples, can have obvious implications on health outcomes. And surprisingly, this is a data point that I thought it was interesting to share, that 99% of the world's population is living in places where the air quality guidelines are not met, the ones set by WHO. This obviously is a burden. It can lead to conditions such as asthma, stroke, cardiovascular diseases, even cancer. And for water contamination, while we may think that we are already having good results, and we do have 73% of the population having good coverage in a safely and manageable drinking water access, it also means that the other 27% do not have so. And this may lead to diseases. It can be many types of gastroinfections, but also even cancers, for example, in the case of arsenic contamination in waters. And I wanted to bring some examples in here of initiatives that are ongoing or that happened recently that try to focus on these aspects. One of them is Brizometer, which is a mapping initiative that addresses the air quality in real time. Many applications that we currently use already consume the information provided by these tools, so we can see what are the environments where the air quality is better or worse. Then we also have the REACH project in Bangladesh, which would provide alerts to the population based on the quality and potential contamination of the water they were consuming in public wells and also in open systems. And then the SORMAS project in Nigeria and Ghana that was established and that is currently still working, trying to focus on mapping outbreaks of conditions, of diseases, and trying also to provide a response system that works in real time to alert populations, but also healthcare providers. And we know that vulnerability, as we saw based on this project, does not necessarily mean connectivity. So my one advocacy point in this intervention is for us to address the aspects of internet access, digital literacy, and inclusion in the system design, which are often lacking. So equity must be a design principle and not just an afterthought of these tools. And therefore, I really do think that we should pick up on some of these projects and leverage them into policy-aligned interventions so that we can replicate what was well done, but also that we learn from the projects that didn't work so well and try to bridge the gap or to at least solve some of the issues that were raised or found in many of these projects that leads to them not continuing over a bigger lifespan than what the funding allocates for. And without further ado, I would like to then invite questions from the audience. So I know that in the room, you may have people that have questions. I believe you can raise the hand and a microphone will be provided to you. And I will also look into the online chats to see if there's any questions popping up. Please state your name and affiliation just for context before any intervention. Even if you don't have questions, share your ideas and comments. Thank you so much.
Do we have some questions in the room? Please show hand. Yes?
There's a mic here, you can come forward.
Yeah, please come here to the microphone and speak. And please state your name and affiliation when you start.
I'm Marcelo Fornazin. I'm from Oswaldo Cruz Foundation, Brazil, researcher in public health. Thank you for congratulations for the interesting interventions we have here. I'd like to ask you about this, when we link the discussion make the links between health and environment, we see new source of data for environmental health produced through Internet of Things. And I'd like to hear from you, what do you think about the validity of this data? How can we produce and use and evaluate the quality of this data produced by several devices for monitoring environment? And how can you use this data to provide the epidemiological surveillance in healthcare scenarios?
Yes. May I? Yes, that's an important question, and I think we have to double check on the feasibility of this data. Nowadays, as our colleague mentioned, the IoT specifically dedicated to healthcare is almost in most of the countries already linked to the public health policies. And what we are realizing is it is not only to take care of the public health problems that are already available in place, as Joao already mentioned, but also how can we really help the population to improve their health? That means if they are having a fitness program, of they are trying to compensate chronic diseases, and the environmental variables can play a role in order for them to help to improve this status. It's very important to integrate those kind of values or those kind of information into their personal health record and provide them with personalized recommendations, personalized guidelines, which through the use of AI and those agentic resources I already mentioned to you are already available in certain applications. The most important step to equip right now is how can we define these guidelines in our own environments, because it is not the same value which is here, for example, this beautiful country, as it is in Mexico or in Panama or in another country, in another region. Then our recommendation is, of course, to join the efforts from the World Health Organization in order to have this data regionalized, but included into the different platforms that are already available from the different regions, and that we can really provide a personalized recommendation. Thanks.
You ask about the validity, and of course this really depends on the type of data. So if you have measurements about water quality, then of course if you have a trusted laboratory, this data is quite valid. If you have indirect measurements by IoT devices, often you have to make a lot of assumptions about causes, about measurements that you can not directly measure, but that you can kind of get from direct measurements, and those are based on assumptions, and of course they run the risk of including certain errors or even political misconceptions.
No, I in that front, I would just want to add regarding how we can use those IoT solution. I think in terms of trust on the Apple solution, I think we need to come up with unified mechanism of policies so that the data collected and how they are collected are done in the same way to build trust on those data. And depending on the regions on the world, there are different methods used, but all in all, coming with unified regulations, regulatory measures, of course, to how we collect the data and scientifically proving the validity of those data. I think that will help build trust on the data, and then also we need to be able to replicate those methods and methodologies. Thank you.
Do we have a further? Do we have comments from the online speakers on this question?
I think Huda has her hand raised.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much for this question. So I want to just add that the source of data collection is very important, and the next thing is the testing phase is very important too, because if we deploy any solution or directed for healthcare, an important thing is to test it before and to judge the outcome. After that, we can commercialize it, or we can decline it, or just adjust it, or retrain new and collect new data. And this is a collaborative efforts between so technical team and medical staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments from the experts? Otherwise, are there further questions from the room? Do we have a question? Do we have questions online? How?
Yes, we do have a question online. I can read it out loud, and then I'll let you add your thoughts on it. The question comes from a representative of IGF Ghana, and it reads, how can nurses balance the benefits of AI-driven healthcare with the essential needs for human empathy and compassionate patient care? I would even say beyond nurses, healthcare professionals as a whole.
Can I say a few words? It's up to the individual. As a healthcare professional, you should be you should put your job. Now, you shouldn't put the job first, but you should care about the patient and empathize and know something about what you're talking about. The important thing in healthcare too is education. We have to have expert patients. So the more expert a patient is, the easier the job is. So everything that we've said today, the environment, healthcare, internet, natural disasters, it all comes down to one thing: education. And the healthcare professional in particular, that they need to be dedicated to the job and do a good job.
I can also add to what you just said, June, that especially the healthcare professionals, they need to educate themselves on the use of those emerging technology available. But in their practices, they used to make sure they create more empathy with the patient visiting them. During my research I done in Benin, I noticed that most of the trust issue come from the way they are dealing with the patients, and this creates a breach of trust between them and their patients. So creating empathy with the patient, but also educating themselves in how to combine those technology into their daily practices. So we quite effective, I think so.
Thank you. We have a hand from Huda. Would you like to?
Yes. I want to say that any technology, whether it is based in AI or other thing, is here to complement and to help us. But empathy is always the first thing that we should provide to any patient to let him accept any medical tool and to help him recover very fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a further question from the room? I don't see any from the room.
I'm not sure. We don't have any question.
Maybe if then maybe I add to the last question. Studies have shown that people tend to see more empathy in AI than in human doctors. Human doctors are often stressed under time pressure, and sometimes they don't act with the empathy we would like them to act with. And of course, empathy is not just using the right words, but is a lot more. And with AI, this is limited to the right words right now. And when I look at doctors, I see a lot of doctors that have an issue with this kind of semi-educated patients that have used Google or ChatGPT for their problems, and question the authority of the doctor while not really understanding the issue. At the same time, AI can help to provide further explanation to patients. So when a patient gets a diagnosis and they have a hard time to understanding what it means, it could be provided to answer further questions that they have maybe after the doctor is gone, and they would need further answers which cannot be given by the health system currently easily.
I will also maybe add a short 30-second point, also aware of the time, on this note, which is the fact that empathy is often therapeutic. If we think about diseases or conditions that do not have a treatment, that are incurable, empathy is often part, or the most important part of care. But we can also look at this from the perspective of, but when is it curable? Should we also spend the time and effort taking into account that we have limited resources, empathizing with the patient or focusing on care? Obviously, the answer should be both. Not always that is possible. And healthcare results, even though they depend on both, above anything else, they depend on good results and good treatments for the patients. Empathy should always be part of it. And as you said, technology is here to help us leverage that part of care. Potentially even a replacement in the future. I wouldn't say that now that is possible. As you mentioned, it's just words, not actions. And people still know that there's not a human behind the machine. And that still counts, even if indirectly. But I would say that is still relevant. Yeah. And yeah, thank you for the time as well. And maybe we can wrap up very soon.
Yeah, we have to wrap up. Thank you. And this was already kind of a final comment from you. Thank you for your excellent moderation, João. Thank you for all that organized this session. Thank you for Amali, who was unfortunately not able to come, and who is kind of the driving force between this dynamic coalition. Thank you for all the participants here on site, online. Thank you for attending and for your interesting questions, for your interest. And we know technology, internet, AI, data provide a lot of opportunities to improve healthcare, but also they come with a lot of risks that we have to tackle and that we have to see how we can manage them in order to keep the risk low and the benefit high when it comes to healthcare and environment and how to improve resilience. So thanks a lot. And we will be at VISIS. So if you're interested in the topic, please join us again at VISIS in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Workshop 2. 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 Workshop.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Hope you had a good break and a great lunch. This is the session on protecting refugees, digital resilience and information integrity. So I hope everyone is on Workshop 2 channel and everyone can hear. There's some very reassuring nods, so that's great, thanks. So hello everyone, thank you so much for your time today. I'm really excited to have a great panel with me and hopefully a very interesting panel discussion coming up. So today we're going to examine information risks through the lens of forced displacement. So my name is Katie. I work for UNHCR, which is the UN Refugee Agency. I work for UNHCR's digital service and on a work stream called Information Integrity, which is looking at how we can strengthen information integrity to mitigate against the challenges of information risks online that directly impact the lives of forcibly displaced and stateless people. So this includes refugees, asylum seekers, people who've been internally displaced within their own countries and people without a citizenship, so people who are stateless. We also address the impact that information integrity risks, or information risks, have to humanitarian operations. And obviously this is a very challenging space. So hopefully today we can actually focus on some of the positives and some of the solutions that we've been working on when we look at addressing information risks. So today we are going to look at how we can strengthen digital protection, how we can improve access to reliable information, how we can uphold the freedom of expression, and how, importantly, we can foster social cohesion and inclusion. So our key question is, how can we do this collectively as well? And I think that this really speaks to the purpose of the IGF. How can we really strengthen multilateral partnerships? How can we really engage with different community members, different groups within societies to address this challenge? And hopefully this is a sort of exciting panel where we can talk about some of these solutions as well. But just to get started, and I'm going to ask my colleague Ondine online to help us with this process. It's a little bit of enforced audience participation, and there might be some resistance to this after a heavy lunch, but please do give us your views and ideas. We're going to do a little bit of an online Menti. So hopefully you can see coming up on the screen a QR code. This might be a familiar process to you. If not, please go to the menti.com and enter your code. So if you're joining online, and hello to participants online, if you're joining online and you can't take a photo of your own phone, please go to menti.com and enter the code. And we should start coming up a couple of questions. I'll just wait for everyone to take a photo of the code. Please wave your hands if you're still taking photos of the code. If not, we'll move to the first Mentimeter question. There are no wrong answers, don't worry. Just in your own word or words, can you tell me what you think we mean when we talk about digital resilience for forcibly displaced communities? What does this mean in relation to information integrity? And hopefully we'll have a lovely word cloud up there when we think about digital resilience. We'll give a few minutes for those online and those off. I can see at the bottom that it says 0 out of 29 participants have, oh, okay. Thank you, whoever was the first person to have the courage to hit send. Brilliant. We'll wait for a few more answers to come through. I see access is coming across quite strongly there. That's very interesting. Protection, regulation. We're going to hopefully touch on a number of these topics today. Freedom of expression, safety, safe care. Oh, sorry, it keeps jumping around. Access to information, I think we've already said. So I think that's brilliant. Financial security, safety online, rights and duties. That's also something that we'll talk to today. Authenticity. So brilliant. You can see that when we talk about digital resilience, we're really talking about the ability for forcibly displaced communities to have access to an information ecosystem that is robust. It meets their needs. It allows them to express their concerns, their stories, tell their, have a voice in a place where they feel that they have access to information securely and safely. And that's what we're talking about when we come to digital resilience. Now that sounds great, but we'll move to the next question on Dean. Obviously, there are some challenges when we talk about digital resilience for forcibly displaced people. And so can we think of what might be some of the barriers when we look at that sort of safety, security, freedom of expression, and access to information ecosystem that we're considering? So we'll just spend a little time thinking about the barriers. Oh, that's interesting. So we've got vulnerability coming up. Capitalism. I'm not sure we're going to be able to sort of knock that one on its head today, but xenophobia, that's definitely something we'll be able to touch on. Lack of network. Yeah, some of the digital divide challenges as well. Fear and censorship and surveillance. I think that's also coming across quite strongly here. Knowledge. untrusted trust and safety and access and reliability as well. Okay, so not wanting to focus too heavily on the challenges and hopefully moving quite quickly to sort of the solutions, I wanted to introduce Therese for our opening remarks. So Therese Marie Upstrom Pankratov is the head of the Humanitarian Innovation Program at Innovation Norway. And Innovation Norway are our key donor that we've been working with on one of the case studies, or on the case study that we're going to present today. So Innovation Norway supports humanitarian organizations to enter into innovative partnerships with the private sector. And so we also have our private sector partner on the panel today, which I'm quite excited to talk about the collaboration that we've had in South Africa. Therese is a strong believer in partnerships across sectors being worth the effort. And I think, again, that speaks to the spirit of the IGF. She's previously worked with the Permanent Mission of Norway to the UN in Geneva, the Norwegian Refugee Council, Save the Children, and UNHCR, the refugee agency. So quite a familiar topic when it comes to some of the challenges that forcibly displaced and stateless persons experience. And Therese, it'd be great to hear from you sort of some of the reasons why you were interested to support multi-stakeholder partnerships. Thank you.
Sure, great, thank you. I'm really looking forward to this session. I think already this week I've attended quite a lot of sessions where information integrity has been the topic. And so I think this conversation will fall well within that discourse and help us focusing on one of the key topics I think we need to look at, which is people that are forcibly displaced. I think we all know that vulnerable populations are particularly affected by mis-dis and malinformation. And so this focus is really important. And I think we've also established throughout this week that safeguarding information integrity is one of the key challenges of our times. It's augmented by technological development that has made it easier to develop and spread misinformation. And in humanitarian operations, we tend to talk about information being protection, and it sounds a bit humanitarian language-wise, but when we think about it, it makes a lot of sense in that we know that when we have access to quality information, it helps keep us safe, and when we don't, it causes a significant risk. So, as Katie said, I work for the Humanitarian Innovation Program. It's a program that is fully financed by the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it is managed by Innovation Norway. And we're set up to encourage, support, and de-risk innovation partnerships between humanitarian organizations and the private sector that would like to design and develop solutions to humanitarian challenges. And we have an annual call for proposals. So about 2 years ago, UNHCR responded to that call, and they said that they had identified a lack of solutions in combating misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech, targeting or affecting forcibly displaced and stateless people. And so they wanted to design an innovation process and find partners from other sectors to test the use of pre-bunking strategies that could proactively counter false and potentially harmful narratives before they take hold. And safeguarding information integrity in crisis has become one of those areas of work that is referred to as a wicked problem. I think it was illustrated really well now with the word cloud and all the challenges that you listed. So we call it a wicked problem, not because the problem is evil, but because it is really complex and it has a lot of interdependent factors, and there is not one clear-cut fix that can help us address it. So when we want to solve key challenges like this, we need innovation and we need partnerships. We cannot go it alone. Solving wicked problems requires a deep understanding of the stakeholders involved. It requires a deep insight into various technologies or other possible solutions. It requires an innovative approach characterized by dialogue with actors from various sectors and expertise. And it requires trust-based partnerships and collaboration along a process shaped by design thinking. It's really complex. And in this case, the partnership was needed between those who have a deep insight into the context and needs of people affected by crisis and that are forcibly displaced, deep insights into social media, artificial intelligence, and other technologies that are used to spread misinformation, and deep insight into behavioral sciences that can help us understand how people establish trust in information that they seek or receive. So one actor alone will not be able to master all these skills. And so a good way forward then is to design a multi-sectorial innovation partnership to address the challenge in an appropriate way. And I think traditionally, often we've thought of innovation as a fairly linear process. So you identify a challenge, you develop a solution, you implement the solution, and the problem is solved. And I think this view of innovation has caused a lot of disappointment because it normally doesn't look like this. I've seen a few in my work on humanitarian innovation, but normally an innovation process is a lot messier than that. They go in loops and circles, they require iterations, multiple testing, redevelopments, and so on. And when it comes to wicked challenges, the solution is also most likely not one shiny new thing. It is often multiple processes, partnerships, and technologies that, when they come together, help us address the challenge at hand. So this means that in addition to developing various solutions, we also need to develop an ecosystem of partnerships and solutions that can come together. And this is not an easy task. What I think is particularly inspiring about the initiative that we'll hear more about today is how these various partnerships have come together around a common challenge, bringing their various expertise and asking how can we strengthen the digital resilience of people affected by crisis, keeping people safe and preventing harm. In the panel, we'll hear from government, private sector, and the humanitarian sector, and together their insights create a unique basis for an innovation process that can help us develop solutions. I think the panel discussion today will help us both understand how we can support the digital resilience of people affected by crisis and how we can shape innovation partnerships to solve big challenges. So I very much look forward to hearing from the panelists.
Thanks so much, Therese. And so without much further ado, we're going to move to the panel. I'll do my best to introduce quite a formidable bunch of speakers today, so I'm very excited. So first I'll start with my colleague Mbali. Mbali Mushitama is a UNHCR colleague. She is a protection associate. She works for UNHCR's multi-country office, which covers a number of countries, and she's based in Pretoria. So in her role, she really supports social cohesion in South Africa. She's a strong advocate for the rights of refugees and helps to address protection challenges that they face, really ensuring a community-based and community-led approach. And so hopefully Mbali is going to touch on some of the ways in which we've really tried to bring in the community voice into the project. On her immediate left is Michael Power. So Michael is a public interest lawyer. He's a managing director and co-founder of Alt Advisory and Power Associates, which is the South African office of Power Law Africa. He serves as the chairperson of the Power Law Africa Alliance. He specializes in litigation, legal advisory, and policy development, including a focus on technology law, information rights, and digital governance. And he works to advance constitutional rights and good governance in the digital age. And then at the end of the table, to his left, we have Liko Botterman. Liko is a senior official within the South African Government Department of Basic Education. He holds the position of Director of Social Cohesion and Equity in Education, and he's dedicated to advancing inclusive, equitable, and socially cohesive schooling in South Africa. And then to my right, I have Oluwaseun Adepoju. Sorry, I had been practicing all day and I knew I wasn't going to be able to get through that, so apologies. He was a technology and innovation leader. He currently is serving as managing partner at Co-Creation Hub, and he oversees Co-Creation's Hub Design Lab and supports several of Co-Creation Hub's work streams, which includes the Technology and Society work stream. He has a master's in public policy with a focus on technology policy from Career Development Institute School of Public Policy and Management, and is a PhD researcher in creative technologies at Auckland University of Technology. So to start our conversation today, I'm going to pass to Mbali to sort of provide us with an understanding of some of the information risks and sort of digital protection risks that we're talking about, specifically in South Africa, as we sort of highlight to begin with that case study. So would you like to give us sort of an overview of those challenges? Thanks, Mbali.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone once again. In my experience working with refugees in South Africa, we have observed over years a rise of misinformation and hate speech, particularly targeted at foreign nationals, and we see a rise in this, especially towards the election period as well. But we also have to look at the context of South Africa. South Africa is 31 years into its democracy. And during the early stages of its democracy, a number of commitments were made around equality, inclusion, and access to resources. While South Africa has made significant strides in achieving this, we also must recognize that there are still significant gaps. And an example of this is the high unemployment rate in the country. I think it's currently sitting at just over 32%, as well as the limited public resources. And so we find that where there are limited public resources, it can create a sense of competition. And that can also result in a lot of social tensions, which is what we have observed within the host communities where refugees particularly reside. And so foreign nationals, and including forcibly displaced persons, are oftentimes used as scapegoats for socio-economic problems in South Africa. And we have seen a rise in many online groups, such as Put South Africa First, as well as Operation Dudula. So Dudula is a vernac term that basically means to push out or to push away. So these are groups that will use trendy words, trendy phrases to gain momentum and gain traction. And they have used a lot of these online platforms to incite violence and looting in the host communities. Just to also highlight how serious the seriousness of the hate speech that these groups perpetuate, we have Operation Dudula, who was recently taken to court by civil society organizations so that they can be held accountable for some of the actions that they are perpetuating. So we've seen a direct correlation of the online incitement to violence manifesting itself into the host communities as well. And this, unfortunately, also trickles down to young people. And young people are especially sensitive to this type of rhetoric, because both in the online space as well as in their communities. So you will find that refugee students, for example, have reported cases of xenophobic motivated bullying as well as targeting in schools. So these are refugee children who were born in South Africa or perhaps fled to South Africa at a very young age. They identify as South Africans even. They speak the language. However, when they get to school, they find that they're being bullied simply because they're considered as not from South Africa. We also have what we've observed is comments or speeches that are made by prominent figures. These also tend to be very influential in inciting violence within the communities. So I think that the context of South Africa, I think it was really a good case study because there's a lot of research that's been done on this, but also we have a lot of real life examples. Thanks, Katie.
Thanks, Mbali. And maybe I'll pass now to Liko to talk a little bit around sort of the social cohesion challenges in schools and maybe the role of digital information risks in that environment. So thanks, Liko.
Sure. I do want to maybe start by saying that some of the issues that we find in South Africa relate to the fact that South Africa in itself is a very multicultural and multiracial or even multilingual country on its own. And that on its own is bringing a set of innate challenges of diversity management in the country. And so when you then add foreign nationals into that whole compound of diversity elements in the country, you find then that there are already existing complications, and the anti-foreigner narratives then just simply find themselves at the center of all of those complications. The second thing that we find is that even though as a country we have agreed that we will use schools as centers of life where young minds are being molded and being prepared for an inclusive society. School alone and curriculum alone is not going to solve the problem, because curriculum is only delivered in the classroom during school hours. And this child goes back to school where these narratives are perpetuated. I mean, they go back home, rather, where these narratives are perpetuated. But they also then go into cultural and religious spaces in community where it is advocated for very strongly that anti-foreigner narratives are actually religiously correct. And so our curriculum is not able to help us shift the mindset, not just on issues of people of foreign nationality, but even on other issues related to HIV prevention or prevention of early unintended pregnancies and all of those things. And so these issues are not, I mean, this particular issue is not immune to those issues that we find in South Africa. And so we've got a greater task as the basic education sector to begin to think about education beyond the classroom and understand ourselves playing a role to educate not just the child in the classroom in front of the teacher, but to educate even the country, because we are a basic education department. And that is going to take a while, because on the one hand, the creative thinking around positioning education as a public education entity. But on the other hand, there's this thing that says that it's not your role to guide value systems of the country. It's not your role to guide belief systems of the country. And so you need to start and end with the core business of education, which is literacy and numeracy and other school subjects. And so we find ourselves in a tug of war quite a lot, because now we've got to play this role of helping the country move forward, but at the same time understanding how far we can go and what our limits are as a sector.
Thanks, Liko. Maybe I can just follow up on that a little bit with the sort of point around digital resilience. So when we came to you and said, you know, we wanted to work on the concept of sort of strengthening digital resilience, how did you think that that was valuable, and how did you think it might support the National Action Plan? And maybe for the purposes of the audience, just sort of outline that a little bit for us. Thank you.
Well, there had been a belief that in South Africa we've got digital divide, we've got inequality, this and that. But actually, people who have undertaken research about access to technology in our country are coming up with some very interesting data that actually says that even the most rural people have got access to technology, and in spaces where we never thought that there is access to technology. And so for a very long time as a government, we didn't think that we need to address technology facilitated discrimination of any kind. But what is happening now is that our population is growing ahead of us because they've got access to technology. They are already absorbing the misinformation and disinformation. So it is up to us as government to rethink how we see ourselves and how we see our country, and begin to maybe intentionally begin to work on disinformation and misinformation that exists in the digital spaces, because children are already there. South Africans are already there. And if we don't, by the time we get them, we would have lost them to the misinformation and disinformation.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Liko. Michael, I'm going to pass to you now. And just for the technicians at the back, I think we're going to have a couple of slides on. We've been talking about this project in South Africa, and I think probably we need to sort of outline a little bit what we mean. So if you could walk us through sort of some of the approaches we've been testing together. Thanks, Michael.
Sure. So thank you, Katie, and to the entire UNHCR team, as well as Innovation Norway, for hosting us on this panel. And maybe thank you to the technical team at the back. This is my first ever silent seminar, and you're doing a wonderful job. So thank you for that. Flowing from what Liko said, we've been working now with UNHCR for about 18 months. And we were simply asked, how do you change, children's perspectives? This was ultimately the macro question that we were asked within the purview of anti-foreigner sentiment in South African schools. And we really went to the drawing board. I mean, for the parents in the room, for those who work with learners, changing a perception is not easy, particularly when someone is in an echo chamber and those beliefs that are held are being reinforced within their communities, by their parents, potentially by their educators as well. And as Mbalia said, we have a long history of xenophobia in South Africa for multiple socioeconomic reasons. But the fact that xenophobia is inherent in our community, I don't think can be dispelled at this stage. So we went to work. And, talking about internet penetration, I think context is always really important to understanding any situation. And our internet penetration rates in South Africa, while they are increasing, the biggest challenges we have in schools is access to the actual technology and state-funded technology. So our initial brief was to determine how you pre-bunk anti-xenophobic narratives in South African schools. Can I just pause there? Just by a show of hands, I know it's after lunch and maybe we can get a bit of exercise. Who is aware of the concept of pre-bunking? Okay, so it's relatively novel. It's really what it says on the box. It's the opposite of debunking. So we see on the online space, information comes out, it may be misleading, it may be incorrect, and you go towards debunking. Pre-bunking is the opposite of that, where you try and form the narrative before it starts. So you really have two types of pre-bunking. The first is dealing with common narratives. In this context, a common narrative in South Africa is that foreign nationals are criminals, right? It's a narrative we've heard. It informs a lot of international political discourse, and this is a type of narrative pre-bunking. You then have logic-based pre-bunking, where you're attacking the technique of scapegoating different groups of individuals for political purposes. So those are really the two underpinnings of pre-bunking strategies, and a lot of pre-bunking work has actually been piloted by Google's Jigsaw project. And the approach is really three parts at its basic form. You have a warning, so you point out in content, for example, a brief explainer video. You explain what the problem is. You warn about certain types of narratives that are occurring in online spaces. You then have a preemptive refutation. You explain why those narratives are incorrect. And then lastly, you microdose to try explain how you counterbalance that narrative. But the microdose is meant to be just that. It's not meant to further perpetuate the harm. So you're really and simply trying to get ahead of the story. You're trying to get ahead of the narrative in terms of pre-bunking. So when we turn to the South African context, we had hoped to start digital. A lot of this program is around digital, but we found in consultations with learners that our internet penetration rates were too low and access to technology just simply wasn't viable at that stage. So we got thinking, and we ultimately came up with the concept of a board game, right? So I'm not certain what slide is on the screen, but we can flip the slide. And our game is really called Mzansi Life. So what it is, for those who have played Snakes and Ladders before, it's a very similar type game. But you start the game by taking a character card, you become a character. And throughout the course of this game, we gently microdose to avoid anti-foreigner content. So as this character, you go through life in the game. You have the ups, you have the downs, and you are rewarded for good behavior. You go up the game, you move towards your future, and for problematic behavior, you move backwards. And what we've done, and really the difficulty and challenge with pre-bunking, is getting the narratives right. If you're too blunt about the situation, you often lose your audience. It's about nuance, It's about subtlety. And it's really about ensuring that before children are exposed to these types of narratives, they already have some type of information to countermand it. You know, we learned today that Norway has a critical thinking day where critical thinking is promoted in schools throughout the country. We don't have that day. And it's something for our department most certainly to think about. But this type of educational material, which is the board gauge coupled with a facilitation guide, is an approach that we've looked into to pre-bunking this anti-foreigner sentiment that we're seeing online. If you go to the last slide, and for us, what has been most telling is, you know, adopting a multi-stakeholder approach, ensuring extensive consultation. The early results of testing of this game have somewhat exceeded our expectations. You know, when we initially started piloting, we thought it would be just another game, something that would be thrown in the cupboard and not used. But when we started rolling it out in our test groups, we really started to see really fantastic results. The most important result is the one at the bottom, and I'll move back from there. But when it came to the question of perception, and on the question to learners who are surveyed after playing the game and going through a facilitated discussion on anti-foreigner sentiment, for the statement, some people online are trying to influence me by using emotional or shocking messages that spread quickly. After a 3-hour engagement with learners, the perception of agree changed from 43% to 86%. I can't remember personally when my perception was changed by almost 50% in the course of a 3-hour conversation. So the combination of gamifying a concept with facilitated learning seems to be a magic ingredient, at least in our context. The traditional notions of pre-bunking, which is, you know, watch a 15-second TikTok video or watch this explainer video for a minute, are traditional mechanisms that are being rolled out and still often adopted. We've seen a more substantive approach as yielding slightly more significant results. And Katie, I hope that gives a bit of an overview as to the pilot project, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Yeah, excellent. And of course, if you've got any questions, we'll be able to come to them at the end, or please do grab Michael, Liko, Bali, and myself to talk a little bit more about this case study. I have one of the old iterations of the game with me, so if you want to see some of the sort of play cards and things like that, I think it would be worth looking into if you would like a little bit more information. I'd like to sort of bring us a little bit back to sort of looking at the engagement that we can have with different stakeholders. And Bali, I mean, Michael mentioned sort of the Jigsaw Google approach, but could you tell us a little bit more about some of the engagement that we've had with the tech platforms on this project, please? Thanks.
Sure, thank you. I think one thing we also need to take into consideration is the fact that it's a bit weird when I hear myself. I think another thing we need to take into consideration is the fact that refugees are on these platforms, these various platforms. We can't run away from that. The one thing we wanted to ensure was that they feel empowered to use these platforms. They feel safe enough to use these platforms as well. But also, since there is an existing narrative, we wanted them to also put out their own stories, their own lived experiences. And so we've been closely engaging TikTok, who recently hosted a webinar that was dedicated to just helping us learn more about how the users can stay safe while using their platform as well. So the session focused on equipping participants on tools and knowledge to navigate the platform safely, as well as understand how TikTok's moderation system works. The webinar also served as a platform for open dialogue. So we were afforded the opportunity to directly ask the team, the TikTok team, some of the challenges that we're seeing on the ground, because there are certain trends that we're seeing that TikTok might not be aware of. There are certain subtle misinformation or hate speech that is being spread in such a way that they're using coded language. So they might not use a particular word, they might change a word to another language. South Africa has about 11 official languages. So you have about 11 languages to play with to basically perpetuate hate speech. And so the TikTok team was very helpful in offering insights also into their community guidelines, their different reporting mechanisms. And for us, what was really encouraging was just their openness for continued collaboration. We're also looking at empowering the refugee community on how they can create their own content as well. So how can they then start making content to counteract what is already on the ground? How can they also do this safely, whereby they feel like they can express themselves? I saw that in the Mentimeter. I think one of the key things that kept coming up was freedom of expression. How can refugees, they should be afforded the right to a voice, right? They are contributing members of society. They have their own lived experiences. And so for us, really engaging platforms such as TikTok, engaging platforms such as Meta, where we're able to say, we have these marginalized group of people where oftentimes they are left behind. How do we bring them to the table so they can tell their own stories, where they can also access safe information in a manner that does not endanger them? Thank you, Katie.
Thanks, Mbali. And maybe sort of zooming a little bit out of the South Africa context and speaking a little bit more broadly, Oluwaseun, I'd love to hear a little bit more around some of these sort of reporting mechanisms that we know that maybe the platforms have, if it does come to someone sort of saying that they have been directly sort of a recipient of hate online. Do you feel that maybe displaced communities use these reporting platforms, and what could be some of the barriers that would stand in their way when it comes to reporting?
Thanks, Katie. I think I'll start by saying 80% of the reporting platforms from the big techs are afterthoughts after building the technology. For most of the social media platforms, for example, reporting platforms for hate speech or digital violence were afterthoughts. Introduced, or the pressure was mounted by civil society organizations and technology activists to be able to do that. So it's always challenging to even create the awareness about some of these tools for people using their platforms. But also, as technology creators, sometimes we tend to create a one-size-fits-all types of technology for people, which is not really helping vulnerable people to be able to use these platforms effectively. And when we talk about, we can have classification of internally displaced people, forcibly displaced people. There are refugees as well. And some of the reporting platforms are not really fit into the different classifications that we might have as well. And in the work that we do every day, we've seen increasingly that these people are not, some of them are not even aware of some of these reporting platforms. But more importantly is the familiarity, first of all, with what you call hate speech or offensive opinion, first of all. We've worked with people that are seriously emotionally battered, that when you even use hate speech on them, they are not even aware, they are not emotionally sensitive to some of these things. And this brings the complexity of even helping and supporting, internally displaced people or refugees. First of all, from the emotional level of classification. Number two is the language and localization of some of these reporting platforms. And that is why we begin to see organizations creating different help desks offline where people can come to and make reports. And then those platforms escalate to the platforms where some of these things have been perpetrated. And I think it speaks to what you were saying around the fact that foreigners, internally displaced people or refugees coming into a new country, sometimes they don't even understand the slangs and the languages being used, for hate speech on them. And we've also seen in our work fear of retaliation. We've seen a lot of people who have experienced hate speech or violence, digital violence, they don't want to report because of fear of retaliation or the power play in the mix of, those who have used these words against them. And also, a particular situation that we've seen is how, and this is a co-created, story with some organizations we worked with recently. In a particular IDP camp in Nigeria, should we call them the warders or the people in charge? A particular person in charge was making sexually violent comments towards a particular young lady. And it comes with intimidation. They don't want them to speak out. So he took another IDP to report to law enforcement. And the first thing the law enforcement did was to ask if the lady was suggestive in her behavior, and then that, just discouraged a lot of young ladies facing this kind of situation to report. So it also comes to the responsibility of those that we have actually, appointed as those in charge of, refugees or IDPs in the first place as well. So there's a wide range of, I would say challenges facing IDPs and internally displaced people. But I think more importantly is the localization of the platforms that, for example, we addressed a situation where it was a violent revenge porn, that's the word, right? Image-based digital violence on a particular platform. And we had to work with 2 other organizations to be able to escalate the situation to the platform because this particular person didn't want to go on the platform to use it because of a lot of historical issues when it comes to, we've seen people report in the past and nothing was done about it. So it shouldn't be a case of afterthought. I think in terms of the development of these platforms now, they have to be, it has to be with integrity. It must drive trust in people, but also it must be contextual in the way that people use it. And the kind of work that we do, we have a command center where people can come to, and for those who trust to escalate to us, and then we escalate to the platforms. And those who need psychological support as well, we provide that along with the service.
Great, thank you. I was going to ask you as my follow-up question, but you already came there in terms of some of the practical steps to improve these reporting mechanisms. So along with sort of the localization, I heard you talk about sort of some of the partnerships that you were working with as well. So is there any sort of other, how can the tech sector help do this better? Is it by engaging, local actors?
I think the big tech need to engage the local actors because the truth is that when there's breakdown in trust, people don't want to use these platforms to report directly. And if people have a structure they already trust, either in the community or with other civil society organizations that they are comfortable speaking with, I think big tech should be able to come down and work with those organizations to be able to address these issues better. There's a lot of underreporting happening because of these trust issues. And also the way in different contexts, our law enforcement has also addressed some of these issues with levity, right? So there should be a community approach where there's a report the offender kind of situation in those communities. There could be, we organize, people on WhatsApp. We also organize on, people can reach out via, other platforms as well. But the truth is that there are more than, in every local government, you can have at least 25 civil society organizations or local actors who are genuinely interested in addressing some of these issues. And they are a great gateway to the big techs to be able to get some of this reporting. And we should not also limit this to what is happening on platforms online. There are offline situations as well that can be escalated via independent platforms outside of social media as well. And I think we should build more platforms outside of social media that encourages people to come out and speak about these things. Because for social media, it's either you resort to canceling people or you keep quiet. But for independent platforms, for offline situations, and I think we have more offline situations, physical words, violent words or actions spoken to internally displaced people or refugees, that should be escalated. Because when we go the route of digital literacy, you might say some of these guys are not on Facebook, or they are not on X, or they are not on any social media. But the offline one is even more in the work that we do that we see every day. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much. So we've talked about reporting mechanisms, and Michael, I'm going to put you on the spot with quite a long question now, but looking at, if we bring it back to the conversation around sort of digital resilience and how can we create an environment that is supporting the digital resilience of refugees, of asylum seekers, how up to the challenge is the policy and regulation environment. When we look at that question, are they sort of protected currently when it comes to policy and regulation?
Thanks, Katie. I mean, it's a complex question, and I would, really welcome a conversation with colleagues in the room who work and have different perspectives on this. I mean, in my view, at least from the context we're in, I think the practice is really the challenge, and I'll start there. I mean, the practice in supporting vulnerable groups who are subjected to hate speech, mis and disinformation is wholly inadequate. There's often re-victimization. We've heard a series of lessons learned. And it's not only the platforms here that are the culprits, from policing stations, whether it's a refugee or a survivor of the sharing of a non-consensual intimate image. The practice is simply not to involve people or to re-victimize or re-blame or victim blame through a series of processes. So given that the platforms have increased their dominance over an extended period of time, the state response practically has been wholly insufficient. And I think that is informed by the regulatory landscape. Regulating hate speech is difficult, right? We're seeing as we speak that Twitter is challenging new laws, sort of, hiding behind the Hate Act, or New York's hiding behind the Hate Act. In our jurisdiction in South Africa, we do have legislation. It is somewhat enforced. But I think that secondary vulnerability that a refugee has, the ability and the enabling space to come forward and report in the first instance, is something that we haven't got past at this stage. So policy, at least in the South African perspective, there's no specific policy that looks to refugees or internally displaced people on these particular questions. The broader framework is emergent, but it's very much whack-a-mole and scattershot, right? We're dealing with cybercrimes here. We're dealing with non-consensual image distributions here. We're trying to look into platform power through competition policy. There's nothing harmonized that is really there to create the supportive environment. And for me, I think that the state needs to play a far bigger role. Colleagues have referenced these independent mechanisms that are being used for reporting. One of the partners on our project, Media Monitoring Africa, runs a platform called the Real 411, which is an independent platform that you can report to that then pursues complaints with the platform themselves. And I think there's been varying degrees of success. But again, it's a question of scale. And it's that scale that I think the platforms, when it comes to content moderation or the erstwhile concept of fact-checking, which is a big problem we have at the moment, coupled with these independent platforms, which just don't have the capacity to get through the volume. So, well, from a legal standpoint, at least in the South African context, there are safeguards in place. Those safeguards are severely impeded by the willingness of those in power to support people in vulnerable positions to actually pursue their rights through them.
And I'm just going to turn back to you, because I know that you also work on in terms of policy and regulation and sort of governance actions. Is there sort of any recommendations that you would make to try and sort of address some of these challenges? I know we spoke a little bit about like sort of the challenge of reporting, under-reporting and re-victimization, but at the sort of policy and governance level, do you see any, positive steps that could be taken to build that resilience?
I think recently we've had invitations from a number of international organizations, but also some local actors on how do we effectively make policies around anonymous reporting that is effective. I think there's a lot of fear, depending on the level of violence or how deep the situation is, right? And I like what you said around re-victimization, and we've seen that over and over again. Maybe it's a process started from somebody making rape, statement towards a particular person, and they didn't report. It continues. The rape eventually happened, and then they eventually reported, or somebody even supported them and encouraged them to report. And from the law enforcement side, they started with derogatory comments right from the police station, right? And this person was shamed right from the police station. what do you expect to happen next, right? So most of the cases that we've been involved in is around how can we make anonymous reporting so effective, and can we also introduce policies around accountability of vulnerable people that are in charge of accountability for vulnerable people, which I think in most parts of, not just in Africa, most part of the world, it's very contextual and subjective as well. We've also seen situations where people that are supposed to be in charge of addressing these issues have their own independent way of seeing the situations, because we don't have a lot of policy framework that helps us, address some of these issues. So you judge it based on what you feel that, well, that is not a rape, or that is not violence. I don't believe, a lot of personal opinion. So how do we introduce policies that harmonizes some of that takes lessons from some of these practical issues? Number one, to make anonymous reporting very easy and effective. Accountability for people in charge of addressing some of these issues in government and in law enforcement. And number three, the localization of the platforms. We've seen, reporting platforms that are just in English language, but somebody only speaks a particular language in a part of Nigeria. How do they report? And then also for help desk by independent organizations to also have different mediums of reporting as well. I think policy in these three areas can be a low-hanging fruit to get started.
Okay, thank you. So Mbani, I'll just pass back to you, because we've heard a little bit around some of the, the practical case study through Mzansi Life. We've also heard a little bit around sort of the role of potentially of reporting mechanisms and sort of regulatory policy. But you engage directly with refugees themselves. What practical ideas have they given you to sort of strengthen their own digital resilience?
Thanks, Katie. I think working with refugees on a daily basis has really shown me how resilient refugees are. I mean, they are, yes, we agree, very traumatized because of the different things that they've had to go through from their country of origin, traveling to then find a country of asylum where they can be accepted and safe. And oftentimes, I can't agree more with my colleagues that we try and avoid re-traumatizing them. So you don't want the refugees to keep telling you the story over and over and over again, because that's their lived experiences, and no one wants to recount a trauma event. However, one thing I have come to recognize and appreciate is that they want safe spaces to tell their stories. They want safe spaces to have an open dialogue. They want safe spaces to report any activities or any incidents that they feel they may have been violated. Someone may have violated their human rights. And so for me, I think what I've heard over and over again is that it's great that we meet in these platforms to discuss these issues, but more than ever, we cannot make decisions for them and about them without them. And so they want to be included in these conversations. When policies are being drafted, they want to be brought in, because unless you're a refugee and you have that lived experience, we can't really dictate, what works and what doesn't work. So for me, I think in my conversations with refugees, the number one thing is create a safe space where we can bring in our ideas, where we can bring in, because they've got a lot to share. They have a lot to say. I think to also echo my colleague, accessing reliable information in a language that they understand. So many times we've seen there's a number of communication policy changes that are communicated, and refugees oftentimes don't understand. And so they find themselves on the wrong side of the law, sometimes simply because they genuinely just did not understand what was being communicated to them. And so I think for me also, how can they access reliable information in a language that they understand? Lastly, I think ongoing digital literacy that is context specific and uses real life examples from their own community. the context of South Africa is very different from the context of Nigeria, very different from the context of Ghana. How can they protect themselves in the context of South Africa? How do they stay safe in their host communities in the context of South Africa? So these are some of the few examples I would give. Thanks, Katie.
Great, thanks, Mali. Maybe we just pass to one final question back to Liko, if we can. Liko, we've had a little bit about sort of some of the challenges, maybe different ways of working in partnership, some of the approaches that you've seen, and I know you've played the game as well. If you were to sort of give advice or guidance to maybe government counterparts, both in South Africa but also in other countries, thinking about, is this something that we could adopt to try and think of a way of building digital resilience? What advice would you give, or what practical caution would you maybe advise? Yeah.
I think I would rather say that when it comes to making use of digital platforms versus a game like the board game that we have on Zanzi, we need to understand that when we say yes to a fully digital approach, what we are saying no to. And when we say yes to digital platforms, we're actually saying no to the ability for us to reach those that Michael is talking about who still don't have access to digital platforms. Therefore, if you want to drive a pre-banking agenda, you need to use a combination approach. The one is not replacing the other, but they should be complementary to one another. That's the first thing. The second thing that I want to say is that probably the conversation about protecting the rights of refugees is not a conversation that should be had by a country where they are, because there are other international influences that need to be taken into consideration. We need to have a global conversation as a global community about it. The third and the last thing that I want to say is that, yes, the fourth industrial revolution has brought on us the pressure to, to get onto technological and digital platforms. But we also have the responsibility to ensure that when we push children into those spaces where they need to now access information about misinformation and disinformation and pre-banking and so forth, we also then have another responsibility, which is a hidden responsibility, to protect them when they are online.
Thanks, Liko. Thank you so much. I'd love to say thanks to the panelists. We have a few moments now to ask some questions. And first of all, I'm going to, whilst people are, I think this is the microphone that people come to ask questions. Don't be shy. There's one there. First of all, whilst people are hopefully making their way to the microphone, I'm going to ask Ondine online. Were there any questions coming in the chat? Thanks, Ondine.
Hi, Katie. No questions so far. So,
excellent.
Participants online, feel free to add your question and I'll read them out for you.
Yeah, thanks, Ondine. We'll come back to you. Thanks for your question.
Hello, my name is Olivia, and I'm coming from the London Story. And we work in the context of India. It's a little bit different, so I don't know if you can answer my questions, but also I would like to hear your experience on that. We document cases where we work a lot on refugee protection, etc. And India is not a party to the Refugee Convention. And there are a lot of different groups of refugees which are also treated differently, etc. And especially in terms of the hate speech online, we document that refugees in India are systematically targeted by disinformation, and they're being labeled as terrorists, criminals, illegal infiltrators, etc. And these narratives are often pushed both by the state actors and also by non-state actors. and they're being accused of different things that that they want to grab lands, etc., like all sorts of things. And this also results into like arbitrary detention, expulsion, like all sorts of violence, and also communal violence. So I would like to ask if UNHCR, if you have experience and knowledge, if UNHCR has taken specific steps to target this disinformation online by state and non-state actors in India. And more broadly, how does UNHCR respond when harmful narratives are either generated or tolerated by state actors? And also, I would like to know what you do in the context where the state did not ratify the convention and UNHCR has a limited mandate, like in India. Thank you.
Do we have some more questions to come through, Undine? If there's any on the screen?
No, nothing.
Any further questions? I had an Yeah. Please do ask questions afterwards. Thank you for your questions. So, I mean, personally, I've been working on the South Africa project, so obviously I'm not able to speak to or comment on the India case study for, India example for on this occasion. I would say that a lot when it comes down to sort of working in countries where, maybe we don't have such an enabling environment as South Africa, for example, a lot does come from the importance of being seen to be a trusted entity and being seen to sort of be able to sort of have access and engagement. And I think that this comes from sort of how can we really make sure that, that we are, if able, able to sort of operate and have access to information available on channels around sort of what services are available. A lot of what we've been doing sort of on a global level as well is around sort of, really trying to make sure that people understand, what is a refugee? How do we really try and sort of tell these narratives around sort of solidarity? But I think the sort of examples that you were saying strike to some of the work that we needed to do in South Africa around identifying what are these narratives and actually what is the sort of behavior science behind this? Like, what is the fear that people are being exploited, what fear is being exploited here. And so, for example, I think, Michael, I'll pass back to you, but some of the narratives we identified in South Africa are really deep-seated. And I'm sure in many other contexts there are sort of, hooks or narratives that it's very easy for people to manipulate because that's where the fear is. And I think that, my advice would be sort of really to bring it back to a behavioral science approach and identify sort of what are these grand narratives and what fears and what sort of levers are people pulling, and to sort of highlight, not to run after the, hang on, the debunking piece, but actually look at sort of how can you try and allow people to sort of recognize that maybe their fear is being manipulated. And this is why pre-bunking has that warning sort of piece at the very beginning. The moment you say to someone warning, psychologically, and it's been tested in a number of different languages, not just English, psychologically someone is more receptive to the next piece of information. So warning, your fear might be being manipulated, and then you can start to have a conversation that maybe opens up, now we can start to address the issue that in this context, refugees are always, aligned with criminalization. I don't know whether you want to build a little bit more on that point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak to a context I don't know enough about invariably, but I mean, when looking at these challenges, and, we're seeing it in the US, where there's often political alignment with a lack of safeguards, should we say, on the platforms. And then I think you need to look for mechanisms within the state that may be supportive, right? So if there's executive support for what's going on, for example, in the Indian context, I know the Competition Authority has recently given a relatively landmark ruling against Android television, for example. And you may need to look at somewhat radical strategies to test these types of questions. You know, in the South African context, our competition authority is working on this. You've got people in the Department of Education who value the need for this, but then you do have other state departments which simply are not interested in these regulatory questions. So it's really about trying to find those loose-knit partners at the right time, particularly where there's a recalcitrant state. I think pre-bunking plays a really important role, as does civil society, but to the specifics I can't speak to, but that broader alignment between potentially strategic litigation, policy reform, and activism.
I'm just letting the online colleagues know that that was a comment from the floor, but it wasn't in the microphone. So I could see Undine was looking at me like as if she'd lost connection. So apologies, online participants. Thank you. Were there any further? There's one more question, and then we can maybe move to Therese to closing remarks. No rush, no rush.
There's a question in the chat also,
Okay,
Katie.
Undine, do you want to read your question in the chat, and then we'll come to the
Sure.
question on the mic? Yeah, thanks.
So that's a question from Berik Sebesa. So I'm reading it out. How do we ensure that digital resilience initiatives for refugees and IDPs in Africa do not overshadow their urgent needs like access to food, water, and shelter? With many displaced communities still lacking basic necessities, is investing in digital tools a luxury or a necessity? And how can we do both without trade-offs?
Great question. And then we'll come to the question on the mic, and then I can, yeah. Yes, please, yeah.
Hi, everyone. A very informative discussion. So I personally worked for one of the big tech company before, and before that I worked in an NGO in China for educational assistance to refugee children. And I actually found out, in addition to disinformation, misinformation, which is inaccurate information, there are some of the information with refugees that maybe it's true. For example, maybe some negative news, maybe some crime or violence happened because of, everyone. It could happen to everyone, and but it's so then some information would easily get spread because of, I guess, algorithm, or also maybe people's human has cognitive bias. Just you reinforce the negative image. So I think it's neither misinformation, disinformation, also not really like hate speech. It's just the fact that spread may be faster than the opposite way. So I'm just curious, because for me, I think that's make actually also huge damage in terms of public's perception of this vulnerable group. So I'm just curious about if you people on the stage have worked or think about approach that could address this issue.
Great point, thanks. I think we have one last question, and then we can come back to the panel.
Hi, my name is Pumzile, and I do a lot of work around disinformation in South Africa. And I've worked on a couple of projects around foreign influence operations. And this has been kind of xenophobia in South Africa has been a big concern of mine for a very long time. So I'm glad to see that this kind of work is taking place. But what does it look like in future, in the next couple of months? Is this something going to continue? Because right now I think it's kind of not as busy as it can be, especially on the online space, but heading to a local government election, it's going to start. And the thing is that it doesn't remain online. Like with other kind of disinformation campaigns, this spreads offline and results in, of violence and death. So what does it look like going forward? Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to very quickly give the panelists 1 minute to answer each of the questions. So Mbali, can I come to you for prioritization? Michael, what does this look like next as the next steps? And then do you want to take the piece around sort of, how to, amplification and the algorithms that maybe run away with some of the sort of bad content as opposed to, less positive content. So 1, 2, 3, and then we'll pass to Therese. Thank you.
Sorry, can you please remind me the prioritization?
Prioritization. Why are we focusing on digital protection when we also have to make sure basic needs are met when it comes to refugee protection? Yeah.
No, thank you very much. I think for me, in the context of South Africa, we are fortunate in that our legislation is very progressive, in that refugees are afforded the right to work, they have the right to education regardless of their documentation status, they have access to basic services, healthcare, social grants as well. And so I think the number one problem that we're seeing in South Africa is really just xenophobia, whereby as much as there's access, there are limited resources, as I previously said, and because of this, we have a lot of the host communities saying we don't have jobs because foreigners are here and they're taking our jobs. Our children don't have spaces in school because foreigners are here taking all the spaces of our children in schools. And so for us, the main priority is not necessarily access to basic services for refugees in South Africa, but rather how do we ensure that in the country of asylum, they are protected in various ways. We have a huge problem with documentation, access to documentation. A lot of times refugees will try and get themselves documented to access such services and legalize their stay in the country. However, there's a lot of systematic issues within our Ministry of Home Affairs. So this also further perpetuates the narrative that we have a lot of foreigners that are undocumented, that don't care to get documented within the country. Therefore, this further incites violence. So I think for us, this is why this is a priority for us in South Africa, because xenophobia is truly, I think even as Phumzile said, a really huge problem.
Michael, 1 minute.
Yeah, sure.
And what next?
So, Phumzile, thank you. I mean, there's a few things going on. Just speaking briefly to our project, we're now moving into our second phase, which we hope to conclude by August. The second phase is the last round of testing, and then we're actually going to start printing and distributing this game, coupled with sort of digital facilitation guides and potentially a digital game. We're still testing to see if we can pull it off in time. So I think from the social pre-bunking approach, we're hoping to move this relatively quickly. I think just for interest's sake in the South African context, there's two broader developments. I mean, our Competition Commission, in its provisional findings and some of its recent reporting, is likely to recommend that there must be an amendment to ECTA to create a degree of platform liability for the amplification of hate speech. Now, a lot of people are not supportive of that amendment, but this is quite contested in the South African space, and that's likely to be on the agenda. And then I know our National Human Rights Institute is looking into some of these questions as well, and they'll probably be making sort of announcements in due course. But there's a lot afoot, both social, regulatory. So we are trying to move cognizant of the deep concerns, but equally, with deference to LICO, I think rolling this out in South African schools is also a process. But I think we're live to the urgency of it, undoubtedly. Thank you.
I realize that we are being told that we're really strictly out of time. So, Therese, I'm sorry, we're just going to sort of skip over the last question, but maybe we can find you after to discuss the points around sort of what do we do about sort of the algorithms that augment, narratives that sort of spin out and drown out positive content. So I'll ask you to stay behind other side. Therese, sorry, I think you probably have minus minutes, but it would be great to hear sort of a wrap-up summary. I think we've got a couple of minutes to hear from you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for an enlightening and inspiring conversation. It's really great to see the trust-based relationship that has been created amongst you as partners, and I think that's really key and essential to have an innovation process with impact. It's also equally inspiring and great to hear the fundamental understanding of the need that you're designing the innovation process around, the deep insight into the challenges around information integrity in the context of displacement. So we've heard about the rise in online misinformation and hate speech and the wide range of challenges faced by people that are forcibly displaced. And you've all emphasized the importance of community-based approaches and multi-stakeholder engagement. We've heard about the participatory process that you've had in South Africa with the youth, how you've listened to them and iterated your solutions, and the importance of localization of digital platforms. And we've also heard about the potential pre-bunking, which was new to most of the participants, so that's really encouraging to hear. Now, I said in the beginning that an innovation process to solve wicked challenges rarely leads to a shiny new thing. And I think what we've heard about today is exactly this, all the multiple partnerships and multiple smaller solutions that come together and create impact. But we have also heard about a game, and shiny new things are always fun, and the significant impact that that game seems to have already now. So I look forward to seeing how that is being further rolled out. We've also heard about the need for safe spaces for people that are forcibly displaced to have their voices heard and share their stories. And I hope that's something that we take with us as we move forwards. I hope you all leave inspired to engage in this process moving forwards, and that we'll see all of you and have a future opportunity to collaborate. So thank you.
Therese, thank you for summing up. I always think that that's always like one of the hardest tasks of the panel, so I think that was excellent. I'd like to say a huge thank you to Liko, Michael, Mbali, Olushan and Therese for their participation today, and thank you everyone for attending. It was great, and sorry we didn't have time.
Workshop 2. 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 Workshop 2.
Hello and good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Muhammad Shabir, your moderator for the Roundtable Workshop number 69, Beyond Tokenism, Disability Leadership in Internet Governance. Thank you very much for joining us today in the IGF 2025 for this very important discussion. As we move forward and look towards the future where WSIS 20 is being reviewed, IGF is mandate is getting a new direction. It is very important that we discuss and analyze that how persons with disabilities have been participating in the IGF discussions, what have we so far achieved, and what should be done next. In this context, in my limited understanding, while we were proposing this workshop, we thought that though persons with disabilities have been participating in internet governance spaces, they participated, discussed, highlighted accessibility issues, but the representation at the decision-making table or in the room where decisions were made with regards to internet governance, digital accessibility, we had a very tokenistic representation of persons with disabilities there. Though some would arguably also say that even the tokenistic nomenclature or expression can also be expanded to internet governance spaces to some extent as well. To explore different dimensions and aspects of this question and this topic, that what has happened so far and what can be done next, I have a very excellent and eminent panelists on the stage here and online. I thank everyone for sparing their time to join us on this panel. But before we go to the panelists and ask some very critical questions, we need to understand what digital accessibility means. And who better to talk about what digital accessibility means is the father of the internet, known as Windsurf. So we have a video message from Windsurf talking about the digital accessibility and what it means for persons with disabilities. May I request the sport team to kindly play the video by Windsurf?
Hello, my name is Vince Cerf. I'm chairman of the leadership panel of the Internet Governance Forum. Today I'd like to talk a little bit about accessibility of the internet and the World Wide Web, and in general, accessibility for a lot of digital applications. This is not easy. In order to understand how to make applications accessible to someone with a disability is a non-trivial exercise. You really have to have intuition, and that's hard to get unless you happen to have a particular disability or you happen to make use of certain kinds of applications like screen readers, so that you have an appreciation for how well or how poorly some of these ideas work. One thing that I can assure you of is that if you're responsible for user interfaces, or what's called user experience, it will be very, very helpful for you to see examples of successful applications and also examples of not so successful ones, and to try to understand what made them either succeed or fail. It also occurs to me that in addition to these kinds of examples from which you can gain intuition, that we may discover with artificial intelligence that our ability to interact with the services of the World Wide Web and the internet through alternative means than keyboards and mice might turn out to be important. I'm thinking, of course, of intelligent agents. We may be able to make an application a lot more usable if it's a question of negotiating with a system, as opposed to trying to work your way through a two-dimensional space in a linear way, which is what, of course, the screen readers will do for someone who has vision impairment. So it may very well be that AI is our friend here in a number of different dimensions. This is relatively unexplored territory, although we're seeing a great deal more oral interaction, hands-free kinds of interaction, which is helpful for people who don't have a visual impairment or an audio impairment, but who just don't have the ability to use their hands at the moment. There are often situations where hands-free is really very, very important and valuable. So the message here is that accessibility is a high priority. The internet should be for everyone, and that's inclusive of people with various disabilities. And second, it's important to recognize that everyone who has one or more disabilities will have different combinations and flavors, and so there's no simple single solution for audio impairment or visual impairment. We really have to design interfaces that are adaptable to people's needs. Once again, a very, very important topic to make sure that the internet really is for everyone. So I'm glad to see that the DCAD, the DCAD, the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility, is active in the Internet Governance Forum. I'm looking forward to your conclusions and your discussion as you search for better ways of making the internet an accessible place.
Thank you very much, Windsurf. We heard right from the top of the internet governance leadership that how accessibility is important. I just want to add, number one, when Vint was speaking about building internet which is for everyone, he meant that following the universal design which everyone can use. And if it is made accessible, the common misunderstanding is that it is made accessible for persons with disabilities. But everyone else can use that. So a device which is used or prepared to make it accessible for people who lack hands or physical disabilities, it can also be used by other people who are driving or who want to do some other task while commanding to the machines. Now, before we move forward the discussion, I want to go to the speaker on the stage, Gunilla Espring. She has a very wide experience of promoting, advocating, and making systems and policies accessible for people with disabilities. She has vast experience of policy making as well. So with her experience of being the accessibility, being the leader of accessibility standing group of the Internet Society, being the MAG member, I would want to ask her, Gunilla, what in your opinion do you think that WSIS, GDC, and inclusion strategy mean for persons with disabilities? And what policy mechanisms can be there or improved to make the environments, digital environments particularly, accessible for people with disabilities? Gunilla, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shabir. And that's a big question, but I will try to answer in terms of such frameworks as Dr. Shabir mentioned, WSIS 20+, Global Digital Compact, and also the UN Disability Inclusion Strategy. And we are right in the middle of these discussions when it comes to WSIS Plus 20 and the Global Digital Compact. And we will see results according to plan by the end of the year. And these are very complex negotiations. And we will have to find ways to be able to input into that. So the WSIS Plus 20 has recently released an elements paper, and this is based on consultation with member states and other stakeholders. And there are a number of paragraphs in there, and I won't go into great detail, but it does talk about digital divide. It talks about accessibility for persons with disability, and also reinforcing existing frameworks for multi-stakeholder cooperation. So we need to read that. We need to make comments by the 15th of July into what's called the zero draft. And we have the opportunity to input just like any other stakeholder does. I will also talk about the Global Digital Compact. And this is another instrument that is being, well, it has been drafted, but it's now a matter of how that harmonizes or not with the WSIS Plus 20. And I want to refer to digital literacy skills and competencies. And it says we, as in the GDC, commit by 2030 to provide accessible user interfaces. These are based on some of the Sustainable Development Goals, and in that case it's number 4 and 10. And also to target and tailor capacity building for underrepresented groups, including persons with disability, to ensure meaningful engagement in design and implementation of programs. And that's really important when we are talking about disability leadership, that here there is something stated about that meaningful engagement. So we have to ask ourselves, how is this going to be implemented? Because this is a high-level, global instrument. And obviously, it requires national legislation and regulation in many cases to do so. So I just wanted then to go into how do we move from policies to implementation. And there are a number of complexities with that. And I want to refer to basically a case study. And this is the Internet Society. It is important to have senior staff who are accessibility champions. It makes a huge, big difference. And the Internet Society has an accessibility standing group. And it has developed an accessibility framework. And we're very fortunate that we do have a disability leader in Dr. Mohammed Shabir, who was on the Board of Trustees of the Internet Society for 2 years. And then during that time, a resolution was unanimously approved on an accessibility framework. So then how do we move to the implementation stage? And again, I want to emphasize the importance of senior staff being accessibility champions. And it's been a long and winding road, but now we have a possibility to achieve that through the Internet Society, talking about building a culture of accessibility and minimizing barriers to participation. And through that, we feel that the Internet Society can benefit from having more people with disabilities being part of the organization in a number of different ways. So I think I'll stop there, but that gives just a flavor. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gunilla Espring, for your wonderful insights. Your discussion has a lot to unpack, and we may come to you during the discussion session to unpack some of the statements that you have made. Audience may have some questions. But you talked about Internet Society while presenting the case study, and we are fortunate to have the executive director of the Internet Society Foundation right on the stage, and this gives me a sort of more motivation to bring her in now and ask her, because Sarah Armstrong is the executive director of ISOC Foundation, and she has a very vast experience of philanthropy. So, Sarah, I have a couple of questions for you for your intervention. First relates to your philanthropic experience, and that is that what role the philanthropic organizations can play in making the organizations and internet governance accessible for people with disabilities. And focusing on the more narrower part, what Internet Society and Internet Society foundations are doing in this context to train persons with disabilities in leadership, and what more as a philanthropic experienced person you would recommend that can be done. Sarah, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shabir. Can everybody hear me okay? All right. Thanks. It's a pleasure to be here, especially with such special people here on the panel, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the work of the Internet Society Foundation, as well as discussing the philanthropic environment. It is definitely an issue we all need to be focused on, and that is because we know that there's a large percentage of the population who is, in many cases, permanently disabled, and they really need to have the opportunity to enjoy all of the things that the internet brings into our life. We are committed as an organization to be sure that we have content, services, policies, and programs that are in fact accessibility oriented. And we want to make sure that accessibility is all about what we do because of the fact that digital inclusion means the internet really is for everyone. And that is our vision statement. We have, as Dr. Shabir noted, we have been working with the standing group, the Accessibility Standing Group, and I just want to go through a couple of the different things that the Internet Society Foundation is doing specifically, and then I'll move on to what we believe the philanthropic arena can do as well. So we are accessibility champions, again, as Gunilla mentioned. We have, for example, a very large portfolio of grant programs, and a number of our grant programs are, in fact, very much focused on targeting the audience of people with disabilities and being sure that they are funding, or we are funding organizations and people who are very sensitive to the needs. So we have training programs with some of our grantees from Skills, which is all about teaching digital literacy. We have other programs with our Beyond the Net chapter program. And then finally, we have Connecting the Unconnected, which is about community networks, also focusing on people with disabilities. We also, as Gunilla mentioned, have an operational framework. This was something that was approved by our board and in fact has become a really, really big focus for the organization. And that is a strategy that is based on the nothing about us without us. So it's guiding what the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation is doing in this area. We also have been working on our website and making sure that all new content meets the WCAG 22.1 AA standard. And also we do an annual audit to make sure that that continues. And those are, our most recent score was a 99 out of 100 in terms of our desktop. So that was good to see that we're making such progress in those areas. In addition to the grant programs focused on persons with disability, we also have a training course, and this training course is entitled Disability Leadership Training in Internet Governance and Digital Rights. This program is a 5-week program, about 15 to 20 hours long, and it's developed specifically with the ISOC Accessibility Standing Group. It builds leadership and embeds accessibility in internet governance discussions. It's designed for persons with disabilities and advocates and trainers. and it covers accessibility policy and links to internet governance. So this program here does in fact advance disability leadership. But the question is there more that can be done? Is there more that can be done by us? And then talking about the other possible philanthropic organizations who may be looking at the same important issue. It's an ongoing journey. So there are some things that we've done. I've discussed those so far, but there are also other things that we can look at. Explore opportunities for funding for disability leadership is one concept. Encourage grantees to offer more training and support systems. Introduce possibly the tracking and the publishing of participation data. So these are things that we're looking at as we go on this journey. So we're going to continue to move forward and stay committed. As I mentioned, we have from the board level down a real support for this direction. And so that's the place right now where the Foundation and the Internet Society are. And then in addition, the second question is what role can philanthropic organizations play in enabling leadership by persons with disability in internet governance? This is where I split it into three different areas of things that I believe the philanthropic community can do to make it a better world. Encourage inclusiveness in funded events, such as IGFs or NRIs or SIGs. For example, what we're doing on our webpage, on the Internet Governance Forum webpage for our Internet Governance Forum grant program, we have that a disclaimer, a line that we encourage people to strongly make sure that the dialogues that they're having in these IGFs and these NRIs and in these schools of internet governance, that they're strongly encouraged to review and follow the accessibility guidelines that have been developed by the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability when planning any type of event. So we are keeping an eye on that and keeping in touch and seeing how that move is going forward. We also would recommend that philanthropic organizations require accessibility features such as captioning and sign language, accessibility platforms and venues. And we definitely feel it's important for people to reference and enforce the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability Accessibility Guidelines. Furthermore, for the ideas for philanthropic organizations, supporting mentorships, linking new leaders with experts, funding and facilitating disability-specific networks and coalitions, convening dialogues and embedding accessibility in IG agendas, and also back leadership of those who are facing intersecting challenges such as gender geography. And finally, some other key roles for philanthropic organizations to play: prioritize funding for underrepresented regions, invest in research on barriers and solutions, support impact measurement to refine the strategies and ensure accountability. So what I've described here are ideas for what we believe other philanthropic organizations can do, and that, of course, is built on the recommendations that have come to us that we have now followed through and implemented for our website, for our training program, for our grant program, et cetera. And we believe that very, very strongly that all of these different areas together have a unique opportunity to drive equity by investing in accessibility and leadership, ensuring the internet is, in fact, for everyone. So with that, I will thank you. And Dr. Shabir, turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for this wonderful intervention and outlining some of the activities and also illustrating the plans that Internet Society, particularly the fellowships that Internet Society is doing and trying to advance the work on digital accessibility for people with disabilities. We have heard from practitioners. I think it is now high time that we talk about evidence and research-based evidence on the accessibility and digital accessibility for people with disabilities. And we are fortunate to have Dr. Derek Cockburn join us online, who is an academic and a researcher in disability and internet governance. Dr. Derek Cockburn, I have a couple of questions for you as well. And while you are making your intervention, we can deep dive while in the question answer session. But I would want you to focus on the evidence that are there that how people with disabilities are participating in the leadership corridors of the internet governance. And how can research and data from your experience, would you like to enlighten us that it can guide us and internet governance spaces to make these spaces accessible for people with disabilities? Dr. Derek, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shabir. I appreciate that. I thank you for your leadership of the DICAD, and I want to thank all of my fellow panelists and moderators as well. I want to congratulate the DCAD on this panel and the 20th anniversary of IGF. I attended the initial IGF, and it is wonderful to see this continued progress. And I also want to acknowledge the 20th anniversary of GigaNet as well, the Global Internet Governance Academic Network, which was founded at the beginning of IGF as a community of researchers to be able to focus on interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary aspects of internet governance. So it's a nice partnership to have our discussion in this panel also linked with GigaNet. I also apologize for not being there in person. As you can tell, I'm a little under the weather. But there's also a parallel conference going on here in Washington at the National Academy of Sciences, and it's focused on what are called cyber hard problems. And I know that our fellow panelist, Vint Cerf, is also involved in that event. And it shows that when we talk about being involved in internet governance and digital policy leadership, there are so many overlapping venues and spaces and locations where we need to continue to insert disability inclusive ideas. And this is helpful for me. As you know, I wear multiple hats at American University. I'm a professor in information technology and analytics, and also environment, development, and health. And I also co-direct our Internet Governance Lab and serve as executive director of our Institute on Disability and Public Policy. So that allows me to bring these multiple areas together as we think about how do we identify data, build data sets, conduct research projects that shed light on these questions. And one of the things that we found is that there has been a range of disability inclusive leadership in internet governance spaces and in some of the broader disability inclusive development strategies related to the SDGs, the Digital Compact, and other areas. If you remember, some of you in my book published by Palgrave Macmillan in 2017, we examined transnational advocacy networks in the information society, partners or PONs. And one of the things we focused on in that book was the way in which transnational advocacy networks can bring advocates together in a particular issue area to influence these global spaces. And a chapter in that book highlighted the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability. This is one of many transnational advocacy networks for the disability community that are active in the SDGs, that are active in disaster risk reduction, and a number of other spaces. There are about 7 transnational advocacy networks focused on disability inclusive development in a variety of perspectives. You also may remember my book published by MIT Press on researching internet governance. And one of the things that we looked at there were all of the text, we analyzed the text coming from the captions from the IGF going back to the beginning of the IGF. So text analytics has been a very powerful way for us to think about how do we analyze what is actually happening in these spaces and who's participating and engaging and shaping ideas in these spaces. And a chapter in that book that looks at the internet governance transcripts showed that the DICAD language and the language of accessibility and disability is one of the earliest and seemingly most effective of the dynamic coalitions, having from the first IGF and maintaining those ideas and concepts in IGF transcripts and in IGF language going forward. And I was quite surprised to see that level of sustained reference to accessibility language. And it is a testament to the impact that the DICAT has had in this space. So these approaches for us are very important. So being able to use text mining and natural language processing and now using generative AI tools helps us to take advantage of the kind of data that is available to us. So this kind of large-scale text analytics really lets us understand what kind of impact our ideas are having in these global policy spaces. So 2 weeks ago, my team organized a side event in New York at the UN for the 18th Conference of States Parties. This side event was entitled Enhancing Community Engagement and Monitoring CRPD Implementation Through AI, Text Mining, Economic Data, and Accessibility Mapping. So one of the things that this side event showed is that when we use various ways of various forms of data, whether it be large-scale text data, so our project looked at analyzing all of the CRPD state reports to be able to understand how much progress is being made on implementing the CRPD around the world and by regions. But some of the other projects looked at data that comes from the Washington Group short set that has been able to influence various national census data. So we can do traditional statistical analysis, and we can also use data that's called mapping data for accessibility. So there are a number of programs that are mapping accessibility in locations around the world. So for us, this approach gives us lots of opportunity and hope for being able to continue to monitor progress on disability inclusion around the world in different policy spaces. Now, most of this data is open data. So all of the text data that I'm talking about can usually be downloaded from websites. All the transcripts from the IGF, for example, that we've downloaded, state reports, side reports, alternative reports, committee reports, all of that text data is available. And we have two really, really good sources of disability data. One is called the Disability Data Initiative, which is led by Fordham University, and the Disability Data Hub, led by the World Bank. Both of these data sets, as well as the text data, provides tremendous data for us to be able to analyze how persons with disabilities are faring in this current period, but also how do we understand who's involved in each of these areas. Now, this requires us to be able to focus on continuous capacity development in research capacity. So even though this data is free and open, and we have tremendous open source data analytics tools like Python and R, which are open source programming languages that let us analyze this kind of data, we still need to focus on capacity building in these areas and making sure people are trained to be able to use these tools. Now, we believe that the generative AI tools will help to enhance multi-stakeholder participation by those that are not trained in programming. And we have a paper that is just coming out in Data and Policy, which compares our traditional NLP approach with the generative AI approach. But I think that focusing on capacity building for research is going to be an important area for us going forward.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Derek, for sharing with us the data and data sets that are available and how they are used to advance the cause of disability leadership in internet governance and other spaces. Let's hear about the disability and leadership and barriers from another online speaker, Dr. Nirmita Nirmisan. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. So and she is one of the accessibility advocates, policy experts on accessibility. And Dr. Nimita, I would want you to focus on the barriers, if there are any, in the way of persons with disabilities and their leadership in the internet governance spaces, and how those barriers can be removed. What your experience says. Dr. Nimita, floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shabir. Let me approach this from a perspective of somebody who would want to be, so who's set to attend the IGF. So there are barriers at every level, right? And the first barrier is that people don't know about it, about IGF, especially disability advocates working in different countries. There is not enough outreach to them about the, IGF and the issues which are discussed, and also that many of them are quite relevant to what the technologies that we use, the content that we access, and the engagement and interaction that we have with the internet. So the first barrier for me would be that there is probably a handful of people in a country with hundreds and hundreds of disability advocates who actually know about the IGF and what takes place there, and the fact that they can contribute to it. Once you cross that barrier, how do you engage with the IGF, right? If you want to get there, where do you get the support to get there? There would be logistic issues, maybe that people may need to take somebody along with them to help them navigate the system or to help them communicate. So where do you get the funding from? Who are the organizations you need to be in touch with? And and also other issues, maybe language, maybe technology issues. But once you get there, I think one of the chief problems which I feel as a person having been in association with the IGF from 2008, I feel that people with disabilities do not have enough exposure to other issues which are getting discussed at the IGF. So right now, it's probably the only thing they know about is accessibility and disability and the topic they are covering or they're talking about. But meaningful participation goes beyond just talking in your session about accessibility. You need to be able to engage with other forum. You need to be able to absorb other discussions which are going on and see how you can contribute. And it works both ways. You need to be able to participate in other discussions, which are also very important. I mean, AI, for example, is a critical technology for persons with disabilities these days, right? And there is so much which you would unearth if you talk to people with disabilities. There is so much that they can contribute to the way the internet is shaping in terms of AI, in terms of literacy, in terms of safety, and that representation is not coming across, and it's not coming across from both sides. So I think one needs to pay some more thought to how this people with disabilities and other people can work together for them to contribute to different discussions. So I think these are primarily these are primarily the kind of structural barriers one encounters. And finally, after that, what? So if you have remote participation has really helped persons with disabilities be part of the forum, but visibility is also important and continuity is important. So what happens from one forum to the other? Once you go back, so what do you get support or motivation, or do you have the connects to work on these issues when you go back to your country? Because at the end of the day, it's not a one-time thing, right? It's something you need to continue, you need to work at to be able to participate meaningfully. So continuity is again an issue, both in terms of being able to work in your country and move beyond just the other kind of projects which you are working on, and the support internationally to continue to work with different members at the IGF. So these are some of the barriers which I see affect meaningful participation of persons with disabilities.
Thank you very much, Nimita, for highlighting these barriers. And I think we can explore what are the strategies and how those barriers can be removed. Before I ask some more questions to the panelists, I want to see if there are any comments or questions from the audience in person or online.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Spear. We do have a comment from the online, and it's from Emmanuel O'Rourke from Uganda, who's one of our online fellows. And his question is addressed to the ISOC Foundation. And he asked, could you share success stories with practical examples of specific projects or initiatives for people, for persons with disabilities, and how does one join them?
Okay, so I would definitely say that the work that the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation have been doing just to include more and to do more towards persons with disabilities is an opportunity for people to find ISOC and the foundation more accessible. So the fact that we have the mandate and that we are following through on it means that more people can be involved in the types of things that the Internet Society and the foundation are doing. In addition, I can give some examples of our chapters. Beyond the Net, the Puerto Rico chapter is organizing conferences with the University of Puerto Rico around technology for students with disabilities. So there's an opportunity there. Bosnia and Herzegovina chapters have a project to train sightless journalists. The Kyrgyzstan chapter is working with women with disabilities and with a minister who is visually impaired and working on things that they can do in those different countries. We are working on incorporating screen readers in some of our programs for connecting the unconnected, and our skills program through Kota Kita, which is the name of our Indonesian grantee. They are equipping women businesses, owners, and disabilities in Greater Solo with digital skills and economic opportunities. So these are just further examples of the types of things that are happening as a result of our commitment to expanding accessibility. And in terms of being able to access information specifically on the foundation, because of what we're doing with the website, we are making it easier for people with disabilities to be much more informed about the programs that we offer. So I hope that helps answer the question.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm wondering, do we have any questions from the audience in person? You do? Okay, yes. So please come to the mic and state your name and your organization you're with.
Okay, so my name is Jacqueline Jijide, and I'm from Malawi. I am a Pan-African Youth Ambassador on Internet Governance, and I'm also a digital inclusion practitioner from the African Digital Inclusion Alliance. First of all, let me thank you for hosting this session, especially on disability inclusion leadership. However, as somebody who advocates for digital inclusion, I was a bit worried because when I was coming to participate into this conversation, I anticipated to have a high level of this target group participating for this particular event. But the participation is low, and that is also giving me some sort of like a concern, because we cannot advocate for inclusion while excluding the very voice we claim to empower. So representation must not be symbolic, but it must be standard and intentional. And I also want to extend that true inclusion must mean more than just inviting people into the room, but also preparing the room for them. With that being said, I was looking throughout the room to see people providing sign language interpretation. Also, I looked for the tech assistive tools that helps the people with disability issues, but it's not there. And also the environment where everybody can participate, like the people that we are trying to empower these people. So my question is, what steps have we put as the organizers or partners to make sure that we have a high level of participation from the people that are living with disabilities, and also to equip them and support them to be equal contributors, especially in high-level forums like IGF in the future event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your question. To touch on the sign language issue, we did ask our DCAD members who will be coming online if they wanted, if they needed international sign, but we didn't hear back from them. Currently, the event here has human captioning, and we also do have several of our disability fellows in the audience and here. The question is, we did promote the event, but there's a lot of different competing events that are that are pulling people away. And oftentimes what people do here is, since they can't go to an event live, they watch the replay of it in their time, because there's so many events that they cannot go to and they cannot split themselves in many different people. So that is one of the reasons. But we do promote the event. The Internet Governance promotes the event. It's on the YouTube channels too. But it's always a question of how do we get people here, and that's the age-old question for everyone.
Yes, and in addition to what Judith has said, I totally acknowledge your point, and that's where the exact title of the this session states, beyond tokenism. We need to move beyond tokenism, be that the leadership or the IGF spaces. We all do much to make persons with disabilities a part of these discussions. Now, having said that, as Nimita said, that bringing persons with disabilities to these spaces requires a lot of effort and finances. And DCAD, in its limited capacity, tries to fulfill that gap. And I know that what we are doing is not enough. We need to do more. Your point is well acknowledged. We do have 2 persons with disabilities in person attending this IGF, spotted by the DICAD, and 1 online. So, and this is courtesy of our first speaker, Vint Cerf, and his organization, Google LLC, that we are doing so. More organization can come forward to contribute to this cause, but as Judith said, with regards to participation in these sessions by the other participants, we are competing with other sessions and priorities that the participating people would have. So it's the priorities and the priorities of the people and their personal preferences that which sessions they want to attend. But thank you, your point is well taken. Any other points?
Any other? Yes, we do have another question here. If you can come to the mic. Thank you so much, Nigel.
Hello, I'm Nigel Casimir from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. And in our work around the Caribbean, when we do events, at least annually, we tend to have some workshops in ICT for persons with disabilities. Our focus, though, is more on the local community and I guess helping persons with disabilities in the local community to understand the value or the power of ICTs, maybe to make their life easier. We haven't actually had, and this has not been our focus, we haven't actually had persons, even advocates for the disabled community, expressing a level of interest in things like these international events or whatever. And I'm wondering, how might one try to develop such an ambition, you know, in the persons with disabilities, to look just beyond the local community and maybe see how you could make life better for maybe the wider society and make an influence in the world. I'm wondering if there's any experience people have had, or if it's just up to the individual ambition of persons with disabilities to do something like that. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. Does any of the panelists want to respond to this comment?
Yeah, I could.
Okay, Ganela, please do.
Yes, and then Derek's, but he has to get upgraded again.
Yeah, thank you very much for
Derek
that
does.
question.
Okay.
And I think, as Nimita also stated, that there is limited knowledge in some communities about internet governance, and often there's a struggle to even get people with disabilities online and build digital literacy. But we can work on that, and I'm going to mention some work that we have done in South Asia to build disability leaders in internet governance, and that is through support of the Asia Pacific School of Internet Governance and local chapter in Bangladesh, and other supporters, to run train the trainer workshops in internet governance and digital leadership and digital rights. And that was bringing people from South Asian countries, Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, Nepal, to Bangladesh. And they are experienced advocates, but not necessarily experienced in internet governance. But bringing those people together to learn by doing, by interacting about the internet governance discussions, the various internet groups, and how they connect with disability and accessibility global instruments, and so forth. So the idea then was for those advocates to go back to their own countries and run workshops. And that has happened over the past 3 years. And we would like that to have possibilities in other regions of the world as well. It is very important that the people who participate in that can continue the work in their communities. And that might be through advocacy to their governments, to the private sector, when it comes to policy implementation in IT. And it could also be working with committees, for example, the local chapter. And it could be working with DCAD, for example, helping in various ways, going on committees to assist in building workshops on this topic in a particular country or region. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we need to make it sustainable. And we are starting, but there's a lot of work to be done. And I should also mention that we do have, through ISOC, an online course, which Sarah has mentioned, and that is a prerequisite for any of these type of face-to-face workshops. So we're trying to align with, for example, DCAD in the fellowships that are provided each year, where you have a remote participant. We just heard a question from him, Emmanuel Orok, and also from our participants here in the room, and that is Sarah and Jolanta. So you might want to just put your hands up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Ganela. But before we take another question, I think Professor Derek wants to contribute to the question. So, Professor Derek, floor is yours. But if you can be brief, we can take more questions.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me to be brief. That's, I think that's a great question. And what I wanted to say in my answer is tying in something that Dr. Namita and our previous questioner also said. So participating effectively in these kinds of global spaces requires a sustained, engaged, committed set of activities. And it's very difficult for an individual to do that unless that individual works for an organization that is able to fund their participation in multiple meetings that are overlapping and related meetings and so forth. And that's why I have found that it's these networks, these transnational advocacy networks, that are so important. So they allow you in your local community to connect with a group of local advocates who are aware of these issues and ready to get involved, but they are participating in a larger network of like-minded activists around the world. So the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability is one example where the advances in this kind of remote participation technology allows the DICAT to have regular meetings and to have people prepare for the IGF, to participate in the IGF, and then to follow up on the IGF, all using these tools and combining those people who will be remote with those people who will be in person. When we first started the IGF and WSIS, these kinds of remote participation processes were not existent and slowly came on board over the years. And we need to be able to take advantage of the fact that they are so robust now and allow people to participate effectively remotely. So to the original questioner, my recommendation is to find these networks like the DICAT and others that are focused on disability inclusion and start participating in those networks, trying to help raise money and encourage fellow participants to engage in those kinds of transnational advocacy networks.
Thank you very much, Professor Derek, for your insights, and Ganela as well. Gentlemen, you have been very patient. Thank you very much. So you can introduce and ask your question, please.
All right, thank you. My name is Francis Akwa Ameni. Looks like I'm very tall. All right, comfortable now. All right, so my name is Francis from Ghana. I've been an executive member of ISO Ghana chapter for the past 10 years. And do we have a policy plan or a framework for them to take up, let me say, leadership role or employment again? Because at the end goal, we want them to see them at the top. Do we have a certain policy which is going to enforce that if probably the various positions in ICANN, Internet Society, ISO Foundation, when we're employing, do you have a certain position that will say, okay, let me say 5% should be persons with disability if we're employing, so that at least once we are empowering them to be able to be part of this conversation, we can also let them be self-sufficient. Because until then, once we don't have a clear plan to make them self-sufficient, they'll still become dependent on people. At the end of the day, we'll be bringing them to forums, trying to empower them. But if you don't have a clear end goal, I don't think it's going to solve the problem. So my question is there a clear vision, a clear plan to end this? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. This is a very interesting question. And who of the speaker wants to respond to this?
Well, I can start by saying for the Internet Society, as I mentioned earlier, it's a journey, but it is a commitment that we've made that we backed up with a resolution from the Board of Trustees that we will continue to find ways to include more people with disabilities. And it's, the work that we're doing to try to make it so that work that we do is accessible. That's a journey that we're taking and that we're making real progress on. As I mentioned, our website is considered really stellar for people to be able to access information. And then in terms of, bringing on more staff, I think is a question that you were asking, whether or not we can
Audio now unmuted alert.
have that's just something that we are, again, examining. This is something, again, to which we're committed. And we're looking ahead at the different ways that we can do that.
Thank you, Sarah. My co-moderator, who is the online moderator as well, wants to say something. So Judith.
Yes, thanks so much.
Derek Coburn raised hand. Press F6 to...
Thanks so much. Yes, that is an important question. What what we DCAT has been doing is we've been advocating for persons with disabilities, and also our disability fellows then advocate in their own countries. What they've been doing is they've been advocating for for forms to be accessible online. We work with different other organizations to make sure that they are aware about not only about WCAD, but also they may be aware and make the websites accessible, but they're not necessarily aware how to make accessible documents, how to make infographics accessible, how to make all that. So it's a work in progress. And what we can do is work on advocacy and work to enable other governments. We have governments that put in the WCAG guidelines in their legislation. So we can do a lot in advocacy in trying to do all that. It is up to the others to actually then to make the next step.
Yes, thank you very much, Judith. But if you ask me what's the end goal as the organizer of this panel, I would say in an ideal world, we would not be having this discussion, but persons with disabilities would not have to ask for certain facilities, services to be made accessible, websites to be made accessible, but they would already be given to them without asking. But I know we don't live in an ideal world, so we are moving towards that goal. I know that may be called idealistic, not reachable, or some other connotations, but I say that if we don't have that goal in the sight, we won't be reaching anywhere, as you said. Internet Society, what Sarah has said, it has started by making the organization itself accessible. That's the first step. DICAD is trying to make persons with disabilities participate in these discussions and make these meetings accessible for people with disabilities. That's another step. There is a whole internet governance ecosystem. There needs to be other organizations who would work towards this end goal. So I hope to some extent we were able to answer your question. Are there any other comments or questions before I go to the speakers?
We invite them.
Dr. Shabir, this is Nirmata. May I contribute to this discussion?
Yes, Namita.
Okay, so
yes,
I would say the end goal. I'd say the end goal for us is not any different than other people. See, the way I see it, making things accessible and getting people there in leadership positions is just what you need to do to have the end goal of being able to contribute to the discussion and shape the way the internet is emerging and the technologies are emerging. So I don't see it necessarily as a shift in goal. And we are trying to move beyond the policy and implement things. So for me, I would say the end goal is still what you can contribute to the discussions, what goes in there from your experience. And being accessible, being user-friendly, being present, these are all just things we need to do to get there.
Thank you, Nirmata. Thank you very much. I would give 30 seconds to each of my speakers if they have any wrap-up thoughts to share those with us. Otherwise, I'll go towards the wrap-up. And I'll start with Sarah.
Oh, okay. Wrap up. Again, thank you very much for including me in this important discussion. I mentioned when I made my remarks about the importance of the commitment. And we really feel like we have an opportunity at the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation to lead by example, to drive equity by investing in accessibility and leadership, because we, again, are very committed to our mission and our vision of the internet is for everyone, and that needs to continue, and that means to be inclusive. So those are the things I would like to reinforce on the importance of that, and we are setting an example, and we feel very strongly about the progress that we're making.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Professor Derek, and please remember 30 seconds.
Yes. I would just say that in response to the last question, for 3 years, we led a master's program for persons with disabilities in Southeast Asia. And I think that kind of program is something that's really helpful in making sure more advocates are trained in this space. And I would just encourage everyone to think about using the data that's available and joining and participating actively in some of these transnational networks.
Thank you very much, Professor Derek. Dr. Nimita?
Audio now unmuted.
I won't take up more time. I think I have given my thoughts, and I hope I'm happy to take more questions or respond later. What I would like to see going forward is not more sessions on accessibility, but also accessibility covered across more sessions as part of other discussions, and let's see how we can take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nimita. Now we are moving towards the wrap-up of this session, and I would request my co-organizer, Gunilla Espring, to give us the key takeaways and actionable points that she has listed, and also use her 30 seconds for her wrap-up thoughts, if there are any. Gunilla, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shabir. Yes, so there really are quite a lot of key takeaways. And I think the question about the end goals, we just need to keep that in mind all the time. And also, we heard about transnational advocacy networks and how to link across those. And we just need to look at disability inclusive leadership, that it's central to equitable digital governance. And we talked about that in a variety of ways. Global frameworks that we talked about must move from principles to practice. And we will be looking at particular strategies to do that in these very pivotal times at the moment. And we know about the lived experience that strengthens policy outcomes. When we as persons with disabilities can talk about our experiences and what difference that makes if we are able to live in that ideal, accessible world. So then we have calls to action. Shall I go on, Dr. Shabir?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, well, just to follow up again, that let's try and join up with some transnational advocacy networks, identify them, and work with them. Because the more we work together, the more we can achieve. But it's integrating accessibility and disability inclusion in internet governance structures. And that is coming together. That's that coming together in various ways. We need to invest in leadership pipelines for persons with disabilities, and that includes a range of stakeholders, including donors and regulators, because we are working in a multi-stakeholder mechanism. And finally, institutionalize accountability for inclusion. And that can be through a lot of benchmarking, metrics, and we've heard a lot about the particular work that Derek Coburn's team has been doing. So I think that's enough for me, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gunilla, and this brings me to thank everyone, the speakers, Gunilla Espring, Sarah Armstrong, Nirmita, Dr. Derek, my co-moderator Judith Hellestein, and also the captioners, the participants, and the wonderful sports staff here in this room for joining us today in this session. We shall meet in some other session. Until then, bye-bye.
No AGM.
Workshop 2. Workshop 2. Workshop 2.